Number of data points just coming through here to digest this morning. Let's jump right into it. U.S. initial jobless claims. First off, 221,000 versus 235,000 expected. This is an advanced look on Q2 GDP. Huge beat there, 2.4% versus 1.8 expected. U.S. durable goods as well to the upside, 4.7%. versus 1.3 last month. U.S. GDP price index, meanwhile, only one downside there, 2.2 versus 3% on that one. We also get Q2 PCE, again, an advanced look here on this, 4% expected, comes out 3.8%. So more indication of downside movement here as far as inflation is concerned. Remember, we'll get the month-over-month PCE data point coming up tomorrow morning at 8:30. That's the one that Fed Chair Powell, going back to Wednesday in the press conference, was pointing to and suggesting that, yeah, we're going to get two of those. We're going to get two CPI prints and two non-farm payroll prints before we get that September meeting. Once again, the next time we'll hear from Fed Chair Powell. Meanwhile, wow, tech to the upside. The NASDAQ, big move here this morning, all because of a huge blowout report from Meta. Right across the board, we're seeing strength from mega cap tech names. We'll talk about all of them coming up here. EV strength back in play this morning as well. Rivian to the upside, Tesla to the upside, all of the Chinese makers to the upside as well. Coming off that note with XPeng and Volkswagen yesterday. A ton to discuss. It's Thursday, July 27th, 2023. TraderTv.live starts now. For the most part, better than expected here, right across the board. A number of early data points to digest here this morning. Again, these are all the GDP, I should say, and the PCE numbers we just got are advanced looks. So that's not the final number in that case. So the GDP, Q2 GDP, not the final number, but higher than expected there, 2.4%. PCE as well down here. Q2 PCE, 3.8% versus 4%. Again, remember, we'll get the month-over-month PCE print coming up tomorrow morning at 8:30. Welcome to a tech-heavy Thursday, I guess you could say. Wow, what a move for the NASDAQ, extending these gains that we saw late in the day yesterday, all about Meta.
Yeah, Meta absolutely blew it out of the water yesterday. One note that I want to point out, though, we saw CapEx really got reduced for their virtual labs section. A lot of the CapEx that they had planned for this year got kicked down the road to 2024, so that is not done. That money is going to be spent. It's, I think, a strategic move by Mark, kind of just to help alleviate some of the pressure on the stock this year. Yeah,
that was one of the first numbers that came across last night after the close when they came out, and that was part of the move to the upside. That's a reduction in CapEx spending. A mere 59 mentions of AI, meanwhile, in their earnings call. Here's 10% right now, only 10%. We were higher than that to kick things off here for Meta, guys. Pretty impressive.
Better believe it's impressive. Welcome, everybody. It's going to be a good, well, I should say it's going to be a good day. Take your profits from Meta. Well, hold on to the bulk of them and enjoy the celebration by grabbing your favorite scotch, because it's National Scotch Day, which is good because then you can celebrate the gains by imbibing a little bit. I looked it up and it was like, hey, the National Day is a fun one today. So 10% to the upside already. A host of other names are going to be up as well that we'll pay attention to, but it's an earnings day. You got a bit of a bump there at 8:30 when we just had the jobs number and GDP come out as well. So yeah, this should be gearing up to be, it's not the end of the week, but the biggest earnings. Obviously, you get Wednesday and Thursday morning. You want to trade the big ones. Watch out for Tesla, hit 270. Rivian continues to break. I'm seeing it take out the highs. It's at 28.30. And NIO, NIO is at a monster level at 14. Pull up a weekly chart of NIO, and that's a spicy one at 14 even. So there's a lot to get to. So many names breaking out. I mean, yesterday, you had Teladoc, and Snapchat is still actually going even higher as well. So yeah, there's just so much to look at this morning. Hunker down, buckle up. We're locked and loaded, ready to go.
Oh my God. Like, as if you had to say Neo, and now you have to say all these other names. Like, I'm already getting,
at 14
like,
right now.
We had a great day. Yeah, I know. there's just so much to look at. That's what we're getting at. You know, we're not even talking about some big names. Like I have Snapchat on the board. I want to say congratulations to everybody that hit that one yesterday. I mean, look, this is going to be $11 today off of a $10 miss yesterday. Bounced off that level pretty clean. Sharif, myself, and Neil, we're all talking about like missing some of these trades over the last couple quarters. Like, you know, all you had to do was sit there. And we talked about using the drip strategy where you just kind of buy every single month. You put it in there, dollar cost average. I mean, if you've been doing that in all these tech names and you just kind of close your eyes, if you went to sleep the last 2 years, you wake up and you're like, wow, okay, it's been pretty good. So yeah, that's been the theme here. Snapchat continues to be the one. The one name that I'm, you know, and again, we're going to talk about a whole bunch of different names today, but maybe a little bit of an undercover one here. I'm going to find out when does AMD report, because they're real low right now. August 1st. Okay, so you're going to get these guys next week on August 1st, right? I feel like AMD has a very good opportunity here. It's been coiling up at 110 like for 2 weeks now. And I mean, many of these other names are bouncing around. AMD's coiling up down here. Why is AMD does not have the opportunity to go back to the upside? We saw a report was it last week? I don't want to say it was Piper or Needham. It was somebody came out and just mentioned that, hey, their chipset can compete with NVIDIA's and on a cheaper side of things. Now, I don't know anything about tech. Obviously, all we hear about is NVIDIA, and they're going to power the way. But can AMD, can Intel, can some of these other names step in? Data center business supposed to be pretty good. I know Intel shouldn't bring up Intel in the same thing. They're a little bit different with their foundry and stuff. But AMD and NVIDIA, I feel like this name, coiling up down here, has a great opportunity on earnings to be that next name to get up to the upside. Plus, if Lisa Su wears those jackets again, I mean, you know, there is no stopping her. So we'll wait to see what happens with AMD and the rest. And then now over here, I'm not even looking to my right, but I can see this, that he's there.
Yeah.
We still have Tesla to talk about. We have Rivian. And if you guessed Randy, you are right. So I saw him out of the corner of my eyes wearing a nice, handsome orange shirt. Oh, Randy, I was thinking about putting in a pre-order for 2024 GTI. And not go with the Golf R because they're just so much more expensive. But I don't need 330 horsepower. But I don't know. See, now I'm thinking about going for
It's
an
not
R
about
again.
need. It's about want.
Want.
What do you want?
I want a lot of things, though.
I
want a lot of things.
When you have a family vehicle, your
Yeah.
other vehicle should give you some pleasure. Wait, that's just my fault. It should
Yeah.
give you some pleasure.
Yeah.
Because how much, like most of the time, you're driving around in the family vehicle, right? So get
well,
some.
no,
Okay,
no.
on the weekends
Yes,
probably. The
yes,
most
yes.
long-term mileage.
I do drive 25 minutes every day into work, but that's why I need something to get around. And I don't know. I'm not all about the electric vehicles yet, man. I mean,
Their time will come.
I said something like this to Brankos: the minute that $50 of a gas tank is a problem, then I have bigger problems than that. So, but we'll see, man. Gas is getting to the high side here in Canada, man. We're about $1.60. Well, in Canada, in Ontario, it's about $1.67 a liter, and it's about 3.5 liters, almost 4 liters per gallon. So it's pretty expensive.
about right.
Pretty expensive. Neil doesn't have his Bluetooth working today, so.
Yeah, Rob's working on it.
Rob's
I have no earpiece. I have no idea when we're supposed to go to the desk ever.
Yeah, I'll handle that side of it. Right now, the NASDAQ up 1.45%, gentlemen, and it is going to be a tech-heavy discussion, I'd imagine. Yeah, what do you want to do? Oh, they're both bulls.
They're both
yeah,
bulls.
I mean, they have to be bulls. They have to be bulls. I like how the black one's on my side and the
I thought we
white
did
one-
that intentionally.
I did. This is a very diverse
seems-
show. You know,
Seems reasonable. Oh, Neo just broke.
and
There's
Neo's
one.
breaking $14. Oh, shit. I mean,
So this is just because you're like, why 14? I drew a line on this chart. Oh, I hate you sometimes. Oh, I didn't hit save. That's right. So you do this, you draw a line in P Pro 8, then I hit save on my overall layout, not on that chart. And there's my 14 line on the daily. So above here, room to the moon. 17 for like a longer term look, but there's plenty of room here. It's an early break, so I don't think you want to hold on to these necessarily forever. And I went the wrong direction. So let's go back over to the 3-minute chart. Yeah, this 1380 makes a little bit of sense as an obvious like dip point area. So if we do not hold this at the open, I think you get out and hunt for like a dip point. We've seen what happens when you fail a breakout on a Chinese ADR. And you know, an example of that would be BABA sometimes when it doesn't go. Neo yesterday, why can't I zoom out? There we go. Yeah, NEO yesterday did a mini dip in here after trying to break out at the open. So it broke the local high at 1250, came back in, came all the way to 1220, and then held the previous breakout price. So when you look at channels like that, I kind of want that same thing to play out here. So I'd like to see it break. I hold on to the 1380 because if it breaks this, I'd be looking for a dip, possibly down into the pre-market low. Instead of holding that 50, 40 cents against you, you kind of take the 20-cent hit and then go from there.
Interesting couple of notes to consider as we get going here. 80%. I'm actually surprised with those data points that we just got. 80%. We're not higher here. 5.25 to 5.5 would essentially be a hold. This is going out to September, November as well. 70% still on the hold side. December still 65.7 for a hold. There's still 7% there that we get a cut by the end of the year. From Fed Chair Powell. So remember, again, those data points are preliminary numbers for the most part. The GDP and the PCE, we'll get the month-over-month PCE number coming up tomorrow. And then, as I said, 2 CPI prints, 2 non-farm payroll prints before we hear from Fed Chair Powell again.
Yeah, and if the advanced numbers are any indication, GDP coming in stronger than expected, jobless claims lower than expected, so shows that there's really not as much slack as the Fed would like in the employment market. So it's going to be big decisions for the Fed coming up next meeting.
A few things moving around here to kick things off. Obviously, Meta top of this list, but worth noting, Chipotle reported, Lam Research, Western Union, AbbVie, as we said yesterday, MasterCard, Bristol-Myers, McDonald's, all-time highs for MCD. Ford on here. Tonight, we'll get Ford. We get FSLR tonight. We get Roku tonight as well, so still more to come. A few people mentioning this one, MNK. Huge move yesterday and looks to be trying to extend that today. There was rumors floating around. This is a drug company, so there's rumors floating around. They were involved in the opioid crisis. So a lot of people were suggesting they're going to declare bankruptcy instead of having to pay out these hefty fines that they've been given, or handed, I guess, for to settle these opioid crises. But MNK guys just took out the highs there.
That's Malin something. Rob's like right there.
Shouldn't be able to get away from
Malin
that.
Crot.
Malin can't get away from student debt.
Malin Crot. I don't know. It's a weird name. If you go to the daily chart, you always look for the, what do you call it? I call them like bag holding levels, or like the last place in which people might be trapped. Ooh, Neo just got to 8s there. But yeah, 250 stands out like an absolute sore thumb. And then from there, you're probably looking at 350, and it gets really interesting if it gets up to, like, it's a bit of a gap for 450 to 650. Wow, that's a wide range. But if it can get through, what did I say the first price was there, 250, that looks very, very spicy. You've already seen, there we go. I don't know why I'm looking at yesterday there. That's strange. You've already seen a big push, but it hasn't pulled back just yet. So room to 250. It gives you maybe a dip buy at 2 at the open. See if it can hold on to that. There's so many things to watch today. I mean, I like Neo here, but yeah, Malin Crot, yeah, whatever. Worth a good look. 250, plenty of room, but I wouldn't be buying at these highs because you're a little bit tighter to that 50 level. So either it takes out 50 or gives you a dip that you can go long into the 250 level on MNK. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of high flyers and a lot of big time runners. I think you pick and choose your poison. Like if you're going to be on a Snap or I hate to say Carvana, or Tupperware is a better example. Maybe you leave this one alone. But yeah, if there's one to be had, this feels like it's going to be the new kid on the block, because Tupperware, which was yesterday's flavor, not really doing a heck of a lot. Big range, kind of just bouncing around and forming a bit of a wedge over $2, which I like. But yeah, this is falling asleep a little bit. I like the $2 level. Maybe you can get going off that, but it looks like people are more interested in Malacrot in the short term.
All right. I was going to look at McDonald's here again today. This has been a name that's been in my portfolio for a very, very long time. And it hasn't done a whole heck of a lot in the last 6 weeks, but going back here to April, we were down here at 290, and we've sort of been up to 300, back down to 280, and so, really sleepy name here, but wakes up a little bit today, hitting that $300 on the mark again. Like it comes up there, hits 300 and drops again. It drops to from 300 right off the earnings as well. So, I mean, if that's not a wall of some sort up there for McDonald's, then I haven't seen one in a long time. Like this 300 is about as clean as it looks here on MCD. This reminds me of GE. This reminds me of, I mean, I don't even think there's a name that you can go back to April where you'll see it making a high in April and then bouncing off that high. I mean, I haven't, like I said, I don't know if I've ever really seen this for this long, 3 months in a row, and then on earnings, it hits that same level again, and then just dropping down $5. So to me, I think this is a great long here. If we break above $300 on a good report, it's up today, 1.42%. It's not a super crazy name, probably for day trading. So we'll have to see if we're lucky enough to get this fill, if I'm able to look at it when it's happening. Then I think that's something that we'll take. I'm not familiar with the liquidity in McDonald's and what that's going to look like. Right now it has a dollar spread, so you can see 295.03, 295.98. I'm not. It's way too, now the spread even opens up even more a little bit here on the, well, you can't tell, these are just book feeds that aren't going to be accurate, but that's why you look up here. These are round lots, so that means you're going to have 100 shares somewhere here at 03 and 100 shares somewhere here at 98. And you can see it's the NASDAQ book down there and here. So you're going to be able to trade this name, but I'm going to have to see some liquidity pop in. But out of all of them, that's the one that's setting up for me. And then Neil just talked about NEO. He's in it? Yes. I was thinking about this name right here, man. Again, we got that huge news yesterday with Volkswagen sending XPeng just through the roof yesterday, and what a great trade that was, man. We were both long down here, I think, down near 17, and that was a monster trade for us yesterday. We got long real early yesterday on XPEV, and I think that the move continues here today. So we were long into here in the pre-market, and it was announced right around now where you get that bump up there. Volkswagen going to work with XPEV for electric batteries, and then also take a it can convert into a 4.99% stake. I don't know why it's just under 5%. There must be something there, but I feel like it's justified once you get now European money into Chinese names. That feels good to me, as an investor. I don't own XPEV or any of these Chinese names other than Alibaba, but this name looks like it's working. And again, it's trying to go here. So, $22, hell yeah, sign me up for that one. XPeng, I think, gets to go again here. So we'll watch out for 22. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're here, baby. It's Thursday. 2 more days of me, and then Max is in this seat, which should be fun. Let's wait for 22 to break on XPEV. Problem is, man, I mean, you're in NEO, which is a great level there. These could all just break. We still have 45 minutes to go before the market opens, which reminds me, this is a New York name. So let's just see, is there anything on here? Ooh, we haven't looked at Palantir. That's above 17. No, not in a minute yet. There's XPEV there. There's NEO, who's Neil is on NEO right now. BMY, Bristol Myers. How did they report? We saw that they're
down.
Yeah, they're down 3%. Okay, this could be a good buying opportunity for Bristol down there. We'll do some more work on that. And then Jerome Powell's favorite party, it's Tupperware, and it is up another 15% here today and looking to take names in the pre-market once again. So hallelujah, anybody that went to that Tupperware party last night. It seems like it's on again here today, Sharif.
Were you there?
No. Sounds funny.
A few other things. If you didn't have enough to look at today, here's a couple other ideas for you. RCL, 8% here for Royal Caribbean on a beat for them. NCLH is up about the same, it looks like. 2.3% for NCLH. Their earnings report next week, a beat for RCL. They said demand is at essentially historic highs. As we've seen with the airlines and their earnings reports coming through, demand the story here. Lots of people still want to travel.
Yeah, and it's not something that I'm surprised about. Something that you and I have been talking about on this desk for the last 6 months or so. It's a shift in consumer spending from goods to services. This is where they're benefiting the most. Travel, leisure. This is the one. Look at this. Adjusted annual earnings per share of $6 to $6.20, up from a previous forecast of $4 to $4.80. So they're really not having trouble upselling as well to their affluent customers. Margins growing there, Brendo.
Just double checking here, the 1st, so August 1st, Tuesday, we'll hear from NCLH. Just be aware, it shouldn't move the market, but Christine Lagarde is making some comments right now. The ECB going a 1/4 point with a hike for them this morning as well.
Yeah, look, RCL, just add another name to the list that it's too good to ignore today, because remember when CCL was going nuts and RCL made that $100 break? This is what everyone was crazy about. This is close to 100 on the daily chart here. Zoom back in, and you see it broke that 100, stalled out at 150, back underneath, reclaimed it, and now you're breaking out above that 105. So local top of 105. I think it just makes it, if we dip down in, maybe you get some kind of a gap fill that allows you to get a fill down there. I doubt it. So, longs in front of it. If it breaks a pre-market low, just look for a long in front of 105 as far as I'm concerned, because that's the level on the daily. At the open, maybe a 110 break will sit out there at the open as well. So just another name to add to the list, but we like those. The first move was the 14 to 14.20. I think at this point, when it breaks, it goes right away. If it doesn't, I want to give it to 80 and hold it all day long. But if it makes a push, goes that first kind of 1-to-1 where you're taking profit out, if it can't hold on to 14 on the way back, give it a few shekels underneath, then I want to reestablish lower. So I'm perfectly willing to get out. It's a pre-market break at 850. Look for another entry point. It'll be profitable regardless, but you want to pick and choose your spots. And I will be closely watching XPeng as well, because I would suspect that if XPeng does a failure at its previous high, like a big one, like drops $1, Neil's probably going to come down too. So you got to have this one up, or at least have it in the back of your mind. The Chinese ADRs tend to follow each other. This was kind of on the coat here as Neil was of XPeng there. So yeah, I like RCL. It doesn't mean it's going to give a dip buy to be filled, but I'll take the breakout the first time. Give it that couple of shekels underneath, like I said, give it a couple of cents, and that's pretty much it. Make sure you bank profit, and then look for another entry. It could be 1380, could be right back here at 14, it could be at the open taking out the high. But I suspect I'm going to make a few trades in NEO today, and I don't want to be necessarily only going long, but the first look is going to be long on NIO.
All right, we talked a little bit about the travel names here. Let's put it up right now and go awesome for Airbnb. We're still long this name at 110, and I'm not getting anything out. We took out this level of 140 right there. We bought it into this trouble last time. It came back in. They had a bad earnings report. It dipped back down in. They talked all about AI, all about some of their renting out individual rooms instead of whole houses. There's a whole bunch of different deals that they had. I don't know. I thought it sounded okay. Plus, we went long here, breaking through 110, just trying to trade that smiley face up. So that's going to be a good name. We're still going to hold on to this one. I really like the travel sector right now, including all of the cruise lines. The only name that, honestly, man, I'm going woke and going broke, apparently, on this one, because Disney is the one name here that just... Oh yeah, I wish this was Disney's chart. You see, you switch to level 2, it's supposed to look like that, but then instead, I just push enter, and now you're going to see a completely different chart of Walt Disney, right? And it's actually going to the downside right now. So I keep saying, you can't always buy names that are breaking out of highs. I mean, it's great. It's been working. The tech names just continue to go. Me and Sharif were just talking about it earlier. He can't remember if it was 1 quarter ago or 2 quarters ago that Meta was $100 lower than where it is right now, right? And so you have to sometimes, we were pounding the table at Meta for $100. You have to pull the trigger sometimes on these plays. I don't feel the same way about Disney or anything like that. I don't know what the levers are that these guys are going to pull, but if travel's so hot and Disney is so not, then I mean, the minute that this kind of changes around here, I feel like we could be in a little bit of trouble here with our Disney position. We did buy some, remember we bought some here around 93, 94, and then bought again here in the, I think it was 88, like into this bottom. And right now we are getting very, very close to tip 84, 85 bucks. I don't know, man. The COVID bottom's 80. I'll probably give it to that. But Disney right now, I'm running out of patience with this name. So, it's great to have all these tech names start to rally up and all the banks starting to go there in the U.S. But Disney is one big name that continues to get hit to the downside. All that's showing up on my scanners right now. You want to know what the names are? I'll tell you this right now. AMD, Oracle, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, like it's all these all names that are, it's all the tech names, and then of course some of the Chinese ADRs as well. But they're all just, it's like, it's Palantir's not showing up yet, but it's there as well. So yeah, I mean, all these names just going nuts now. You have it up. Oh, on there? Yeah.
I was just checking to see.
WeWork is every day, man. Every day
it's
is
very
WeWork
strange, but it's a penny stock. It's like, who cares about WeWork? But there is an imbalance every day. But yeah, I suspect there's going to be some decent imbalances today, given the movement that we've seen. And already you have a lot of times at this point in the day, you would not see big numbers, but there's already a big buy imbalance on NIO. It's a weird one because it's a pre-market, so you never want to be full. Well, okay, some traders don't want to be fully in. I count myself as one of those, and I want to be very cautious in that pre-market trading because I'm really thinking you get a bit of this at the open. That's typically what they do, but that's enough to talk about. And we'll go over these over and over and over again. But these Chinese, you're probably looking at least one of them. At least one of them you got to be looking at.
I just want to say, someone was mentioning Tilray's above $2 again. That's something to look at here. I just want to say, Sirius Bach. What's up, Sirius Bach? Is he looking, me I guess, at the same Disney I'm looking at? I mean, are we looking at something different here? Because I just don't know what that means exactly, because I'm not trying to say that I think Disney looks good. I think Disney looks horrible. I just think that there is only a few big cap names. Like, for example, 3M, right? Let me just go over 3M quickly. 3M has a 5% dividend yield, so that's a good reason to buy it. Disney doesn't have a yield. That's one thing. But they're going through a bunch of litigations and everything like that. This is a big down name, of course, that comes back down in, hovers around this 100, and then takes off. And now you get the yield, plus you get 10 or 12%, right? They had a lot of negativity surrounding lawsuits and everything with 3M as well, and they still do. But again, if you're going to buy some names on the downside, at some point you're going to have to wait for a good quarter to come through, which is why I'm excited to see if Disney can do anything at all. Some of these names get off the bottom, and you just don't want to miss the bottom. I don't know if there is a catalyst for Disney at all. What I'm saying is that travel's been so good, and Disney's been so bad, and that's an aspect of Disney, right? We know that the theme park game should be strong, and I think it is pretty strong. But again, they have the political headwinds, and then they also have their streaming that's not going great. And then, of course, box office isn't going great. Writers strike, actors strike now. So, I mean, it's not a great spot. But as the Oracle of Omaha says, when there's blood in the streets is when you're going to get in there and start to clean that up a little bit.
You got to dip by certain things.
Yeah, and I've been dip buying Disney. That's the problem. So
Mobilize down. I'm probably going to
Again,
I'm very likely to be on the bit of that next week. So it is what it is. There you go.
Bob, a Chinese stimulus. Yeah, that's about right. That's Chinese stimulus. That's just called automatic buying all Chinese names all the time in the stock market. Like,
you have to watch a level too. When Baba has one of its patented like 10% days, or Neo sometimes to that extent. Like when we say there's
coffee's pretty good.
Something it is really good.
I think they fixed
the
settings.
Yeah, but I always up to make it stronger, and it's delicious.
Yeah.
But if you watch the bid, just look at the level 2 when you see the buying going on one of those more than 5% days. XPeng was an example, Neo would be an example, Baba, and you'll get what we mean by program buying, because it's very obvious, just like a not super sophisticated buying algo that you will see.
That's right, J-Real.
That's absolutely insane. Like, that's why sometimes you're just like, oh, maybe, hopefully they're printing today or they're buying today on Alibaba. I don't know if they are, but they did yesterday on XPeng.
There's the plunge protection team, and then J-Real. It got blocked, but it shouldn't have been. The Chinese protection team. They're coming in and buying it. The CPT.
Why is that blocked?
I don't know, because it's Chinese protection. Probably.
You can't put the word.
This is YouTube, dog.
Wow, YouTube.
You can't even get YouTube in China.
I know, but you should still be able to put the word.
Yeah, that's another lever for Google, by the way. Like, what happens if the Chinese market ever opens up?
Think about it.
Okay, what's up, Pranaya? What's up, Kent? What's up, everybody there? Sirius Bach, we got a $10 super chat. Brendan's going to lose his mind if we don't go over there in a minute. So, Christy Anderson. No one's saying anything in my ear. I just know that we've been way too long. Yeah, so there isn't any more, If you want to be part of a name, right, where the management really truly believes in what they're doing, MicroStrategy is the name for you. I forget the guy's name.
Michael Saylor.
Michael Saylor. You want to talk about conviction? Does it have relation to BTC? Yeah, it has a lot of relation to BTC. I'm pretty sure this whole stock follows the movement of Bitcoin. So I would just say Christy Anderson here needs a lot of skill to manage a trade. I just think you need to be long on crypto. If you like crypto, then MSTR is the name for you. You can just basically label this, slap on a chart of BTC against MSTR, and you should be able to see a relatively strong correlation. So, I mean, Bitcoin right now dancing around 30, 31,000. That makes sense. Bitcoin down here was at 15, 16,000. The percentage move is probably very, very similar. I would always say if you're trying to play a Bitcoin-related name, I think you just put half your money into Bitcoin, then half your money into that name. Because if that's the play. Coinbase is a good example of that. It will go on different news, but also goes on strength of crypto. So I think MSTR probably a good play if you're feeling sort of bullish on the whole crypto space. So I don't know. The most recent thing I bought was Cardano. That was just a little bit. I'm just sitting on crypto. I don't know if I'll do anything with that until it really gets going. But who knows? I like Ripple. Ripple got the good news the other day with that court ruling. So maybe that if that comes down into the 50s, probably worth buying a little bit of XRP.
Yeah, it was surprising there wasn't a bigger move. I think a lot of people were expecting a bigger move after the Fed. It's worth noting, I mean, RCL's very, very thinly traded right now, but a $4 move through the highs there, 10% now for RCL. Here we go. A few analyst moves for you as well. Big day for Boeing yesterday. One of many this morning here for Meta. Today, Apple back on the upgrade side of things. CVNA, I read through this Morgan Stanley note this morning on CVNA. Let's just say it was very negative. They basically said they're bankrupt and you should definitely sell the stock. But then they also, as Sharif was mentioning to me, raised their price target, which was interesting. But anyway, Union Pacific on here, they reported this week, Seagate, Estee Lauder, to name a few. So a lot to choose from, to say the least today, guys.
That left side.
I think it's reasonable, though, for the Carvana thing. I think it's reasonable to be able to say, okay, it's squeezing, but the company, we can still think the company's screwed, but it's squeezing. So
I know you own
understand that in the
Morgan
short term
Stanley
it can go
shares,
up.
but they've been way. Obviously, you don't buy the shares for their calls.
Yeah, I have everything.
But I mean, that same downgrade happened 6 months ago, where they downgraded it to $1.
To $1.
From $6 to $1, and now it's 50. Well, it's not. Is it $50 today?
The turnaround is
Yeah,
pretty.
$44.
The turnaround that they fundamentally made in the last quarter was actually pretty impressive.
And I trust
Yeah.
Morgan Stanley. I mean, they're the ones doing the work on this, not us. But I'm sure they are close to being bankrupt.
I
but,
wouldn't be
I
sure
mean,
that-
who knows? What does one of those vending machines even cost? I mean,
I don't really know too much about the economics for Carvana there, but I just know that I would not want to be trying to on the wrong
does
end
the
of that.
stock
I wouldn't
look
want to be
like?
short that stock. It's just I get it. There's a lot that was wrong with it, but the other side of the board is what's more interesting today. I think that's like Boeing and Meta and all that is good in the world. Boeing broke that 225 yesterday on the daily. Finally, I just think you look long until we get to, and I mean we're pretty much at some big levels. If you go to the daily chart here. If we come to my chart for a second, you're at some pretty big levels going all the way back into not just last year, but 2021 on Boeing. There we go. Yeah, so there's a lot that comes into play. But when you talk about trying to fill in a gap, all the way back to the plunge in 2020, there were multiple things going on there, right? So that wasn't just COVID, obviously. So you get to, to me, you're roomed at 270 on this. And that's just to fill in pretty much the entirety of that last gap down, it's not really a gap down, but try to fill in the gap here. It stalled at 270. I just have felt that since it got through here, you have all the runway in the world, pun intended, to get to that 270. 50 is going to stand in its way, so you're looking longs until proven otherwise. That'll be dip buys in the previous close, usually pretty good, and then into this area, 228 to 230 looks like a good dip buy zone for me on Boeing. I really only want to be thinking long till at least you get to that 250 level, or if it fails back underneath 225. So Boeing, maybe not an entry point right here, right now, but I will be looking for the continuation long today.
So we got a super chat in there when I was dealing with the MSTR super chat there. And I saw what Saad mentioned, and what I was getting at is that if you're going to buy MSTR, you could get company-specific risk, so that's why you may want to split your money 50-50. I don't think you should do anything if you're not bullish on crypto. So those would be the two names for that. Another bullish name for crypto at one point was NVIDIA, because everybody was mining, and now everybody's all about AI. So you want to stay with the strong names here. So shout out to Donnie Zimbabwe, pretty cool name there. NVIDIA to 470 today. I'll talk about the banks and everything in a minute. What does it mean for regional banks? Well, whenever you're going to merge and you're going to take a name like PacWest and bring it basically from zero to being able to be bought out at some point, like PacWest was what, a 250 was the bottom or so. Now it's going to be getting out of here around 10 or so. Plus, you get the merger back into the Bank of California. So I feel like there is going to be some good news there. I'd buy the KRE at these levels. That would be one of the top ETFs for me to get into right now on any side. We've been buying XLE on the energy side. But okay, NVIDIA to 470. Let's talk about that real quick, okay? So this is the thing. I said to Greg yesterday that I think in the next year or so, NVIDIA will break back down below 400 and you'll see a 3 handle on it. I don't know when that's going to happen, and I don't think shorting it right now is a great idea by any stretch of the imagination. But you are right now back to the all-time highs of NVIDIA. I mean, sure, you're going to be 10 bucks away from that number, 478 or so, whatever. Maybe it's 480, actually almost on the nod. So you're about $15 away from that. Are we going to take 470 today? Sure, we could. Whether or not we do is a different story. I feel like you'd rather trade AMD down near 110. You get a little bit better support levels there. If you're wrong on AMD at 470, you can get out 468, 469. So I think you want to wait for it to get up there. Why I think NVIDIA goes down, they guided higher, right? They were at 7 billion. They guided to 11 billion. This is the thing. If these chips are everything that everyone thinks they are, which they are, right? You need to power your AI. Meta talked about chatbots. Everybody is instituting ServiceNow, the same thing, man. They're talking about a 60% increase in their revenues due to AI. That's stock NOW. I love that name. But look, at some point, you're not going to need to buy new graphics cards. You're not going to need to re-up your purchases with NVIDIA. So I love what's happening moving forward. I think they can even guide higher again. But at some point, your AI is going to max out. Now, I don't know what point that is, but it's like if I buy a new graphics card, and this is just me as a small consumer, if I went to the store right now and bought a #1 graphics card for NVIDIA, put it into my PC, when am I upgrading that graphics card? You know, so I just feel like there's going to be a lot of companies jumping on the AI bandwagon and for good need, right? It's definitely helping improve efficiency. But at what point do you need to get a name like an Intel? You need to get these guys building the chips, building these factories out. I just don't know if NVIDIA can hold some of this hype moving forward. And that's really why you buy stock. It's not for the performance it's having today. It's for the performance it's going to have tomorrow. So I love it as a day trade. I'm just a little cautious of putting new money to work here on some of these high-flying names. And I'm looking directly at NVIDIA for that. So yeah, there you go. Hamster says 6 to 10 years you need a reload cycle. So I feel like that's probably about right. And that's probably what a lot of these tech companies are thinking as well, right? Like, we're buying all these chips today. We're going to implement this great new AI. We're going to become so much more efficient. You're getting the bump up in the stock now. Will you go back to NVIDIA to buy more chips? If your business expands, I guess you have to also expand your hardware. So I could see it go, but no, I don't want to short NVIDIA. I'm hella long NVIDIA, believe me. I'm not putting any new money to work at these levels.
All right, Christine Lagarde still speaking, guys, so just be aware if you are watching the overall market. Let's get into everything else you need to know here. Sharif's going to have a look at the overall market to kick things off.
Oh, yeah, up 0.75 here on the ES September 15th, 2023 contract. 45.95 is where we closed yesterday. If we dip down into 4,600, you better know that I'm going to be looking to buy. But I feel it's one of those days where we're probably going to see upside movement. If that's the case, I don't have levels for it, Brendo. You're going to have to get in on a pullback or something. 4,600, though, I'll be looking to buy that bounce.
All right, let's go. Ton to get through here this morning, so we're running a little bit behind. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that. Very easy. Scan the QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address, and you can have that for free. Every single morning comes right to your inbox. Meta, top of the list this morning. Sharif and I were just discussing this number down here. So 3.07 billion family daily active people in the second quarter, meaning across all of their platforms. I just, for fun, looked up how many iPhones there are in use in the world today. And this number comes from demandsage.com. Take it for what it's worth. Demandsage.com. As of July 2023, 1.46 billion active daily iPhone uses in the world today. So, I mean, that kind of puts a little bit of perspective on that daily active user number for Meta.
Yeah, absolutely. I look at it from a different perspective here. I'm looking at it from the cost savings perspective. They cut 27 to 30 billion dollars. That's what they're predicting for savings this year. That's with a layoffs of about 21,000 jobs, but they declined their headcount about 14% down to 71,000. It's been an interesting look. Another piece of information here that I wanted to share was how they're kicking the can down the road with their capital expenditures. It removed it off the 2023 balance sheet, and they're kicking it down the can in 2024. Let's see what next year brings.
Impressive, to say the least, guys. It was 2.06 of that $3 billion, Facebook specifically.
Yeah, and it's, you usually see this happen. Like, you can pretty much set a clock to it that if Google does well on that, then Meta's going to do well as well. Their revenues were fantastic. The only downside would be how far we've gapped up, if that even makes any sense. So you've broken well away on the next level. Let me just go to a weekly chart, because sometimes the daily chart does not tell the story that you want to tell. So I'm just going to pull my trade ideas down here. TraderTV.20, you can use the same thing we have. And if you want any of our layouts, like it's just one of the pieces of my layout. Like, I have some other things out here too. I have like some high octane stocks that are moving, high of the day Momo scanner, some other things. I haven't started my race yet.
High octane, I like
gappers, that. Down gappers, all that good stuff. Volume leaders. It's just a lot of things to be able to keep you in tune with what's moving in the market. If you wonder how, I can always sort of flip around and say, oh, this stock's moving, that stock's moving. The chat's good, but it's also good to have some other resources. So on my weekly chart, that first earnings move down, that was a 300. You filled that gap, consolidated on earnings. We're running for 350. And I say we. You know what I mean when I say that, but yeah, so if you're going to get to that price, maybe there's a chance that you get a few dips along the way. The first thing I always look to is what was the previous resistance level. Just look for that to hold. That's about 318, which kind of sets it up. If there was a flush today in the market or just in this name, breaks the pre-market low, I'm looking to pick it up in front of 318. So 320 kind of stands out as a bit of a line. The pre-market low is almost always a play on a stock this strong. If they defend the pre-market low, I think you try the long there as well. As for a 330 break, it feels like a trap. I don't remember if it was one earnings cycle. It might have been two earnings cycles ago. There was a big day. Meta was up a bunch, and I remember thinking the same thing, that it would make a breakout, and really all it did is bounce in like a $5 to $7 pre-market range for the first 20 or 30 minutes. So if it does something like that, there is plenty you can get out of a 324 to 330 range. Like, that's $5 or $6. Like, that's not the end of the world. If it just does that for a half an hour, I don't think it's the end of the world to try and get involved in it. But if anything crazy happens, I'm on the bid in front of that 318.
Yeah, look, I basically have the exact same thoughts as all of that. Yesterday we traded Meta. I can't believe we lost that long at 294 or whatever it was, long right there. But hey, it's shout out to Fabian right now. It's new I will put up here. New sticky note, who dis? I don't know. Is that supposed to be funny? I don't know. Right there, but look at that, man. We got the logos on here. The only thing I'm thinking about, Fabian, is next time we could just put like the hashtag up here, right? Now we kind of cool to do that. But we wrote down Meta 324 long. I mean, I don't want to get too sort of funky with this. Was not patient enough yesterday with this long. We talked about that. And oh damn, Snapchat is at $11. That's amazing. This just continues to work out, man. The daily active users up, everything. I mean, we just ran through that. You can get our watch list on tradertv.live. Revenue per user last year at this time, $50 per user here in North America, now up to $53 per user. Again, like a 6% increase in that revenue number per user. So if they're going to be growing their user base and growing their revenue per user and monetizing Reels now and going to start to monetize Threads soon, and we got WhatsApp. I just made dinner reservations in Rome on WhatsApp last night. So, I mean, it's just one of those things, man. Meta is just encompassing everybody, whether or not you like it or not. You don't have to love social media. It doesn't matter. But it's serving the point, and it is just continuing to go upside. So in the battle of Elon versus Mark Zuckerberg, if you're going to take this quarter as an example, this is outperforming right now. So let's see if they ever do fight. But for right now, Meta starting to go to the upside. I just want to be very, very patient. I love that 324 level. It's the bottom of this range right here in the pre-market. you know, I feel like when there's earnings plays, you retest tops and bottoms. It could be very, very whippy here off the open. Shout out to Randy on that one. It's just been fading off of 330. I could see this and give itself about $5 or $6 worth of a range straight off the open. I actually told the guys behind us today, I said, do not trade Meta until 345 or so. Will I be able to follow my own rules? Let's wait to see if that's the case. But 345, good call, Brad. 945 here on Meta. So let's wait, give it a couple minutes, because yesterday, guys, you could see what happened yesterday. It was right into here, right? Huge drop off. I thought it was going to be a positive name because we had tailwind from Google on their ad. But look at this, man, 301 all the way down to 296, and this is where we lost in here, hoping that it would hold 297, 298. No, sorry, that was even down here where it went to 292. That was the long, but we had to wait for that to develop. I feel like you could do that again. So let's just wait to see what happens with Meta today to the downside. So let's wait. No, I'm just talking about being patient.
Sit out the open.
Just being patient. Brad wondering if there was a conference call going on, but no. My point is just to be patient for the levels. I could wait for 324. Hopefully that doesn't happen within the first minute or so, because then I would have probably broke my own rule. But let's be patient with Meta and trade other names. Let Meta settle down here. Love the name. Love what it's doing. Up another 10%.
Maybe this one. Let's go on to Amazon here. Looking pretty good. The reason this is kind of interesting is because of the gap, A, and B, relative volume high here in the pre-market, even with a relatively minor headline. I didn't even know there was such a thing as Amazon Fresh, but apparently they're eliminating hundreds, quote unquote, hundreds of jobs from Amazon Fresh. I mean, again, minor headline.
Yeah, and they also have another headline coming out from England. Looks like they may have trouble with about 1,000 workers at their fulfillment centers there, one in Coventry, who are looking to strike. Britain's GMB trade union saying that they want salary increases. Amazon responding and saying that they've increased pay by 10% this year and 37% since 2018. So there, might be a hard negotiation.
It was a positive close yesterday, guys. So extending some gains here for AMZ end today.
So Amazon is interesting because there's a level that Obi and I have been talking about for a while, but with same line on the chart, 130, 150. Like, it was resistance when it broke, it turned into support, and then it's been, once it broke back down, it was resistance the next day. Well, maybe we get to break that to the upside again. Last time it broke this area, you got $5 out of it. Not on one day. You actually will split up into 2 days. But yeah, 131 is going to sit here now. But given that the line's been the 131.5, and then over top you've got this 132 break, I think you can be patient with this long, because above there you're going to have maybe a breakout 132, maybe a consolidation at that 131.50. It looks pretty strong to me. Like, you end up, let me go to the daily chart here. Oh, goodness, there's that wick. There we go. So you just bounced off the 50-period moving average and the last support level, which is that 126. You're getting back up toward the top. So to me, if you take this out, you're kind of heading right back in toward that high. You fail this area, you're probably getting back to 126. So it doesn't mean it has to break out, but once we're above 131.5, I'm starting to look long on Amazon through that 32 level. Job cuts are, generally speaking, you want to hear cuts. As a shareholder, it's good for the stock price. It's never good for anyone else, but that's losing their jobs, and we hate that. But just keep in mind, as with a lot of companies, but to a great extent, Amazon, anytime you see the amount of job cuts, understand how small that is. They ramped up an absolute crap ton during COVID. So, like, the numbers that they're laying off are, like, pretty minuscule relative to how much they grew. Now, all that said, I do still like that breakout through 131.50. I'm not really looking to engage until we can get past that.
So this is another one, new sticky note. It's on here. It is the number 2 name here for Amazon. It's breaking out above that 130. Neil has talked about some higher levels, so let's just look a little bit lower. If we can get anything in here, I just wrote down 128.50 because that was yesterday's close. Obviously, we had those numbers come out, and the market's just kind of heading to the upside right now. So Amazon floating up to its high end of the pre-market range. This is a name, again, you know, not an earnings play, not really any super significant news, but it's up 2%, probably up better than any of the other major tech names besides earnings. So I think this is a great level here to take through the long at 131. Would much rather a playback down here to 129. If you can get something maybe even 129.50, that's actually where I just put my bid. So I was actually going to bid Meta, and I stopped myself from bidding it at 324. I'm just putting in some pre-market bids right now. So I like this 129.50 area. It's been the top. It was the top a couple days ago where we closed. Then Amazon, for some reason yesterday, really couldn't get going. It didn't want to break this 129 at all yesterday, despite all the action that was in the market. So Amazon was pretty sleepy there into Fed and everything. So obviously it's had its big moves, but I don't know. It wasn't super exciting yesterday other than right off the open. Then again, like if this is not a roller coaster, like look at this. This reminds me of every roller coaster you see at every park. You know, here's the ascend, boom to the downside, then another small little hill, then you get that close, and then you sort of end sort of where you started. Obviously, it was up about $1 from that level. But let's wait to see what happens here on Amazon. Maybe it's going to look like stairs and just keep stepping up. But this is a name that I'm very comfortable bidding down here at 129.50. It's my first bid of the day. I don't know if we're going to get it. It's buck lower than where we are right now, but I'm going to be willing to take this trade for a first one here on AMZN.
All right, let's go on to EV stocks. Got to pay attention to this group once again. I mean, all of them, and this is a big group now, all of them to the upside. Here's Rivian. First off, 4.2% right now, back towards that 28.5 level. Needham with a positive note this morning coming out, maintaining a buy on Rivian, increasing their price target to 31. This, of course, was yesterday. This was yesterday. This Volkswagen and XPeng tie-up. I was just reading this, though. VW actually cutting their full-year sales outlook this morning, pointing to further competition in the EV space. So doesn't seem to be hurting any of these, though, as far as North American stocks right now.
No, and all these EV stocks seem to have their own headline. Tesla with another headline today, maybe not that good. They're being accused of suppressing the actual range on their cars, overestimating, overstating their range. I know anecdotally that a lot of Canadians report that in cold weather, the range is really decreased. So with respect to that, I don't think that that's an issue, but we'll see how Tesla responds to this headline.
That was funny. I was reading that this morning as well. Apparently they have a team. He actually set up a team that operates in the background and no one knows about it, that just squashes all of these stories whenever they come out. So worth a note on Tesla.
Who has a team? Elon?
Tesla. Yeah, I mean, why not, man? Like, we love what they do. There's a lot of these to get to today. You mean on the board there has like Li Auto, XPeng, NIO because the big news was XPeng yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? And I mean, I've already been in and out of NIO. We'll go over that maybe in a quick second here. But Rivian almost, like, this is just as good. The daily chart was breaking out that 27. We had several longs in it. Was still in it in the afternoon because I want to give this every single chance. I want to be long it again here today. I didn't quite catch it off 28. This morning. I'll try to get that at the open. I'm willing to get it out under the pre-market low, and if it dips back into previous resistance like this 27.5, I want to be long in that 27 to 27.5 range on Rivian. So I'm looking for dip buys here today. Maybe we just take some breakouts of even levels and half levels, but when you're up 1.5%, usually I'm thinking there's going to be a dip buy, and we've already talked about NIO here. Was in the 14 break. Let's go back to the 3-minute here. Was in the 14 break, got to 14, 17, couldn't crack the 20. I got out at 14, and you'll notice that XPeng at the same time actually continued lower. This is holding that 1380, so there's always a chance there's another shot at this off that 1380. But once you break that, this big level at 14, like you'd be rejecting that breakout if you get too far away from the 14 price. I want the long up and over and through this level as opposed to just kind of buying into it as it's failing 14 even. Like that's the way to play this level. Like I mean, you either short it here, giving it 20 cents, thinking it can fall almost $1, or you're looking for the breakout that can go absolutely anywhere today. So because I'm looking for the breakout, it means I don't want to get trapped long at the top when it goes into a plunge. If we can hold 1380, I go for the long again. If not, I'm probably backing way off this one.
Okay. Just real quickly here. I was looking at AMD. I just put another bid down on AMD. We only have now 5 minutes. Well, we have 6 minutes, but a couple minutes till the imbalances come out. So I want to try to look at this around this 110 area. So we have a bid on that. I know we've been talking about Tesla. Like I was mentioning here, possibly getting a Golf GTI and things like that. And then I always just think to myself, my kids are always like, nah, just get a Tesla, just get a Tesla. So, but anyways, that XPEV, I like that break there. We talked about Volkswagen a little bit, although they're down and cutting forecast, which is a little bit strange. But 2140 right there on XPEV. I think it can get going again here today, up from yesterday. Huge move. Let's see if it takes out that pre-market high. But you know, the biggest of the big, Tesla. I feel like that 250 is a great buying opportunity. If we ever get down to there, we'd like to buy that again. Down, or not again. I didn't buy it, but if it gets down here again, I think that's a good buy. I'm trying to sit in a little bit of cash now. I just feel like the market is a little bloated here. But yesterday's Tesla's move, hopefully I don't have too many bad wicks on this. And yeah, I mean, that's going to make it look ridiculous again. But there's the pre-market bottoms. It broke. I feel like anytime you break a pre-market bottom, it's a decent trade. We really got to fix these wicks on these candles, man, because it almost makes it impossible for me to even look at this. Where's all the data back here? Like, I don't know where the volume is either. But there's a dip down to 262, breaking that pre-market bottom of 263, down to 262. Nice upside move, stopping at 268 yesterday, right? Even though we got all that great news from the Fed, we're still stopping out there. So we'll have to wait to see. That could be a good bottom down there at, what is that high? 266. Let's look to pick up some Tesla at 266. That could be the bottom that you're looking for here today. A pre-market break lower of 268 might get you to that 266, so be patient there with Tesla. You can see the market falling down a little bit, and right on cue, it is now imbalance time. So there's NIO, you're out of it, but there's a nice bid there. Meta's broke through down. 14 again. Okay, so I didn't even realize that. Meta's on a sell side as well, so there's the push down. We are ignoring what I wrote down on the sticky note of 324. We're not ignoring that level. We're not going long early on it. It says wait, so we're going to try to do that. Palantir with a buy. That's looking at 17. That could be interesting. Other than that, we don't have a whole heck of a lot on here. Oh, there's Google, sorry, as a sell as well. So, hey, Meta's going to get hit there early. No surprise as people try to take profits on what was up 10%. So that would make sense to me. I like to buy any Google weakness as well. So that would be another name that we're going to watch. But we're all over everything, man. I have an XPEV just because we're on that. We're going to go over to Brendan quickly because we want to talk about Microsoft. But I do have an XPEV break maybe of this 2150 right there if that does happen. Pre-market high at XPEG.
All right, yeah, let's quickly wrap things up here with Microsoft. Interesting note from Nikkei Asia reporting this morning. Microsoft is going to assist the government of Japan in setting up ChatGPT in a secure manner for, if you scroll down here, assistance in clerical work and analysis on a daily basis for the Japanese government. So first move of its kind as far as Microsoft working directly with governments for ChatGPT.
But vague, as you said,
yeah.
So we're not really sure exactly. Another headline here coming from Europe this time. The antitrust watchdog in the EU looking to go after Microsoft after it declined to offer steeper discounts for its office services without Teams. Basically, essentially, the EU saying that this has become integral for many businesses now, and it should be more competitive. So, eye on that.
Trying to hold 340 here, guys. A couple minutes ago, a couple things to note on Microsoft.
Yes, sir. And first on the daily chart, a lot of wicks, but you can still make out the 50 period, which it's been hugging. I mean, it's not going that close to it because you got a lot of dark pool wicks in there. 334.5-ish to 335. That'll be the area. Oh, looky what we held in the afternoon on Fed Day. 334.5. So you basically were holding the 50 period on the daily, simple moving average. And then you had a 342 top. So unless it breaks out 342, interestingly enough, this kind of sets up for a short. And if the market falls, there's room all the way down to 334.5 on Microsoft. Breaks out and it gets above 342. I think that's, it's got way too big of a gap to fill to be fighting it. So that's kind of the setup I'm looking for in Softy. I don't really have a lot of short setups when I think about it. It's like this is kind of the only one at that 334. It's up less than what the market is as well. Like the NASDAQ's up 1.4%. This is up 0.8. So it does check that box, and we're about $1 away from that 42. So if there is a pop and we start to fade off, this looks like a short at 42. If we get to 335, I kind of like the long off that simple period moving average on the daily chart there at 334.5.
All right. We are now minutes away. We're about a minute 20 away, minute 20 away, yep, from this. Another name that I was looking at right now that is gapping higher right now as we speak is Google. I don't know, man. We had a great level yesterday of 132.50 that was made. Where was that 132.50 level? Oh, maybe it wasn't yesterday on Google, 132.50. Oh, it was, that was the high rate here of their report right there, 131.50. So anyways, Google looking like it wants to take out some new highs right now. I'm gonna have to find out where I found that 132.50 from, but it looks like Google right now trying to take out 132. So with only a minute or a little bit of time left here, we've got Randy on the bell. Okay, there it is right there. So it's just, sorry, it's 131 is what we're looking at there.
Yeah, 131.
131. So Google's already above that. So watch out for, I guess, a break of 132 and just new highs here for Google after a good report yesterday. So here we go. Now only 25 seconds to go on that one. I'm going to cancel my break of 132.50. Going to look at 132 here for Google off the open.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't take the break at 31. Probably the right thing. It feels like we do. The market's kind of going back and forth. We're up a ton here. I did get that Rivian trade. I'll give it to the just under the pre-market low, and I'll try to go again if it breaks to 27. But 3, 2, and 1. Randy, ring it. Oh, come on.
The crescendo. Man, this guy.
You have to understand how loud that is in my ear.
It's the crescendo.
It's really, really loud. Wow.
Randy,
good thing we had a tight
Randy
stop
don't
on Rivian. Rivian immediately takes out that pre-market low, but I told you I'm going long
Watch
in
out
front of
for
the pre-market
Amazon.
low, goes in and out. I want to see that 27, 27.50. Always going to take my stops when I get it. I will take a top up. Thank you very much, Randy.
Yeah,
Always
I'm
need
already
your
a
coffee.
yes.
Oh, yeah, for a coffee?
Yeah.
It's
I've already said.
basically a given. If my cup is cold or basically empty, I'm going to want more. Google comes back in, so not taking the break was probably the right call there. NEO's at 13.85, so that's not really a setup. Meta's already going down. We do want to dip by. We don't want to rush into it. The other one I was looking for a dip besides RCL was Boeing. It's starting to come right in. So, yeah, it looks like the dip buys are setting up. It's just a matter of what gets to the bid first.
Yeah, I was, and again, in spirit of waiting to go long, I'm already in Google right now, so 131.20, of course. Watching out for this one, very, very small trade, but we'll take it on a dip buy here for Google. Let's just let it work out a little bit for us. We know we like this 130, so if that can come in, then we'll take some more down there right now, and it's just right back into the money now. So we'll wait to see what does happen with Google here, trying to get that name all figured out. Meta is making a move to the downside as well, breaking through that 324. So we're not going to dig into this until we see a point to do so. I'm going to sit here in Google and wait for that. Checks notes on Amazon, so Google's just doing nothing. We did want to check our note on Amazon because we did have a target of this to head back up to the upside as well. The NASDAQ's falling down just a little bit right here, so let's just let everything calm down. We're already in Google, pretty small, waiting to see if we can get a 130 bid on that. Amazon's trying to come in as well right now, so we'll have to wait to see if there's any sort of major pullbacks in this market, but the NASDAQ is just hovering and doing nothing right now. So, wow, holy shit, there goes Google again. Wow, I mean, every day, man, we seem to be doing some kind of damage on these damn markets right now. So there it is. It's a 50-cent winner right now for Google. So let's just wait to see what happens in this market, but it's a nice trade to start the day with Google.
Yeah, still trying to remain a little bit patient here. Softy, not really getting up to that, not even breaking 41 to set up a short trade there. And you're still heading down on Meta. Boeing feels like it could be the first one to come in. Thank you very much. That was fast, Randy. Randy is not
yeah, I'll
messing
take one too. Yeah. There's yours.
Yes. It looks like we are. Oh, wow, what a bounce already. Boeing was just screaming to 32. Looks like there is a bit of a bounce coming in on that one already. Okay, there we go, Softy. There we go, Rivian. Rivian's holding 27.80. I'd probably take my first salvo win. Like that 27.50 level as well. So as long as we're not completely giving up, the market has now broken the top, and the NASDAQ is actually making fresh highs.
Guys, we're in one stock right now, and it's Google, and it is this. So let's go, man. This is what we're doing. What's up, B?
US, one we didn't get to, guys. Speaking of taking out the top, wow. QuantumScape, they actually missed. It was not a good report, but they did say they're going to have enough cash to get them through 2025. Here comes 20% on QuantumScape.
Yeah, they did. That was another
Serenity
T-Doc
now.
play from.
Serenity now.
Yep, that was a T-Doc play from yesterday there. We talked about QuantumScape all yesterday, but QuantumScape be damned right now because the bangers are in right now. Look at that, man. We have 20% left of our Google trade. We got it out at 132, like as if. So things sometimes are working out pretty good there. We have 2 outs in the 90s up there at 132. So far, so good for right here, man. Yeah, it's been going good today. So let's not, count too much out here. One trade, 1 for 1, and waiting for more. Let's go over to Meta, as that's going to be one of the names that we have to talk about again. So you can see Meta right now. Nice move to the upside on META. Sorry, to the downside on Meta. As we'll wait. Thank you so much, Rob. That's very nice. As the coffee machine, you've got it. Whatever the magical
yeah, whatever you guys have done, it's
good.
definitely working.
That coffee machine definitely nicely upgraded there recently.
My
so
earbud
thank you,
not so much, but
Meta.
Rob. I'm into Meta for the first time. I just took this first entry. It bounced off 321. I tried the 322 break back into the upside. Immediately got back underneath 322. So it's getting close to that 320, where I'm going to take every single fail break down at an even dollar and look for those bounce plays. But in, out, nothing stubborn about it. Just get in. If it runs a stop, get out of it pretty quickly. That 320 is coming in almost rather heavily. Oh my goodness. Look, QuantumScape, that's a bit of a miss. We didn't even get to this one, which is a shame. It was gapped above $10, so it would have had to have been a dip buy. So let's quickly go over the daily chart here. This 11 is just on the way to 12, as you can see on the daily. So there's a lot of room for it to continue a move here. You just want to make sure you can grab a little something on maybe a dip trade. I don't want an even dollar break up here at $11. That's a little bit too far, too fast at this point.
All right, we're just still in only one trade here because it's Google and it's working. So we'll just stick with it. Right now, it looks like it does want to break upside right now, 30. I mean, let's just take advantage of this and get another piece out if it gets into the 80s again, which it almost just did right there. So here it comes back upside. So, I mean, we're just going to go 1 for 1. So if you want to go to the beach now, congratulations, you've had a great day right there. But we're going to continue to trade these names for everybody here live. Let's check out what AMD is doing. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. It's a 1 for 1 kind of a day. But we're looking to add some more here. AMD does bounce off that 110 area. We wrote down, is that chicken, Sharif? What is that over there? It smells pretty good. What is it? Eggs and chicken? What?
No, he heated up the
okay,
eggs from the caterer.
I'm just looking at my notes here to try to find out what levels we're talking about right now. I don't really have anything written down for AMD other than that 110 and change, so we're gonna have to let this one, drop down a little bit more here before we get involved in that. We missed our Google out, but we'll get that back in again. If it does come back up. The other name that I wanted to look at was Amazon real quick because the market's just ripping, and there goes Amazon through 31s. That was a great pre-market log there. Should have had that on that pre-market break. And there goes Google right now. So we'll spin the money again on Google as it is rocking, man. So we're really happy with the trade on Google. We're out now, by the way.
So Rivian took out 27.5. I'm out of that one. Where is my Amazon chart? Oh, there you go, NASDAQ. 131.50 did get breached. 132, I think 132 almost sets up like a place to add to this thing. So if it gets through 132, I'm really thinking more about how to add into it more than anything else. Meta made another wick bottom down there. So there you go. 3-minute chart's going to show it a little bit better given the action. Another wick bottom. Now trying to hold that higher low. So I'm going to play it again off the 31. It's now like a 320.5 is the current low. Amazon, like I said, I think it's a bit of an add on that one. And if Meta starts holding the low, the first sign of green, that's the only place I want to add. If it holds the bottom and then shows me a green candle, I'm thinking add to it and then look for 325 or VWAP. Microsoft is breaking down. The chips are a little bit of a, this happened, there we go. Rivian, like I said, got out 37.25. We did have an out underneath the pre-market low. We jumped back in and got out underneath that bottom. Meta is starting to make a bit of a bounce. The chips is what I wanted to get to next. Running to 470 is NVIDIA. So if you remember from yesterday, like we were struggling all day and the chips were really, really weak, especially in the afternoon. NVIDIA setting up to make a break of 470. 480 is a monster double top. I think if it gets to 480 on NVIDIA, like whether you're trading it to the long or short side, I'm probably shorting it the first time through, but if we get up there, that is rarefied air, and it ran away from that price. The first time it rejected, it was insane, absolutely insane.
Google's also, well, Google came back in, but the name that I wanted to actually look at here was going to be, once again, Amazon, coming back into play at 132. I mean, if you get a 132 break, I really like that one here. Look at a 20-minute chart. There's 132. It came into play before, dropped all the way down to 126. So we take that out on some excitement here today. Amazon's one of those names where we've sat in front of it before. That's not a good idea, so we'll play it breaking higher here, AMZN. Hopefully we can get that play back in a little bit and you know, be able to take a break. And if it comes back to 131, then that's even a better long situation for us for AMZN. XPeng is moving around, but not, you know, not a whole heck of a lot right now. Let's go over to XPEV. Well, it's going to the downside. It's not getting back upside yet. Nice move down into 20 and stopping 20 on a dime. So that's probably a good reasonable buy area there for XPEV against 20. So let's try that now. We'll see. Ooh, we just tried 24s, missed it. We'll see if it can. Okay, well, now I'm going to have to pay a little bit on 30. We're still going to wait for some 24s to come in, right? So let's put our stop right now, breaking back down through 20. If that happens, it's an easy out for us. So XPEV right now starting the long against 20. It gave it to us, so we'll just see if it works. Out around just simple break of $20, and we'll get out of XPEV. So.
Oh, that's for. Oh, I was about to tell you guys there was an iceberg that showed up at 322.5 on Meta, and the second I'm like, okay, get an order out in front of it first, look for reload downside, and then maybe talk about it. The second I even take any out, it broke that iceberg. There's still some sellers in here, but if it gets through 323, I'm looking at in here in front of VWAP or in front of 324 for the next out. 25 could be a bit of a challenge because that's the opening range top. So Meta has made a bottom, did stop out, took the tight stop out, then waited for the next wick, got in 21.5, added to it at 22 on the way up here, looking for that 23 to get breached. Next, Amazon's still kind of keying in on the same levels.
Oh, XPEV is going to hit. It's
not really doing anything crazy. Did you just say XPEV's about to hit?
Yeah, it's about to hit down here to 20. So, yeah, there it goes all the way down, almost immediately down here to $20 again off that level. So, yeah, man, we could be in a little bit of trouble here. But again, if it breaks, it breaks. We have 30 cents worth of risk, and that's what it's about, right? Is understand that there is a downside to all of this, and here it goes right now. I never take a trade not knowing where the out is. So right there, $20 looks like it's going to breach at some point. Right now, despite the market going to the upside, there is some profit coming out of these Chinese ADRs, I guess, today. I even saw Alibaba, whoopsies, starting to go to the downside as well, off of $98 there early in the pre-market, all the way down to 96 and change there for Alibaba. So yeah, a little bit of work needed to be done. Okay, there goes XPEV right back up to the upside. We take a piece out for flat there. Now let's see if we can get it back into the 20s, and then hopefully that test down there at 20, you know, would be the final one, and we can start to head northbound a little bit on that one. So what I was going to say, about to have a losing stock on board, maybe not. Here goes Google again, trying to go to the top. We're going to have an Amazon break. And
Amazon's almost... Oh,
yeah, we're going to have an Amazon break and a Google break at some point. It looks like Google's going to be the first one, and there it is right now. We missed the... Oh, we got the Google fill on the way back. We put in 05 and missed it, so let's see if we can't get this one. We have that bottom there on Google as well, so let's be very, very patient with it. We've already made a lot of money on this name today. Let's not try to give it back, but we like the 132 break. So here we go. Nice upside play here for Google. There it is. We got some out at 13s. Let's see if we can go. We're always taking a dime out. Now let's see if it goes even higher than this. But Google right now, where's our out going to be? I mean, we've resisted this 131. There we go. Now we're into Amazon long as well. So we've got everything. No, sorry, we've got Meta long. Meta long 124. I thought that's what was going to break for us, but it's Amazon. Sorry, it's Meta, not Amazon on the break there. Let's see what happens here with Meta now. We wanted to get in a little bit early. That 320 was a great bottom there for Amazon. We'll go to Neil in a second, but we got to go to Brendan quickly.
Not seeing anything specific on this, but Lucid, guys, with a nice breakout on the daily time frame here above that 725 area. Ton of volume on Lucid.
So Amazon's going to break. I'm adding at 132. Going to ring. I already rang the register, but 324 just broke on Meta. Kind of a wick top there. I did get that leg at 323. Amazon was right there. It's right there at 132. 131.99, the local high. I do have the dip buy, and I'm looking to add on a breakout, but Lucid... Oh, of course. It's always where you're not looking, right? Like every
Yes,
EV name
sir.
except for Lucid is what we're watching today. Watch out. That was a
here comes
big pullback
320. Yes,
in Meta.
yes,
We're going to
yes,
get another
yes,
shot at
yes,
that 320 entry point. I'm going to reload Meta down here. Levels on Lucid. Oh, did I miss the reload? I don't want to miss that reload on Meta at the same time, but I do want to go over these Lucid levels. Okay, you've got some room. 760? Oh, goodness.
Oh, man,
You've got a
Amazon.
lot of room on Lucid here. So, okay, let's get constructive. If it dips down, probably 730 is the breakout price, so you can probably grab 35. That's not that far away.
No,
Lucid,
no.
yeah, you know what? It had dipped first, so this is really not that bad. If you get any kind of dip back in here to the breakout price,
Amazon's
you're
gonna go.
like this here on LCID. I'm going to take a shot. If it can't hold 730, that R&R is not bad, man. You risk 5 to 10 cents, and there's room to 760. I like a lot. What else do we have here? AI running. There's a lot to look at. Amazon's going to break any second now, and I'm
Yeah.
adding on that break. So I know I've said that a few times, but it's right here at 94. We didn't come all this way for the NASDAQ to be getting 1.8% for Amazon not to break this top.
Yeah, we're there. I mean, we've got, so we'll take a dip buy there in Meta and wait for that. Hopefully that can work. Our Google's working a hell of a lot here now today. I mean, we got a great bid early on Google, taking out some of those pre-market levels and just buying that dip early. And now we're back into it, obviously with a, we have a little bit more shares now than we did at the first time because it was early, and now we get that break play here on Google, and it's really working now, back up to the upside off of a good report yesterday. Let's just try to take a little bit more out. We already do know some plays that are going to, okay, well, there it goes. XPEV finally breaks, so we'll flush ourselves down the toilet on that one. Not as bad as it could have been. It did come back up, and it actually went well into the money for us at one point there, and we didn't take it, but there's a break back down below, so there goes XPEV. Google's still trying, man. We took a couple out there at 30s. We talked about that 132.50 area, so wouldn't be surprised if we can try to get to there, and then maybe we see about another break long on that play. But what just happened now? Okay, there goes Amazon. So Amazon breaking, but as you can see, not breaking too well right now. So we'll get out of a piece there at 96 because it didn't go upside like crazy. We're already in these break longs, man. We've got Meta that didn't work out. We've got Amazon right now, and the one that is, of course, absolutely mooning right now and saving my day from that Meta trade right now is this Google, as it just continues to bust higher here on that trade. And there goes Meta, man, right back down to 3. So we're long at 323.50. It's going to break that 320. So we got to get our stop out for that one. That's back-to-back days where Meta, we're going to be good on everything but Meta. And that's, oh, here it comes right now. It's going to break that 320 pretty easily.
Yeah, it's going to get to that 320. I got a 22 reload. Probably should have waited for lower in front of 21s like I was getting before. So we're putting it up to 22s into 20s instead of like 321.5 like we did originally. I'm into Lucid as well, buying the dip there, so we're monitoring that. Amazon's okay. It's still actually battling that 322, the 132, sorry.
Look at
But yeah,
Google.
here comes Meta now. Meta actually manages to hold 21, so it holds the higher low. I think that's going to be worthy of a reload. Wow, wow, wow. Everyone in the back going absolutely nuts.
Yeah, they're going nuts over this name right here. It's Google time right now. Google is absolutely pumping to the north side, man. We had this name for you early, and we have it late. It's Google, and they are loving this name as, again, another big, I say this every day, but if you're trading tech names, then you obviously own many of these names as they're going to continue to climb high, and what a great trade that's going to be there on Google. Let's take another piece out. We just made dollars after dollars after dollars, so its first Dollar Club member today to the upside is going to be Google, and we're going to dance that one off. Meta, back to life, man. It's breathing life back into us right here on Meta, so let's see how high this name wants to fly back up to the upside. Average price of 322.60. We're now in the money on Meta, but we've already taken L's. So this name needs to get back up to the upside. We've taken L's already very lightly. We did buy that 321 dip. Probably should have waited for a little bit more on that, but hey, that is what it is right now. There goes Google again, breaking through 133. So it's going to be, well, it hasn't broke yet, but it's right up there to see what it wants to do. Amazon has been the dog, but hey, we already found that one out, man. And when the dog bites, we get the hell out of that one. Amazon does not break 132 with any vigor, so we now have less than half of this position on as it's falling back down, but that can go down as far as it wants to. Right now, we are waiting for Meta to really wake the hell up here.
Yeah, I was able to get Meta on the way back through that 322. there was an iceberg at 23, so we take shares out in front of that 323 level. Every time it makes a wick bottom, the re-entry has been able to give it to you on the first dollar to the upside or the half dollar sometimes off that low. But at some point, you got to break out through 324. As a matter of fact, if it gets up there again, I am definitely throwing an offer in front of that 324. Lucid's holding on to that 725. So I have my stop underneath. The cent underneath that 25, it bounces off 24. If it holds this, that's pretty lucky because that's off by 1 cent. One other name to get to here because it is, I don't know if it's still going, but I don't mean Square, I mean the other way around. QS. So I guess maybe just chase it at 11 was the way to go because it's at $12 now. So QuantumScape still flying. It's up 26%. QuantumScape is completely insane. I don't know, is like QuantumScape what? Yeah, QuantumScape is completely insane. I don't know about a $12 break on this stock, but when we pointed to the daily chart, why can't I zoom out? Let's go. There we go. I mean, it looks like there's still room on a 12 break. Like 12 is a pretty big level on its own. To be chasing this to the upside, you got room till 13.5. Okay, QS. Big short float on that one. It's all about these. Sometimes the earnings don't matter. The squeeze play matters more.
Yes, sir.
That's the lesson, right? It's the squeeze play.
Yes, it is. Okay, so we're able to get out of some there on Meta. Would still like to get a little bit more if it does dip, but at the same time, I'd like to hold a little bit as well. You know, if it does want to continue to make a move up, so now we're huge. Now we are net positive on this name. Holy shit. Let's effing go right now on Meta, man. We're back in the building now. Yeah, from what was a horrible trade on Meta early on that break. Nepa on that. We wait and we wait for that, and now we strike on Meta as now it's a #1 stock for me, ripping back up to the north side there, and we'll just take a bunch out here on VWAP for Meta. So we take the 324 break, average in, boom, goes a dynamite as it comes right back up, man. Hell to the yeah on that one. We did not reload Google there at 132. Was a little nervous about the NASDAQ falling down there, but nervous no more. Nervous Nancy has stopped. So we're going to wait to see what happens now here. Google will take a piece out at 50. Just so everybody knows, I only now have 15% of that fill right there. So that's good, man. These guys are loving Ice Spice. I brought up Ice Spice yesterday with Barbie and Nicki Minaj, and now it's on the floor. So that's good.
Thank you for that.
Yes, you are welcome for that.
All sarcasm intended there, guys. But no, it's all fun. You can hear the guys in the back having a lot of fun here. A couple of things here. We talked about this, and like, if it does not break 324, I'm going to get some out. So 23, 24, get it on the way back up. There was one stop out, but then get it on the way back up, looking for dip buys. Make sure you catch those whips. Mobileye just got yelled out. Is that a good thing? Oh, Mobileye's not doing anything. Don't yell out names, guys, if it's not moving. Because then, I'm talking about the people in the back, not you guys. You guys can say whatever you want in the chat, because generally speaking, you guys are watching what's moving. Tesla is getting pretty weak. Although it's up 1%, it is only rolling over. Let me zoom in here. The Fed bottom was about 263, so it's bucking the trend. The futures are almost at 2% and turning around. If you do pull back here, Tesla going red gives you, I mean, at 262 I like for a setup to the long side. Amazon still holding well above 131.
Dude.
That feels like it's going to be okay. Ooh, Snapchat, that's the name.
Oh.
That's the name.
Awesome.
Snapchat's absolutely tanking. Maybe we get another crack at $10.
Oh, shit. Oh, damn, this feels good today, boys. There goes Meta. Huge move for Meta there right now. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah, by the way, sorry if you don't like it. If you don't like the Dollar Club, then please don't trade anything that I trade. Meta, nice move to the upside. We just took it out at 324 again right there. So we took that out. Now look at this tank. I mean, it's unbelievable the range of emotions that you can have here when you're prop trading and trading other people's money. But you can see it's a nice move now going up to the upside, breaking that 324. We just got out of a lot right there. Like I was like, oh my God, that was nice. Now we'll see if it can reload. Hey man, this could still turn out to be a loser if it does break down through the bottom here, which it looks like it is trying to do. That is Meta right now. Google continuing to fly, man. We do have another offer up here in the 70s. We're actually at 78, but I'm just going to cancel that, put an offer right now because why the hell not? We've absolutely rinsed this stock today, we're not getting rinsed. We rinse this one right now, as we'll put on our Max Lambo gear right now and go on that one, as there goes Google. Huge move to the upside again, man. Congratulations on all of that. We knew that Meta would be a wild ride today. So the fact that it's doing this is absolutely no surprise. Let's see what it wants to do. We've identified a bottom here. We said we'd wait for it. Unfortunately, that happened, and I was fine with taking that, man, that break. But it gave us that huge rejection off that. We're able to buy it, then buy it again. And now here we go again, up to that 324 area, which has been a very, very good spot to get out of your shares right now. Neil's looking at the Tupperware party. Is that?
It is. It broke that 250 again and failed. I'm going to get to Vinco Ventures in a quick little second and some other names, but Tupperware breaking out once again, just showing you what it did yesterday, because it was a bit of a runner. And on the daily chart, I think we mentioned this yesterday in the daily chart, the 250, big level on the daily for Tup. So it's battling now. It's got a wick high above it. If it can settle out above 250, I think there's a continuation. The other one is Vinco Ventures. This one is currently going, not like a minute ago or 2 minutes ago, like Tupperware. Do not forget, reverse split, fall, consolidate off $1, and then break out the top. I mean, these levels don't matter because that's the split levels. So $5 I think you're looking for here. Meta has been, I like to say Meta's been a lot of fun, man. It's a wild ride. We kind of said you can have that like up and down, back and forth on an earnings day that gaps up that far, but it bounced off that 320. We started engaging on the bounce to the upside off of these wicks, and it's been pretty clean except for the fact that 324 just cannot seem to get past that level. I don't know what to tell you, man. It can't get anywhere past that level. If it does, I want to hold it through and look for longs continuing on the way up. The good news is the liquidity on the even breaks has been higher each time. That's been solid. QS is, at this point, I'm surprised it hasn't halted or anything yet, which is nuts because it's up 32%. This is insane, and there's room to 13 here. And we're looking at the big tech names when QuantumScape is definitely the gem. Oh, Snapchat. I had mentioned Snapchat was falling, and I said $10. I'm probably taking a shot at the 10 again. It's going to sit on the bid down here. It actually is bouncing at 1040, but it just went straight to the other direction, straight southbound here off the open on Snapchat, halfway to that $10 level. So it was a good long yesterday if you were in it and you kind of held it. There was one wick. It broke to 99, so I think you give the long to 95 or something like that if it breaks 10. But if it gets down there, I'm just going to get a bid now because I know what'll happen if I don't bid it. And that's all, forget it. And then, now I can have my stop order at 1094 or whatever it ends up being. Okay, I just said 94. You know what's at 94 now. And wait for the bid to come in.
All right, I think we got to go to Brendo.
Hey guys, past couple of days anyways, this one's been crazy. BBIG going again. Was halted, just resumed.
Okay, so yeah, BBIG, we'll have to look at that one again. But BBI, goddamn, it's gone right now. What a good trade for Google. If anybody's on that one, man, we'll slap around a little bit. And this is a second day play, obviously. We saw Google yesterday be relatively strong, and there it is right there. Boom. Take it early, take it late. Get out. Probably should not have. Let's let this name continue to run up, just like we're trying to do that with our friend here in Meta. But the problem with Meta is no problems, but it's now stopping at 323. So what was a 324 level there where we got pretty much everything out? I mean, not pretty much. We still have about 40% of our trade, so I don't know why I'm talking about pretty much. But hopefully that can come back up to this side. But we are noticing right now a definite stop here at 323. So let's just wait to see see, that's an iceberg order. It doesn't want to break. It shows itself there and then stops. So I'm going to just put an order in the 90s. We'll take a piece out. See, now it can't even break 79. There's the pressure on this name to the downside. So for this to go, you're going to have to start to crack some of these icebergs. And I feel like there's one there at 80 now. There was one at 323 as well. So we'll see if there can be anything else here on Meta. And it's going to have to obviously break through that 323. But, that's part of tape reading. And unfortunately, I feel like I'm great at tape reading, but it is hard to do it on the show because we're looking at so many different names. But we've definitely identified, see, like right there, it breaks 80, then snaps right back down. So I just, there's a lot of offer here. There's a lot for sale. There it goes, breaking through. So now let's see. We take a piece out, so we'll go cash register. You can't pay yourself. All right, good. So we don't have any more offers until 325. So let's see now if it can break upside. We just took out that 323, which it was having issues with. We took out 15% of what we had left. So let's now see where it can go from here. Every single dollar up is going to be fantastic on these breaks. So you have 325 next, which is right into here. That's what I'm going to look for. See, there it comes right back in. Then after that, it's stair-stepping higher. But you can clearly see that there are sellers up at these key levels for Meta. So, you know, if you're in it, just understand sort of what I've been talking about here. Seems like it pushes, then it just fades out regardless of what the NASDAQ is doing, which is now bumping higher on that. Man, you're only going to have one losing trade here today, while Amazon, we'll wait on it, but that is an L. But XPEV, an absolute disaster there. Not a disaster, we lost 15 cents, but a break there of 30, averaged into 01s, got some out again on the break, and then that's that. We don't have those shares anymore. So on my eyes, man, I know you're trading probably a little bit more names than me.
Not
actually,
really.
No, we're in Amazon.
Not today.
Actually, the exact same
Not
names
today.
other than Tupperware. So maybe Carvana.
I was in and out Neo pre-market. I had a quick in and out on Lucid and Rivian. Like Rivian was like right at the pre-market. Took out 2 levels, kind of get stopped out right away, and then jump back in. The last few days, I haven't really been in too many symbols at once. I'm now in Tupperware. I kind of said if it looked strong above 250, I would take a shot. It did for a hot minute, and I got 52s here. So it needs to hold on to the 240 level. The breakout's actually at 238. So, you know, maybe I should be, if I get stopped out here, I might try to re-engage at 240. That's probably the better answer, because really it's like a 238. Maybe you're giving it to 235, but I don't want to give it all that way. So if we do get stopped out, if I get stopped out underneath the local bottom, I don't want to get back in unless we're holding 235 and then go from there. Amazon, we're kind of both in that one, so fair enough. Yeah. Tesla's tanking. Someone said, what about Neo? So remember what I was talking about? Like, it's either breaking out off 14, or you got to almost think of it the other way. Well, it went the other way, big time. But it's at, well, okay, it's not at, but it's close to yesterday's close, 13.17. This would be the first area that I think you try to pick it up in front of the 13 even level. So watch out. Neo going in the other direction, still up 1.5%. And Ed saying T-Doc, today it's Tupperware, not Tupperware, QuantumScape. Yeah. I get there eventually. But Teladoc, it's still pretty strong on its own right. It's actually above $30. Well, okay, it's at $30. It broke 30. Still trending higher. And if you look at the daily chart, there's air till 32, at least $32 on T-Doc here. So there's still room for this squeeze play. It's just not nearly as strong as some of the others. The way Binko Ventures is going, I'm paying for locates in case it gets to $6 and fails that high. So I just got them. Thank you very much, Brinkles. A bit busy, and he processed it for me. So big shout out to our main man, Brinkles there. If it fails to break out at $6, to me, that's a bit of a short. There was something else I wanted to get to, but I'll think of it in a minute.
All right, so we just got Meta again, man. Ring the register. It's up to 324. We saw it go up there and then drop back down in. So I'm going to pull even my 325 now and see if Meta can't get going. It's trying to get back up to the upside. But without any further ado, it's 10 o'clock. We got to go over to the big desk.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Yeah, nice move for individual names here. I was just keeping an eye on some of the banks, guys. The FDIC just coming out with some regulatory changes. I'm going to scroll through that once we're finished here, but just be aware some of the banks could get some selling pressure here. We also had some housing data that came out at 10 o'clock there, basically in line with expectations. Some of the homemakers, though, did pop back to the upside. Meanwhile, yeah, the market liking, for the most part, this GDP print or provisional GDP print for Q2 that we got this morning. Rising 2.4% so far in Q2, better than expected. Intel, meanwhile, next up after the close tonight. We'll get earnings from INTC. If you're with us for the first hour of the show, 8:30 through 9:30, we got caught up on Meta. We got caught up on Amazon. More minor job cuts announced at Amazon Fresh. And yeah, the EV group still in focus. There's JP Morgan. Was a spike to the downside there. You can see some volume coming in, but looks like it's bouncing right back. Rivian holding up better than most as far as EVs are concerned, guys. The folks at Benzinga are such big fans of the show that they're offering Trader TV viewers 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Benzinga Pro for a limited time, and only for the first 100 who register. The coupon is automatically applied when you use our link to go to their checkout.
Thank you very much there.
I'm
Brandon,
actually using that Benzinga. I like it.
I do like it. I actually, during Pratt Show when I was on Friday, I got a chance to sit on the desk and get to use it. It's fantastic. I want to get to Quantscape here because fundamentally they put out some really aggressive, there's some really aggressive targets for production and sales for them, which are impressive in the next 3 or 4 years. They did mention one thing, and it got slipped in there, that they might have to raise to get in the next couple of to get through the next couple of years. So, you know, it's a great runner. It is a bit of a squeeze play here, but my only caution would be is that these guys can raise, and that you know what will happen there oftentimes. But there is room on the daily chart. It is fantastic. I want to get to another name here. That is still going pretty nicely, but it has to chew through 25. Still looking for a place to add to that. Amazon is through and now above that 132. I think it's room to 135 here. I have an offer halfway to 133. We'll try to buy the dip. If we actually go for a 2% day on the NASDAQ, I think you can fill in. If you don't fill in half this gap, I'll be surprised. On Amazon, that would really shock me. Meta on the 15-minute, it's not going to look the same thing, but it did end up holding that 320 level. It never broke. Had it broken, I think I would have been testing the 318 long as well. But it's been pretty solid. You get these crazy wicks. That might have been a re-entry there as I was looking at other names, and I was messing around with Tupperware. But there was another wick bottom through the other dollar up. It was 21s, and it was 22. It did 22s again. Now if you take out the top, you're looking to buy higher instead of buy lower on Meta. It's been a strong one. I see in the chat Brian Swisher mentioning that AMD is strong today. 115. Brian Swisher, not Barry Switzer. Yeah,
This guy's loving the Cowboys.
No, we're not. I mean, whatever. Like I would have made some kind of a bad comment or something for any Cowboys. Shout out to all the
Neil.
Cowboys fans out there. You're in for another disappointing year. AMD super
Ouch.
strong.
Ouch.
Well, you know what I'm gonna say, Sharif.
Coming from a Bills fan,
it's
he
fine.
says.
Yeah, we're better than you guys this year. Deal with it. It's okay, Sharif. We're better than you. AMD 114. This is what I'm trying to chew up and spit out here. It was a huge rejection off of this level. You can see pretty much clear sailing above. I wouldn't argue with anybody that said they wanted to risk 10, 15 cents shorting it at a big level like that, but it's a pretty strong day today. I'll leave it at that. So I haven't shorted anything. In the one stock that I thought was a short setup and I didn't get, Microsoft just turned red again. It might be making a bit of a wick bottom. So I feel like this is probably not a short entry through going red, because that's a big wick bottom on Softy. If this joins the party to the upside, oh man, this is the only thing I can see that's resisting this move to the upside. If Microsoft joins, we're in for one.
Yeah, we also got a great hold back on Amazon. So we'll just go talking about some names that maybe are trying to come back. Let's hit the siren here and see if this does sort of spark a little bit now. Not that the siren's going to do anything right there, but let's just see if Amazon can get going. Now, I'm waiting at 50s for this fill, 132.50. You know, we took 50 cents. We even took a 50-cent hit. The most hit we took on this was 30 cents. Let's see if it wants to drop back down just a little bit right now for AMZN. But we're waiting for a higher take. What you got, Brendo?
Overstock, another earnings name, looking pretty good here, guys. Huge move to the upside. There is a short percent on this, about 12 or 15, depending on where you look. 22% up there. Tough to see, but earnings beat from Overstock.
All right. The other thing that we have here, we'll look at Overstock. I mean, Overstock, what a great name that's been, of course. Also wrapped up in Bitcoin and stuff like that earlier.
Yes.
But right now, we're just going to look at Meta. Meta just keeps on. I mean, Sharif mentioned to me that 324 seems to be pretty nasty, and I agree, man. I mean, it tried to break there, and we were like, oh, yeah, here we go. It's breaking, but it didn't break. It broke, but then it didn't go to 325. You get this one little spike up there, 324.50, and then look, now it's dropping back down. We said we were going to wait wait for this fill to break through 325. So right now, the only thing that we're waiting for is a reload, I guess, down here near 321 because it just fell like a rock off of that level. So there it goes, right back down. It's Amazon, it's Meta trying to come back into this 322 area. So we could try a little bit of a bid right here, but again, I still think we can get a little bit lower on this name, and if we do, there we go. So now if we do, we'll just reload it a bit here and see where we go here on AMZN. Hopefully on Amazon, on Meta. Hopefully back up to the upside right there. Okay, we got a decent reload there. Let's take a piece out if it gets back to 323, which it's doing right now. Hey, we can just take $1. We literally just got 321. So let's do that right now. Holy shoot. There it is again, man. Another reload there on Meta. We just took $1 right there, easy on Meta. Not easy, I shouldn't say nothing's easy in this game, but that was a good trade there off 322. I feel like it's scalp now on this until we break that 325. So let's just kind of like count our blessings, and thankfully it didn't continue down through 320 right there. So let's take another piece out. Look, that's double the reload out at 323. We talked about playing even dollars, and it looks like that's what's going to have to happen now for Meta, sorry.
Yeah, and there's a dip in BBIG finally. So it hasn't broken 5 yet, but it just wicked into VWAP, holds VWAP. It might just be, if I don't get it back down here in the 70s, maybe even like a 75, this might just be a top-end break. It's about to take out the top. I hate a 490 break, but if you take a 490 break, I guess you can add at 5. I'd rather this little dip in here and then give it to 460. So gimme always gets. I'm just looking for one little dip. I might not get it. There we go. Just picked some up there, got 76s. Oh yeah, there's the Huadun. Hold 460. Is it gonna hold? Is it gonna hold? Never want to get caught. The reason I'm going to have a hard stop always in something like this is because you don't want to get trapped. It breaks support, and then you have a halt down. So I'm looking to play that into a $5 break, but I'm always going to take my little stop out there. I can always look to re-engage. If it gets above VWAP, I want to go back over to that one again. Rather go in and out than anything else. Meta, for me, I haven't really added back to it because I didn't like the sign of this wick above. Like, I don't like this failure at 324. Early on, this was clean. Now it just seems like it wants the bottom. And I'm looking for something that I like short that isn't Microsoft, because I felt for a second that Microsoft was the trap. I could be wrong about this. Maybe I should just go back to, I thought Microsoft was the weak name, talked myself out of the short, and Microsoft is tanking. Yeah, it is frustrating. I didn't see anything else in big tech that I liked for weakness. I check Intel because it's like a reflex action. The first thing I do is say, do I like an Intel short if the market starts falling? And it's actually not that weak of a stock anymore. But underneath 34.5, that was the previous resistance. Maybe there's a short here, but then you're really having a tight stop in. On any pop, really I'm looking for 10 cents, and then you're giving it another 10 cents. The market is giving some of this back in. I'm going to hate myself for not getting, if you have one short idea and the market pulls back, you should be short that stock. That's the lesson there. I mean, I don't want to get too long-winded about it, but I'll try Intel if I get any pop into 34.50.
All right. Yeah, we had that big move up in AMD as well. That could be something. And
even then, I was like, I'm taking a breakout.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever. Sometimes you like the longs too much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely liking the longs way too much. I'm long everything here today, but not Coinbase. And Coinbase today has just been stair-stepping downside again off that $103 it was. Jeez. $5 straight to the downside here for Coinbase. Absolutely no stopping. I know. And then Bitcoin 29.4 right now. Ethereum 18.7. But yeah, this is a break lower right here. We should have had that 100 break, but there's Coinbase. Just want to talk about a name that's been short all day and looks like it still wants to do that. Okay, we are, guess what? I'm reloaded. I mean, okay. We got a 322 there. We're waiting for a little bit more. Again, if the market wants to blast, man, we're going to be here for it. It looks like, and by the market, I just mean Meta. I mean, I don't know. The NASDAQ is already blasting. You're already up 1.5%, but you are pulling back a little bit of a longer look here on the market. Again, so you're kind of, we talk about being up here on an island, you're just kind of in no man's land a little bit right now. I mean, you'd like to get to 16,000 to test that again. That's 150 handles higher. Or this break right here, 15.8 just held right off the open. So, you know, that I feel like you're going to test backside a little bit right now. So, you know, to get out of some of these longs isn't a horrible idea, I feel like. But, you know, this is a 30-minute chart. So let's not look at it as in like, you know, we're tanking here because we have a red candle. But right now, the NASDAQ, just looking at a little bit higher levels, those bottoms right there over the last couple of days, 15,930. So if that comes into play, you're 100 handles away from that. And then just looking to see maybe where we could get some support. I don't really see too much here until 15,750. So about 100 handles either way. I feel like we could test actually both of those. So, you know, there's another dollar right now for Meta as we just loaded it back up there, but we're not taking anything out. Let's see if this name will climb even higher right now. I will take another, I mean, I have to. You have to take a piece out at 323.50. So we're going to put an order there just because, again, that's where VWAP is. And we also have recognized very weakness in Meta off of some of those mid 320s.
So I just got into Intel, popped up, and we give that to the 50 level. But I had my bids that never actually filled at the open on Alphabet. But you're actually breaking. Okay, you're breaking down above beneath VWAP. But if you look at the pre-market top break, that's at 131.50. So I am still looking for the dip buy in there because I think when I look at the NASDAQ, it's like, okay, well, 15.8's there, 15.75, I got a big line drawn. So I want to be looking for dips into both of those levels on the names that we like for some strength. Going back over to another one, there's so many names, and I understand we haven't been able to get to all of them. Xpeng's back above 20 bucks. It actually held 19.5. If I wasn't looking at other things, maybe that Neo off of the previous close should have been kind of a thing. Yeah, that was pretty nice if you had it. I like this rebound play on NIO, a little bit late to it, but maybe we can catch something if it wants to retest some of these bottoms. Still the same two longs, one short in there. Looking for the dip buy in now Meta and QuantumScape. That's the one. Not Meta, I mean looking for the dip buy in Google. QuantumScape breaks 13 all the way back into 12. Well, if VWAP holds here long enough, it's probably worth a shot to try and get back up to 13 even, but it's not really doing a very good job of it. So let this one calm back down. What goes up quickly can come down pretty quickly. You want to see strength back in this before I'm convinced there's going to be another leg upside in QuantumScape. So into Intel here, 13.42 I think is reasonable to be taking outs in the 20s. If you're risking in that 10 to 15 cent range, you try to take profit in that range as well. So maybe this is the one that'll make up for not being short in Microsoft because I don't know, it wasn't even that I don't dislike anything about Microsoft. It was just relatively weak on the setup. I felt it wasn't super, super strong. Yesterday, it wasn't super, super strong. Not what I feel, it just wasn't. 342 was underneath that top. It was setting up for a pop and fade. It didn't really go strong enough for me to get that short, and now you're just down 0.3 into a 1.4 up NASDAQ. So took one win over there, ring the register in Intel. Kind of hope the market doesn't completely flush, but at least I've got something I think is weak if it does.
All right, so just a quick little update again. We'll do a little bit of this.
Oh my God.
It doesn't look like it wants to break. So we took another piece out there at 323 323, yep, for Meta as it just popped up through there. We actually got an 85 fill there, so it wasn't so bad. Off of some reloads. I'm just trying to be, I mean, when I'm telling you I'm trying to be patient, that is what I'm trying to be here, and wait for a bump through that big level, of course, that we've mentioned a couple times now, 324. So hopefully we can break through that. But other than that, man, we're not really working with too much here. Waiting for Amazon to go. It's not really doing anything. I do like that play on Google, obviously, buying a little bit lower. The only red stock that we're going to have on board, well, again, it's all Amazon dependent. Hopefully it can go back up. Would be XPEV, which just retested 20, and it's right here again. So what was the smiley face trade right now, bouncing off VWAP? I actually don't mind it if we somehow are able to break that VWAP level there of 2020 again. So that could be a little bit of a trade idea that people want to look at. Right now it's 1016, Intel, DraftKings. Let's see what DraftKings is doing. That's a name that we haven't looked at in a minute. NQ right there. Okay, so here's DraftKings coming up board. Wow, 32 bucks again. Wow, big name for DraftKings up here at 32. So 32.30 is that regional high there on DraftKings. So you take out 32.50, maybe you have a trade there. That reminds me of our other Kathy Wood. Well, not our other. There's lots of Kathy Wood names here today. Man, it's going to be a good investor, Kathy Wood. Man, people must be happy with QuantumScape today, as that name continues to fly higher as well. But there's Palantir right now, just breaking 17. It's already been up here today, 17.20. Let's look for some dip buys in Palantir. That low there, the pre-market high, sorry, of 16.90. Let's put a bid there and see if it comes back in to those levels and take a long here on Palantir at 690 on VWAP and the pre-market high break.
Oh, you dirty little minx there, Amazon.
Whoa,
I just trailed out some on Amazon. Like 132 had an iceberg. I don't want to interrupt, but like it was an iceberg at 32. I'm like, yeah, if it breaks that, it's probably going to get back down into the 130, 150 where I can get myself a better entry, because that's been the better entry down there and not 32. And then it holds right onto it, so I'm probably just going to get back in. It'll mean buying in front of 132 and then giving it the room like before, but now that it's giving me that wick entry, I really don't mind it. This is stair-stepping to the upside, and the market's trying to catch a bid here. So we'll try to jump back into those shares of Amazon. It will give me some caution with Intel. I got another leg down there, 34.20. Maybe I don't give it all the way to the 50, tighten up the stop into the mid-40s. That's probably the better play here. Yeah, of course, now Amazon's continuing to go. This one's been really solid off the 131.5 and then continuation to 32. I still think there's room to 35, which means hold on to it and look for places to add. Nick Dubs, Tilray's breaking out, because of course it is. Isn't everything breaking out that isn't
Tilray sucks.
Well, okay, it doesn't completely suck today.
No, it's a good stock.
It's up 8%.
It's one of the best stocks.
This is a lower high right now. So, I mean, it's trying to hold above yesterday's top. I would say getting back above yesterday's high, breaking out that local high here today gives you 5 cents worth of risk on a top break. So breaking 215, these things are always at risk of rugging, but hey, if this starts to rug, you can always just short Sundial, right?
Ronnie Ruggs right now. So yeah, right now we are going to go money. Finally, Amazon's starting to give us some money back in for AMZN. But again, you know, there it goes. We had to be patient with it. We did do exactly that. We talked about being patient. We got out at 25, as Neil was talking about it there. We were also noticing that it was going back and forth a little bit. So we had to appreciate that and try to get something out there. And now we're waiting for 75s for the top side of this trade. So far, so good. That's 50 cents in the money. Like I said, we're trying to make everything positive today, including Meta. It's just a matter of waiting for Meta. We could just keep on getting it out here at 33s. I mean, look, guys, this is a dollar club, and it's never really hasn't been in the money for us here. The only time we were wrong on this was when we took that first break. And then this is what I mean. Like, now that I see this stock, I can see that there's no love here at 324. So something's going to have to flip on the switch to buy Meta, or else it's just going to sit here all day and probably break that 320 lower. So I did have a bid at 321.50. I'm going to change that just down to 321 flat. I feel like this name, you know, it's going to hit lows here. So I'm not going to be averaging into too many stock. If it continues to come down, I really just want to play it off 320 now. It doesn't look like it wants to go too much. So, hey, if it does, great. But I'm not doing anything more with Meta until it gets down to 320. But it is about that time. It's 10:20 right now. You good right now, or do you want me to throw it over?
No, I'm good. I didn't even realize it was already
exactly.
10:20.
Yeah, so it's 320 right now. We've got Brendo at the big desk.
Here, for those so inclined, a little penny stock trying to make a move here to $1. FEMY, it's been halted a couple of times at 80 cents. There we go, just resumed again. Up at almost 90 cents now, making a run to $1 here for FEMY. MNK, we discussed if you were with us in the pre-market. This one, they were talking about possibly declaring bankruptcy instead of trying to deal with some opioid payments and fines that they have been assigned. Tupperware, another one moving around here this morning once again. Retail favorite over the past couple of weeks. No additional news on this, but nice move again today for TUP. Guys.
All right, yeah, we're gonna have some emotional damage here very, very soon. Because right now, Meta just coming in, we did get the load that we didn't get it all, but we got some shares down there for Meta. So let's wait to see now where we go. Obviously, we still like this name. There's no doubt about that for me, but you know, we did just talk about it, where our levels of concern were, and they're coming in right now. So this is that 321. And just as stubborn as I was being there about not getting out at 323, I mean, this is part of the game, right? You're not gonna hit every stock every time, you know, at the exact levels. So we'll take a little bit more down there at 321, and now just wait to see where it goes from here. Hopefully the buyers can step in on this name, but I know I'm just like obsessed with this, but this is the stock that I'm looking at. You were looking at NEO earlier. Baba's flashing right now. Okay, so again, 96, great little bottom there. If we can find some reloads in this. But look at the NASDAQ right now. This is really what's causing me for concern, is that we're just doing nothing at VWAP right now. So, you know, we're below the 50 period. The trend is down. That gives me that indication, right? The minute you get it sloping down 50 period against the VWAP, this is a good buying opportunity, but it also means we could push this lower right now as well. So couple good outs there on Amazon, obviously. We talked about that at 50, but it looks like it also looking to fail out now as well. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Look, we got $1 on the reload again, man. It's another dollar club here on Meta, but I don't even know what to do anymore. Are you on Meta anymore? Or
I've made one play since, which
Yeah.
was waiting for it to get to the 321 because, you know, it's too weak at 324. I waited for an actual push to the low because I didn't want to be buying anything. When it looked a little bit stronger, I didn't mind it early because it was pretty clean in the first 15 minutes. And since then, I felt like it hadn't been. So I did grab this one because it was holding that original low. But I'm immediately, the second I saw sellers at 23, I'm like, no, get some out. I've reloaded Intel just in case the market goes down. I like where it's at, but I've tightened up the stop on that. I didn't want to get to NEO. You mentioned that. I'm not in it anymore, but it's at VWAP and making a charge at VWAP here, holding 1350. If you can get above and hold above VWAP, I think NEO can be along. But the market almost wants the other way here.
Yep.
Like we're testing the low. We have 3 consecutive reds on the NASDAQ here. This is a 15-minute chart. So when I say 3 consecutive reds, that's basically the entire open, right? So if you continue this trend, you're testing 15.8 and then possibly heading even further and trying to give back a lot of these gains that we had. A lot of these stocks are trending to the downside, and you want to respect that. I'm going to go to Coinbase, and then I'm going to be mad at myself. Look at 100. 100 broke, but it was the retest on the way back up. Right back into 100, now continuing to flush. Coinbase is not having a good day. Bitcoin is just, we're going to get crypto in a second, but when I see down 2%, it's actually not that bad over in BTC. So, yeah, down, but actually not that bad. This is a Coinbase problem, which it usually is.
All right, well, yeah, we've got 99 problems, and the only one is Meta, though. That's actually happening right now for us, and there it is. Here it goes. Yeah, exactly. So, quick hitter there for Neil. I think that, yeah, that 320, I'm trying to stare at it. Like I said, trying to just trade a little bit differently, waiting for that 320 to break, but it does look like it is heading to the downside right now. So, yeah, this, again, we talked about only Amazon being the red mark, but it looks like Meta 2 days in a row here will be a red stock for us, especially if it's just heading to the downside right now. We can take a little piece here at 40, but we're already getting it out. This is, for me, 40 cents worth of risk. Here it comes. Watch out for 320 breaking. There it goes. Well, no, not yet, but it is going to go right now at that level. So be very, very patient with it. There it goes right now. So we will flush ourselves down the toilet there on that Meta as it does break through 320. Now that's probably going to be a good short, but let's let it load up a little bit here on the short. Give it that little love and see where it does. It could bounce back up, but I still don't believe Meta's a short, although it's been a short all day. So, there you go. So,
I got 18 for the next level because that was on the 19th, that was a local high. So if you're holding this breakout, that's filling in this gap back into here. And if you break that, you're kind of, you're looking at 312. That's kind of nasty. So if I'm going to look for a bounce play on Meta, it's going to be back at 318. That's why I was getting out of Dodge, because I'm like, well, if it breaks this, then it's getting down here, so I don't want to make this nasty. Meta has managed to still be solid, just take your profit and run, but now Amazon's going to be concerned. I have one short on, so I guess that's the one that's going to work. But I grabbed 32s back into Amazon, and I keep wanting to give it back to here, But if this market does not hold 15.8, it's not going to matter. Amazon's going to go exactly like everything else has. Whether it's Coinbase or Microsoft just continues to go to the downside.
we've probably
This
got a
was the
short
one.
out,
You know, it is what it is. This is the one. I can lament about missing it.
All
That's
right.
probably my train ride home is going to be this stock. And Tesla, Tesla just wicked 265. I was mentioning 262. That was like the Fed bottom. This is where I'm looking. Well, sorry. 262 was yesterday's bottom. The Fed bottom was 63. Sorry, 262 yesterday's bottom. That's the level I like if things get really, really nasty here on Tesla.
Okay, I got out of everything. I'm very, very bearish now. I feel like into this market. Meta, there's the Meta bounce back to 320. So that 318 just came to 318.50. So almost hits that 318. But if you're going to take 318, probably 318.50. Maybe that was a starter position for people. But a nice bounce back up to 320 right there. Let's see what happens. You know, to short this name is one thing. I went over to Apple to try to short that. I was offering 17s there, but now it's just continuing to go. I got out of Google and everything there. Let's just check out. I mean, Google was, again, a fantastic trade. But if I'm going to feel bearish on it, we're going to start to get out a little bit here on this market as we are trying to make new lows. Not make new lows. We are going to the downside right now. So let's just continue to respect that on the downside push, right? I mean, it's quite clear that's what's happening right now. Can't believe in back-to-back days it's Meta that owns me. So we'll probably stay away from that tomorrow, or will we? All right. I thought I had an Apple. What's going on here? I must have canceled my Apple. Yeah, I don't have that. Should have just had it at 17 there. I thought we did. So let's take a 12 right now, put something back at 20. Let's start the Apple short. Apple's starting to head to the downside now with the market finally. We've broken below VWAP. There was a lot of support, or sorry, I guess resistance at VWAP at 196.50. So if we can get anything back, 196.30, 196.40 would be a great opportunity to get some more shares in for that name. Oh man, that Meta short there again at 320 would have worked just for a little bit. It just only dropped down there to 319.50. So, you know, 50 cents worth of a trade there. You could have made it back on Meta. Maybe the short there is what's good on META Meta. But we've started a new position, so we'll always hit the sirens when it is a new position. And for right now, it's on Apple. It's a short. Chances to cover this, I'm not even looking right now because I really feel like if the market is going to fall, Apple does go with it. So maybe 195 flat, but probably first take, if we're lucky enough, 195.50. Those bottom wicks right here. I mean, we could go 80s just to get a piece out if that is the case, and it does want to continue to go down. So let's put a 196, like 85 or so. I mean, that would be 30 cents. So I'll be pretty happy with it. Here goes Apple. Started a new position to the short side.
So we're back at the low of the day, which isn't saying much because the market is pretty weak here. But yeah, back at the low of the day on Intel. Going to take some profit there because if it's support and the market holds on to anything, this could get back. When you're like, this is not a great entry price because the short's up at 35. So I don't want to get trapped at the bottom. I always say that, but there's a reason why I say it because it's important. A lot of times your risk at the lows favors risk to reward. You know, you need the low to break and for it to continue. So risk to reward can be that it bounces from here into VWAP. Micron, Knowles for the win. I guess I can say that one out loud. I don't have any reason not to, I suppose. But Micron is starting to give it up as well. And when some things like this start to break together, like 70 goes on Micron, which has been super strong, it's up 4%, then I'm going to really, really like Intel and try to dig in. I should show you the higher time frame. That bottom breaks, what do you think happens on Micron? It's kind of nasty. So watch out for that. I am watching it because I have no choice because it's a major chip name. Now, Amazon, not Intel. Amazon comes right back into that 130, 150. Get a reload. I'm trying to be really patient with this level and not try to overscalp it, then I'm scalping it too much. I just stopped out again underneath that 130, 150. But we could easily hold on to this. I just keep stopping out because that's how I kind of roll.
Yeah.
But it's like we're still at the same line, and I'm thinking this is like 31.5 to 32 and room to 35. So if we bounce from here, I know I want to be net long. So the only other way to find a trade is like find an amount and find an entry that lets me hold it to 131 and be sure that we've actually fallen away from this breakout on Amazon. I should need more convincing than what I'm doing on Amazon here because the trade is off the higher time frame with much more room than this 50 cents that I just keep going back and forth with. So if it breaks 131.50 for good, I'll try to get along in front of 131 and then just look to be holding or adding. This is still setting up that it can be along, but everything is going to the downside. I was just mentioning Yeah, if I got one more bid in front of 34.10 on Intel, then I'm looking to see what happens at 34. If there's size on the bid, I'll make the call at that point. You could have had Meta there, but I did not have, like I didn't have a bid. I canceled it now, but I didn't have a bid till tight to 318. It stopped at 318.40. So I got nothing in that little bit of a dip. You would have had a nice relief rally back in, but that's a little far away from the 318 level. If I'm playing an even dollar level, I tend to be tighter than 40 cents. Bit of a mistake there on Meta. If it challenges it again, it probably has to do the over-under, so the under-over, like failed break of 318, because it's already bounced $1.50 off that level. So now it has to break 318, give a fail break, and then I would look for a long. Very specific the second time through. The first time through, you're kind of willing to just take the dip. The second time for me, I need to see the trap of shorts underneath and then a breakout. And don't worry about where I get the line from. It's off. The line's from the 15-minute chart. So you're not going to see anything on the 3-minute there.
All right, Intel, if we can get Intel anything back up here, man, like 34.50, 34.40 for a short, that's what we're looking at right now for INTC. I'm flipping over to shorts. We got out, so on our Amazon, man, I mean, look where we cashed out on that one. Right there, 31. I mean, not even cashed out. That's where we got out. We flipped over. Once I flipped over everything, I should have been like, okay, let's just play the short on some of these names, because we got out of Google 50 cents ago, and then it just tanked. So like we did feel that this was the right trade to make, but unfortunately, not as aggressive as we probably should have been here on some of those outs. So and on the reversal, sorry, my bad, because we did take Apple on the reversal, and that only went to 93. So now that I see that, maybe those were the bottoms and we were right and we didn't cash out on them. So let's put another bid there at 95 and see if we can get that on Apple. But for right now, that kind of sucks. Missed opportunity there by not getting a little more aggressive on that play. AMD, if we're going to try to buy some dips, I mean, I don't know, it's up 1 1/4 right now. We'd still like to see that 110 come through. We were bidding 110.25. It goes down to 110.75 there, so maybe a 110.50 area coming through. That initial Amazon break was 131, right? So I'm thinking that, any sort of a reload back down to 131 makes a little bit of sense. We just get that wick bottom.
Well, that was close.
The NASDAQ's trying to turn around here again as well. So what was close? What happened there?
That thing.
Oh, the chart?
Oh no, I just went for, there was another thing that happened. No, I just a couple extra zeros on Google there.
Oh, yeah,
so I'd like to bounce on Alphabet, not as much as just happened, but 131.50, and I saw it start bouncing. Oh, this is the wicks on this chart.
Thing is,
Okay,
man,
I'm gonna try and clean those up.
right now.
Anyways, I realize I'm trying to get this little dip here. I hit it for too many shares. That's essentially the long short of it, guys.
Okay.
But it bounced off 131.50, and I went for the jam long when it put a higher low, but that's like a good 40 cents from the top, which is a little bit far. So I'm gonna try it for less. It's hilarious because if you make a keystroke error, you should get out of it right away. And I'm not really worried about, just try to hold on to a smaller amount. No, I'm just worried, just get it all out because you don't want to get stopped out or shut down or anything like that. So I ended up making a couple of cents because it was going up and I was punching long. But I want this for a little starter in the 80 range, and then I want to get more in front of that 50 level over there on Google. Looks like we're headed back up on Amazon. Bit of a bounce in the market. Intel might come for a reload, but Amazon is holding to that 31. So we do a similar thing there. Get something at 31.50. And if I add, it's going to be in front of 131. So I'm trying to pick up some Google here, give it to that local bottom, and then Bob's your uncle. I feel like on this pop, is Microsoft going to be? It's a short to pop for me on Microsoft, because if we can't reclaim 15.8, like if we fail here, like a really tight kind of consolidation zone, then that's a reload your shorts. That'll be Intel, and then the one I never got into was Microsoft. So I'm going to be looking for, as we get into this level, maybe it's 36. I don't really know where Softy's going to turn, but you have every single dollar that sets up pretty nicely. Softy's just a dog today. I'm not going to try to point out a specific reason why.
Well, they had earnings yesterday.
No,
and it sucked.
I don't think the earnings sucked.
No, but I mean the market with.
If anything, I think the big story for the reversal on Microsoft is what happened after that big AI. We're pricing AI, and it had that monster rally that everyone was buying into. I feel like we're coming down more because of that than anything else. It's like, no, we're selling off, and then into earnings, it had to be perfect because it was already trending down. When big time news gets sold off the next 3 days the way that it did, like it was sell, 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 sell. After a huge a huge news breakout that a lot of people were buying into. That's already bearish going into earnings. I feel like it had to be perfect, and now you're trend down till proven otherwise. That would be here, 327, so I'm going to draw a line because this is what I do. I never want to pull up my chart and then forget about something like this, so this is me doing it live.
All right. Well, that was a good little discussion there. But, Neil, you don't have your earpiece in, and time is flying, so we got to go over to crypto.
Just slap me next time.
Just slap you.
Hey guys, pretty quiet day as far as crypto markets are concerned. Positive, so there's that, but not so much here for Coinbase. Pretty ugly, straight to the downside with the overall equity markets right now. No significant news for Coin specifically. This was yesterday. Quietly, the U.S. House panel approving 2 bills to continue through the approval process that would essentially lay out the groundwork for regulation determining when a cryptocurrency is an equity, essentially. So more to come on that front, but not good for Coin right now. Downside in a hurry. There is BTC on a daily chart. Very, very quiet. Once again, teeny tiny little candle for Bitcoin. As I mentioned, though, still positive day, 0.3 to the upside. Ethereum down here, 0.6 in positive territory. Green for the most part, but not huge moves once again, guys.
I got to say, shout out here, oopsies, big shout out here to our guy right here, or girl, I have no idea. Hound Dog, what's up, Hound Dog? At Sean Katina, at Neil Roberts. What an amazing show you guys have. Kudos to all. We're glad, I don't know, change the way you trade. I mean, good. I think. I mean, anytime you can change the way you trade for the positive is always a good thing. The big thing is don't get frustrated if you've changed up the way you trade and then potentially this week, maybe next week, things don't work out exactly as planned here. The market is a fun one, but with earnings, you can definitely get slipped up a couple times here. I played Meta yesterday on Google earnings. I played Meta today on Meta earnings, and both days we did not win on that name. So again, thank you so much. Kudos to everybody out there. Thank you for watching, and thanks for having fun. I mean, that's the whole point of this show. And it all started with me teaching a bunch of different offices with Day Trade the World and not being able to get out to as many people as we wanted. So here we go. We throw this live program at you, and it's been well received. So we say thank you to everybody. Over 400,000 subscribers now. And on that note, make sure you do this.
Hola.
Where is she anyway?
Like and subscribe
I don't know.
today.
She's here.
Oh, she's here. Okay, I hadn't seen her there, but she's not behind us. But make sure you do hit that like.
Tilray broke.
Tilray broke which way?
Upside. It broke the high.
Upside.
Today.
Oh,
remember I said I'm going to
215.
take a top break, and then if I'll hold it to 210. So I
you have it.
I have a 16 long.
Okay,
I'll
okay.
probably look to add to it if it bounces off 210. Look for an add maybe through the high. But I'm peeking back because like there's a pastry on Kat's desk. It's just sitting there. She hasn't wrapped up, but she hasn't. I don't know what it is. But it has the look of something delicious. I'm going to ask her when she sits back down.
We do get pastries here every day, but I'm staying away from
I'm always hungry. That's anybody that watches the show, you know that I'm always hungry. So Tilray, I'm going to go over this again, just in case you're tuning in the first time. This broke out yesterday. Earnings run. I forget the short interest offhand. I'll check that in a second. But 220 is a bit of a bag hold level, the bottom end of the range. I think there's room. Like 220 to 250 gives you a chop zone. I'd rather be long into it. And that way, if it fails immediately, it gets a double top there. But on the daily chart, you're getting into a resistance point. So I'm going to be long into that zone. Then if it starts holding, there's room to 250, and you scalp on the way to 250. Alphabet. Now, this will be one of those situations where, had I held on to the keystroke error, like, you know, you can make your day that way, but it also plays in the other direction. So, you know, like if the market continued to tank, and it breaks a low, and I'm just like, yeah, well, I was going to put a stop down here anyways. Who cares if you put some extra zeros underneath it? Just try to let it work. Well, if it runs a stop, then you've ruined your day. So, you know, I don't get FOMO over something like that. If I get, I'm just going to punch right out. I don't even try to consider the other consequences. You know, sometimes you do get enough of a reprieve that you can get out and try to hold your intentional position, but other times you do just want to get out of it. You can always get back into the trade for a reasonable amount. So Google is breaking VWAP. It is still the strong name today. Amazon, I got back in, and I'm going to be more nimble with this. If we hold VWAP, look for a bit of an add. My line is 130-150, but it has not been respecting it, so it's more of an area than just that's your line in the sand. So it's more of a price area around here, so I should respect that and try to be more nimble around that price and try to hold. The market's trying to bounce back to the upside. That means some concern for the one short that I have. Not a lot yet. I was able to get another reload on Intel, same price, same result in front of the low, and it's putting in lower highs. So Intel has been the arrow down trade of the day. I wish I could tell you I was looking short at the open on this stock, because that is a gold standard short on Intel if I've ever seen one. That is ye old pop and fade. And it's not just the pre-market high. It's 35 even to 35.03. That is my favorite short entry. You can't, like, that's exactly what you're looking for short entry. Exuberance at the open, fail an even dollar. You could be short 95 with a 10-cent stop, and it just never goes anywhere. But I was looking for Microsoft and didn't get that. So all things good, although we'll see what happens with Tilray here. Tilray coming back in. If we bounce off 10s, I'd probably look to add to it on the way to 220. Resistance starts at 220 and gets to 250. So I think in that range, you want to scalp it out.
Somebody's got the good stuff. His name is Brendan. Not yet?
No?
Hey guys, just checking on a couple of things here. I was going to mention this as far as Tilray is concerned. This was out this morning a little bit earlier, but they've renewed a distribution deal with a company called Canadian Cannabis. They've renewed a distribution deal with Great North for cannabis distribution right across the country, Canada, obviously, not the U.S. But just wanted to highlight that on Benzinga. If you haven't done so, check out the link below, guys. Use that QR code. Great feature with this drop-down, handy drop-down. You can search, as you can see at the top, the symbol you want to look for. It shows all the news stories that pop up then. When it comes to the individual name, you simply click on the one you're looking at, and it gives you the full story at the bottom. Still watching this coin as well. Bit of a mixed board overall, though, for the S&P currently, guys.
So we have a couple of thanks, Brendo, for that one. Interesting news there on Tilray. I know Neil's in that one, so we'll continue to watch that for everybody. Okay, so just real quick, we're starting to dig in a little bit to Apple here. Obviously, us flipping over into the short was great because we got better prices out on Amazon, better prices out on Google. But these new trades right now, as you can see, the market, it kind of does this, man. It goes for these moves, makes bottoms, then just starts to eke its way back up. But today, for me, feels a little bit different. I know Meta's now back above 320. It's at 320.50. So to have held that would have been fine. That bottom was 318.25. But the market's starting to go back to the upside, and we could get out of this Apple trade pretty soon. You're right back up into VWAP. We just put on the biggest trade right now, so our average price is 30. So I'm gonna take out 10% for a 5-cent hit if we can get that back into 35s right now, because it is pushing that top limit, and we don't, looks like it wants to break higher. So my out on Apple, unfortunately, is going to be breaking above that 60 mark right there. So that's sort of that level. But again, just because of where it's pushing, I'd rather load up a lot more if we can get a little bit closer to 60, which it looks like it's trying to, it's like your wish is my command, Sean, as it looks like it wants to just keep on going back up to the upside. So we'll put on a little bit more up here near that 55 area or so, and then that's it, man. That's my last bid, or my last offer at 55. But we do have a new position. It's a name Neil was mentioning today about the pop and fade. We have Intel, so we just grabbed that right now. This was a level that we're pretty comfortable with up here, so we're going to give that to VWAP as well. Look, the whole market is basically, I don't want to say flat, but I mean, where we opened was right here. We are now about 20 handles below our opening level there. We've made that opening high range. We almost got to 16,000. We sort of talked about that when we did that higher look. And then there was the drop right off that, about 150 points back down. So we're still under VWAP. We're still under the 50 period here on the NASDAQ. So hence why we're playing the short. Short on Intel working an amazing 3 pennies in the money. But this Apple right now is starting to get cracked back to the upside. So I don't know, man. As our midday show host is getting locked and loaded here. He's studying the charts up for everybody. He's going to have some banger trades. He just sat back down. Oh, when you were gone, what was that, the tea that used to get me all the time?
Oh, the cinnamon.
Yeah, but what do we call it? Yeah, exactly. What's it called? All right. Chai tea. That's what it was. Duh. Chai. Yeah, we had. Okay, anyways, there it is. They're going back and forth with some Arabic words here. With
Ramin was very displeased with it. Yo, Ramin turned around, and the look on her face, like, you're saying you're wrong here. You better correct yourself. Get it right, people. Oh my goodness, you got to be kidding me. We forgot something here. Boeing, 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 Boeing. This stock.
Did you just say Boeing?
A couple times there.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we understand how strong the stock is right now. So it was dipping. Now it's ripping again. So that's Boeing yesterday. Dip in. It was a bit of a crazy wick at that time at the open. You saw trading Meta, trading Amazon, trading a host of other things at that time, and didn't get to Boeing again. Boeing holds the bottom, breaks back out. So if you look at the pattern this made, at about 11 o'clock, it did a really big retest to the downside yesterday. So if the same thing happens, hold the breakout price. That same pattern, that would be a dip into 236. So maybe we get a chance at that. I did not reload Intel there. So I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like this is a little bit weak. Oh, I'm still on Boeing here. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like this market here it's a weak stock. There's no question about it. Wick that top. It's coming back down. We're going to get a bid in front of 334.20. But this market wants up. And I look at the other chips like AMD. Like that's all green in the last 15 minutes, and maybe retesting the 114 for that breakout at 114. And Nvidia as well, like that's all mostly green, but a strong move back into the upside. I'm kind of feeling I don't want to reload Intel that third time. Google is flying back. It just took VWAP. This makes some sense here. It gets to local high. Ring the register on that one. Yeah, that keystroke would have been fine. Amazon's still going to the upside. Tilray's the thing not doing anything.
Damn you, Tilray.
I don't have that up in smoke thing. You have it. It's retesting the high, but this is like the slowest breakout I've ever seen. There you go.
There you go.
I did have this. That exists somewhere for me, and I just need to find ours so I can put it back on my stream deck, because I'm missing a ton of the fun ones that we used to have. Oh, this is what I wanted to mention. So everything kind of went over all the positions that we're in, but Carvana, that caught a bit of a bid. It's on the move back to the upside. This was an absolute dumpster fire at the open, and it's now catching a bit of a bid. I don't know if it's broken that trend yet till it gets at least back to the previous, not the previous close, but previous support, down around 42, 42 and a half. But Vana catching some signs of life at least.
Oh man, we are getting barbecued up right now on this Apple trade. We just got something out there in the low 50s there, but it's not a good trade at all. It's starting to break higher. So we just got some out as a pullback into VWAP, but you can see our average price is 40s right now, and it's going to break higher. So this is going to be a 20-cent hit on a decent amount of shares here for Apple. So unfortunately, you know, you sit in it, and you got to sort of make your bed is what I'm trying to get at right now, and it looks like that is kind of what we're doing here with Apple. We thought the short was going to be in. We did start it a little bit early there at the 200. Well, we started it right there actually at 20s against sort of the 200 period, but then it sort of blew up, and then we had to use a little bit of a higher time frame here for Apple to try to figure out where we wanted to get out. But we already talked about that, the break there of 66. That break is actually 70, but we're close enough to it now. I don't want to add some more levels to this trade. Let's just get out where we said we'd get out, and that would be it. It saved us on Meta by getting out there at 320 because it dropped down another $1.50. Obviously, this is not going to move a $1.50, but in this market move to the upside right now, that's what we had to hold out for, and it did come in. But you know what's been making money, and again, it doesn't matter. We don't have the same amount of shares here at all. But Intel's printing for us a little bit right now to that downside. So you know that's going to be a good trade. We'll look to take a little bit of advantage of that. We'll take a 30 fill there off of 40 short or 38 short right there. So it's only 10 cents. But hey, the range of Intel for the last, what time is it, 10:49? The last hour and a half for Intel's range has been 44 to 20. 20 cents worth of a range in an hour and a half. So we got half that range right now. And there we go. Now we almost have the full range. As this is coming back down, there goes Intel. Hopefully a nice little trade for us there now as we wait to see if it can pull back in. And we just said that that Apple was un problemo, but there it comes in, now falling back down. Remember, our average price is 38, so we're just flat on that right now. Back in, we've taken the L on the way back, so let's see if we can just take a little bit more out here, as it's kind of falling like we weren't expecting, but let's put some lower bids in case we do get a much bigger move down here on Apple, as we held it against ourselves all the way back up to the upside. So let's try to make a little bit of a responsible decision here. Take some out, because that was going to be a big L on that. Oh yeah, and who's the ones telling my wife that I've been swearing here on the stream here? This is my wife. She goes, You were swearing. The chat is ratting you out. So
did
hey,
once.
you guys think that
I think you did
yeah,
once,
it's okay, whatever.
which is fine. It was one time.
It's my party. I'll cry if I want to, I guess, right? But at the end of the day, I'm going to be watching you guys there. No, don't mean to use any bad language, but shout out to my lovely wife, who we have ears everywhere around here, so be careful. Here comes Apple right now. Apple is now a green one.
Another one.
Lucky.
Another one.
Lucky again.
Another one.
Skill. Sometimes you have a little bit of skill, so let's wait to see here what happens with Apple. Hopefully it can come back down to the downside now, as shout out to everybody that's in the MIA.
Miami.
Yes, sir.
We love Miami. Miami's fantastic. I'm just going to, a little bit of caution for everybody here, because here's the NASDAQ. I don't want to interrupt, but you broke that 15.8 and you kind of wicked that top. So the only decision at that point for me was couldn't get Microsoft in that curl. That's what I wanted, but take a little bit out of Amazon there and then try and get a reload.
Shit, dude.
What happened to Microsoft was this. At that same moment, I went for the breakdown at 336, and Microsoft, it was already 50 cents down by the time I tried to catch that curl. But this has been it's been a good morning. I do not want to get overly, I don't want to start going too crazy. It's not the time of the day to go absolutely nuts. I feel like I'm positioned okay, except for, again, Tilray's just not moving. Watch out for these two names, because there's no chance, I say this and then I'm going to be wrong about it. I feel like there's no chance QuantumScape can hold a 40-cent range for the rest of the day. But that's exactly what it's doing. And the same setup is happening in NEO. Look at it just go sideways. If we catch a bounce here, this breakout is pretty juicy on NEO. You can almost break out both those in either direction. They don't make sense. 10-cent range for the last half an hour on NEO, 40-cent range on QuantumScape for over a half an hour on QS. With its short float, this is just gearing up to explode again. It could flat bottom break and you're screwed. But, I mean, a stop at 1060 is not the end of the world.
Why we do that is because, hell yeah, all of a sudden, we were just like ho-hum, ho-hum. But guess what? Right now, Apple, the #1 stock profit-wise here today on the show. Right now, Apple, nice downside move right here. It's exploding. That's going to be a good, exploding, heading to the downside right now. We had to hold that against ourselves. So now let's make sure that we take a little bit of money. We held it against ourselves. It went up to 60s. We were short at 38, so that's 22 cents. So right now we're in the money 32 cents. So let's start to take out a little bit more as we get a little bit more aggressive with this one right now. Google, though, actually I look back at this. Google's still the #1 spot until we get flat now on Apple. But I'm just punching these out as we go down. We are now officially out of 60% of this trade as it's starting to head to the downside. Wow, what a hold for me there on Google. And sometimes you got to be lucky. And I feel like that one, we were pennies away from getting stopped out, like almost to the knot there. So, we will celebrate it because, hey, that's what we're doing here. And like I said, man, if we weren't on the show, we'd be trading this a little bit differently. But we not as far as getting in and out, but like sort of the excitement levels here. I'm just happy when these things pull back. I'm going to hold for the rest, but I know anybody that was trailing those trades there, we came close to getting out, and whenever that happens, I feel like we didn't have the trade. We have the trade right at the end of it all, and it's going to be a money-making opportunity there. But you saw me already. Like, this day would be so hella green if I just followed my own intuition here on Meta. Like, we saw Meta here not breaking any of these levels. In. Then I was like, okay, well, let's just try to respect the bottom. But when the top kept failing, then it only really has this to do. So we got out at 320. Meta's been a disaster for me 2 days in a row. We'll still be positive. It's all good, but not happy with the way we traded here on Meta. But here comes Apple again. It is now taking over Google. So let's put another bid here at O's. Why not? Well, there it is. We just got them. So we got O1s there, O2s, sorry. But it's pulling back pretty nicely. If the market can fall down, Apple has a lot of movement here to go. Let me just, before I throw it back to Neil, I just want to check the bottom of the day here for Apple. We're right here right now. So we held that all the way to VWAP, then all the way to the bottom. So pretty happy with the performance here on Apple. You want to talk about something? Because we do have that earnings board as well. Oh, sorry, earnings board is up. All right.
Well, there's one after the close. I was going to mention Intel anyways because I just reloaded. So it's third time, hopefully a charm. The market's turning. Intel we get after the close. That's another reason to watch it. Roku better be on your radar. That has been a mover in the past. Ford, you know what? Ford Ford, not usually good when it has good earnings. I feel like it's not a good trade the next day, but it should be on our board to watch. And then you're going to get the energy names before the open. Typically like trading those in the days after as opposed to the first day. U.S. Steel, sometimes you get a bit of a squeeze play. Nothing stands out in the range of QuantumScape and Teladoc the last 2 days.
Let's see.
You have a couple of the clean energy
What
names.
about Roku?
Roku's the only one, but I don't think Roku's...
I don't think it's a heavy short.
I don't think Roku's on the same level as those two. Let me just double check. I could be 1,000%.
Only because it's a Kathy name. I don't...
about that. Oh, wait a minute. It's not. I don't see the short float on my trade ideas. I'll go to Float Checker and get you guys a Roku
I have that
float.
up, but you go double check it.
Yeah, I'll double check. I did reload on Intel, but I'm just going to Float Checker here, which every time I use this site, I have to actually refresh it first.
Yeah.
And then, like, wait for it. You guys don't have to be on this while we're waiting for it to load. It's all good. Just let me just go on my face because everyone wants to see our ugly mugs. And then when this finishes loading, because it's a very slow website for whatever reason.
Your haircut tonight.
I am getting a haircut
I
tonight,
gotta get
so
a
I can
haircut
take my
too.
new picture tomorrow. Roku, I put that in there, and did it actually work? Okay, so 10%. That's not bad. That's actually...
That's what I'm saying. But
That's
plus it
not
has
that
a lot of news around it, so wait to see what
No,
happens.
that's not bad at all.
No, man, let's support Roku.
And look at this. I mean... Okay,
we go.
if it breaks 80,
Come on, Apple.
look where this can
Jesus
get if it breaks $80. That's all systems go. If they have a
that
great
many.
quarter, this could be a monster move through 80 on Roku. I got no issues with that. So maybe Roku does have a similar potential to what we've seen the last couple of days with Teladoc and QS.
Sean Payton says, in 2022, the Broncos might have had the worst coaching staff in history. Now, of course, he's there now. Turn that around.
Nathaniel Hackett.
Just trying to bump up his boy there. We'll see what happens with him and Russell. I don't think it can get any worse. I actually like them. They had that good defense, but they did trade away Chubb. So we'll see.
They got Sean Payton.
Yeah, amazing.
He's a good coach.
He's a good coach. He'll beat some offensive wonders there. We'll see. I think that they have a good team. We'll see the Denver Broncos, but of course, being in that division, I guess the Raiders aren't any good anymore. Well, maybe they are. We'll see.
Nobody.
Who's their quarterback
You're playing
again?
for second
Tom
in that
Brady.
division. You got some problems.
What's up, Max? Max getting ready. Oh, is that the teal
Yeah,
shirt?
the teal's on. It's
Oh
over.
shit!
It's
the
over.
teal shirt is now in the building.
That's not the one. I didn't even hit that.
Did you hit that bang? Oh, Sharif did.
There's the teal Lambo.
Yeah, Sharif canceled your teal bang there.
I know. I went to hit the teal Lambo because Max walked by in the teal shirt and this guy's hitting the bang. He has his own graphic there, Sharif.
We want to talk about graphics. Here we go. All right, everybody's favorite segment of the day. This could be, hey, we could get that
Let's see if
sponsored,
it
Kat.
is.
What's for lunch? I mean, you're a restaurant?
Tim Hortons.
Let's go.
Hortons
Okay,
is for
what?
lunch.
I'll just in case anybody wants to sponsor this segment, look how nice this is. You know, you could easily just get your logo on there. What's for lunch? Sponsored by Chipotle, something like that. I'm here for you. But you know what's happening right now? We go right to the top of the board here. Look at this. Look at this move on Apple. Apple is completely cracking. It's cracked out. This is a downside move right now on Apple. This is what we're doing now. Oh my God. We just held this all the way up, down their side. Big time movement here for Apple. Okay, if you want to know now what the number one stock is, it's Apple. But okay, just in case anybody wants to sponsor, I don't know if I mentioned this again. Here it is. Okay, if you said chicken, today you are not a chicken. Okay, Apple's tanking here. I'm going to get another piece out here. All right, guys, I'm making. All right.
The only thing I can see here is
yep.
ECB policymakers currently favor September rate hike. There was some comments from the ECB. I don't know if there's anything other than that, but it's also a technical breakdown on the NASDAQ. So you can maybe point to the failure of that high, and then you're pulling back in. So it could be that. I don't think it's the ECB, but that's the only thing I saw off the wires. Everything was breaking the lows.
Yes, sir. Lots of big time movement happening right there as there goes Apple back into the dollar club now for a bigger of a move. But okay, quickly, we only have a couple seconds left. Thanks, Neil, for that update there on the ECB because it's flushing down
There's
pretty
nothing
good,
else I see.
which is really funny that Intel's not moving, but that's okay. All right, so right now, here is what's going on today. Traditional AAA beef penne bolognese.
Actually, I'm a fan of that.
I'm a fan of that. The problem is last time a little too oily. We'll check it out this time. And then I already know what's for tomorrow, but I'm not going to spoil it. We got the update on what is for lunch tomorrow. So
Now I know too.
Thank you. Yep, exactly. Now everybody knows because it's in the email there. So again, if you did want to sponsor, it's marketing@tradertv.live. We did that for coffee, and we got some excellent coffee, and we're working on now a coffee sponsor. So thank you so much for everybody to
Tasty coffee.
help us out there. That coffee, see, like, watch this. Like, for no reason, we ain't getting paid anything. Man, that coffee was tasty. Find
Absolutely.
Tasty Coffee online and order yours today.
Or
Pretty
tomorrow.
natural on that.
Or over the weekend, whenever you happen to enjoy it. It's already 11. It's been
It's a
fun.
tasty
We're
treat.
back at 2 o'clock. This market, it might be up 1%, but it has been trending to the downside. We got Mad Max. We got the Professor. Go get them, boys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's the Mad One Max. I'm Sharif. What just happened?
I don't
What
know.
just happened?
That's what I said to you when I sat down here. And
Neil said something about the ECB. I didn't quite
ECB?
catch that
Yeah, nobody
quickly.
cares
I know
about
that they
them, though.
raised today, right? 25 bips? Yeah. This morning, I'm not sure what else added on, but
looks like we're
Oof.
buying this up, though.
what's that?
It looks like we're buying this up a little bit. Some stocks got the key levels, and
Yeah.
now we're kind of bouncing a little bit. That Apple got to 195.5, and then just kind of bounces back up. So, you know, sometimes you can stand in front of those crazy market moves down and get some good prices,
Yeah.
and then maybe, you know, you can hold a piece of that trade. I wasn't really prepared to do that.
No, I wasn't either. I was
Especially when you
agreeing
don't
with
know
Red.
what's happening.
What I do like about this downturn is that brings us closer to that 4,600 on the ES, which is, you know, really the only way I was going to get into the future today is if we came down to a key level, trade there for a little bit, get bought up and show that the buyers are willing to step up and maybe overwhelm sellers. Otherwise, I was not going to take a futures trade. I'll go through my trades, though. They started off good, then not so good. Let's start off with Meta. Meta ended up being a banger right from the get-go. I waited for the flush, waited for that dip down into the 321.50, took that, scalp all the way up, made this one a $3 winner all the way up to 24.5. Took some more out here, got stopped out ahead of my entry at 321.75-ish. Got out completely. Then waited, went for my little walk, came back, saw Meta off that 320 key level, thought this was perfect to get in. We were going to defend 320. Nuh-uh. Gave back literally everything that I made on this one, and this was a $3+ winner. Should give you an idea how poorly I traded Meta over here. Should have just walked away and kept the profits, called it a day. But you know what it is? We're not done the day yet. We're going to see what else is going on. I'm keeping my eye on some other big tech names. Microsoft seems to be getting a big boost right now off that 334.25 low at 336.75 right now. So it looks kind of good. Like Max just said, looks like we're getting bought up a little bit. Amazon making a move through 132 as well. Let's talk about some of the other names that have been moving today. I've been watching BBIG, Vinco Ventures. I've been watching QuantumScape off earnings. That's been an interesting one as well. QuantumScape, to me, not tradable at the moment, at least to the north side. It did that big boy move. Let me just put in the ticker here so you guys can follow along. QS. I want to talk about this company a little bit because I researched the you-know-what out of this company back in 2020 and 2021 when it was like $140. Anyway, 1326 high. We kind of, get that big move up. We don't get the bull flag continuation, sadly. We get kind of a V-shaped recovery, flirt with VWAP at around 12, and now we're flat bottom breaking through that 11.75, looking to test 11.5. Eek. I mean, it's a heavily shorted name, so at any time we could really get going here as possibly the shorts get squeezed, but it'll have to be likely, the shorts will have to be likely above 13 as we've already made it up to 13.25 there. So QuantumScape on my radar. The other one, Vinco Ventures, BBIG. What's the headline on this? Do you know anything about why BBIG is moving today?
No,
I don't see anything on my blotter.
I didn't look into that one.
Okay, let me just cover it real quick.
Yeah.
Just from the price action perspective, since I've got nothing to add fundamentally, BBIG makes a nice move up. $4 is where we started off the day. 402 technically the low. 489 on that big opening range break, but much like QuantumScape, a bit of a V-shaped retracement. Unlike QuantumScape, though, we're trying to flirt back above VWAP right now, so hanging out just a little bit above that $0.50 at 4, up 18% on the day. Boeing as well on my radar, continuation play from yesterday, and it was on the receiving end of an upgrade today. That's always good news. Has a decent day initially giving back a little bit now with the overall market, so we'll keep an eye on Boeing. Those are the 3 ones that I'm watching. I'm sure there's more out there. I know NVIDIA had made a nice move earlier, but nothing for me on that. I want to get quickly to this AMAT. What in the world is this stock doing? This is a microchip semiconductor name. It's up 7% right now, and it is at day's highs. What is going on here? Let me have a look at why AMAT is moving. Applied Materials, Unusual Options, Broadcom. No, that's not the one that I'm looking for. What is going on with AMAT here? Shares of Broadcom. Is this moving in sympathy with Broadcom? It could be, Sean's saying. So all the headlines showing up on my blotter here under AMAT, under Applied Materials, is coming from Broadcom. So I don't know if this is a sympathy play. In any event, it is at day's highs and just below the 150 mark at 148.92 with a 149.17 high on our friend AMAT. Applied Materials, guys, a big name in the semiconductor space. Max.
Yeah, that's interesting on that one for sure. One of them that I missed today is this TUP. A few of the boys in the back were trading it. I was trading this one yesterday afternoon at that right around the $1.80 to $2 level where it kind of broke out from right here, 182. It broke out. I was like adding on $2, thinking that we might get this move that we just got today. Missed this one off the open this morning. Breaks the pre-market high and never looks back. 237, 238, whatever. You give it 1 cent and you never get stopped out. Now we're trading up to $3. I don't think that this is a level on the daily necessarily, this $3, but yeah, the level was like the 260 kind of area. So next stop for this one, possibly like 330. Short squeeze is on. Trade Ideas says 27% short now on this Tupperware brand. So some of those getting stopped out. We've been, when was this? April, I guess we made this move down. Now we've recovered the whole move, kind of broken out from that 250. I'm going to have my eyes on this one today. I don't really know where to execute on it. This 260 kind of re-break would have been a nice spot, but missed that one, unfortunately. It just kind of popped up in the corner of my eye as it was breaking that. But yeah, definitely going to keep my eyes on this one. I imagine there's lots of people in the chat that are looking at this TUP. I believe, yeah, it's leading the market in volume today, at least for things that are over $1. I don't even know what this MNK is. I didn't even look at it today.
Yeah, this one was on the watch list today. It got, what was the deal with this one?
Yeah, I didn't even
It
read
had something
that.
to do, MNK? Opioids, the settlement. So they they may file for bankruptcy.
Okay.
Rather than have to pay up a whole bunch of money. Yeah. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah, that's
Isn't
really
that
nice.
lovely?
That's really nice that they do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, Rivian, I was watching today. Rivian, come on, load. I figured like we might get a 28 hold on Rivian today off the open and then a blast through the pre-market high at 28.50. I was also willing to take 28.50 as like a pre-market high break. Never came in, but I, as you can see, I do have the order there to go long if we do break 28 later on in the day. I think we can continue the move. You look at the 30-minute chart here of the last few days. Come on, load up, load up, load up. This 27 level was pretty key. We took it out yesterday on a pretty strong move off the open through that 26, and we get to 27.50. That's kind of where we're at right now. I'm thinking, there's room for this move. Rivian has come from a very far place. I think we can take out that 30 and get into some of these levels. Obviously, we're kind of getting right into resistance here. So the 27.30, 27.50 was pretty key level on the daily. That's where we get to. That's where we top out at. And I guess expecting us when we gap up again into now this kind of chop area on the daily chart, you could totally expect a sell-off. But we've seen Rivian in the afternoon kind of make those moves before. Maybe they do show up here. I don't know. Yeah, right here. There's this that day that we dip into like 23 and then make a new high again. So we have shown a couple times this day right here, where we've done the dip and then blasted through and made a new high over the pre-market. So I'm kind of wondering if we can get that move. If we take this that 28 level out again today, that would be a fresh level that we haven't really broken to the upside on the on this move up yet. So interested on that. Meta kind of broke my level, so I'm kind of done with that one. I tried Meta a bunch of times today. I'm down quite a bit on it. You know, I had the trade down here, and then it comes and stops me out.
Is that my chart or your chart, bro? Why do our charts look identical in how we traded
Yeah, well,
it there,
you're
man?
up on the day on this one, and I'm
No,
not.
I'm not. I
And
gave it
there's-
back.
Oh, you did give it back?
Yes,
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
I did
okay.
give it
I didn't
back,
hear that part. I just
Yeah, I
heard,
did.
you know, $3 winner or something.
It was initially. It was fantastic.
At no point did I ever get more than like 80 cents in the money on this name. It just wrong prices.
I literally got it down there, got
Yeah.
out it here, and anyway, whatever.
I was thinking that it would break 320, so I was kind of hands off here, and then it just wicks right back up. It doesn't even get to that 320. So yeah, kind of tough trade today. Stopped me out a few times on some kind of nasty wick actions, but is what it is. Also, this one, an order filled on me to go long 320, 450 break. This wick is dark pool. This is fake.
Yeah, okay, it is, right?
And it put me in. So
And you got triggered on the dark
Oh yeah,
pool?
I lost
goodness.
a decent chunk on that little order, but
It's frustrating.
yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, this one, my level was 318.5. I figured, you know, right here we were kind of hitting that, getting that support, and we were going to blast off from there, but doesn't happen. Obviously, that market move didn't help, but Meta pretty weak on these fairly strong earnings.
I'm kinda
Obviously,
happy.
still up 6%, but you kind of figured that we were going to get that 330 break today.
Have you seen some of the price targets on this bad boy today?
Yeah.
Like, we're talking 400s now, so I'm kind of pleased that it's going back down because I want to get back in. FOMO aplenty, Max, these days with Meta, especially watching it go up. Tilray, guys, another good day for Tilray. It reported it did well. It's up again today, 10% on a different headline, not a continuation from earnings. Tilray Brands jumps after renewing distribution deal in Canada. Yeah, Canada. Shout out to Canada. We're going to give Canada some love, but in reality, we need American markets for the weed industry to really get going here. It's not going to make the moves that we want it to make just relying on the Canadian market. Anyway, I was talking to Brendo about this one too. Tilray also sells alcohol, and they make money on alcohol. They don't seem to make money on weed. And therefore, the balance sheet is very skewed, because if you were to look at the balance sheet and you don't look at how it's being distributed, where the income, where the profit's coming from, you think, okay, look, you know, they did pretty well, and you would confuse it for the weed industry doing well. No, they have a different channel of business in alcohol as well, and they
Alcohol
make
by itself or infused alcohol?
I'm pretty sure it's alcohol by itself.
Really? So they're just
I'm
kind
gonna
of
have to double check that one though.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Yeah, let me double check that one on you for you. But yeah, anyway, on its own catalyst today is Tilray with renewing this distribution deal with the Great North Distribution for sales. I know it is cannabis, but Brenda was telling me that they sell alcohol as well. Yeah. Which is interesting. I didn't know that, to be honest with you. The Katina man letting me know, you know, be careful here. This is a cannabis talk. No, I know. Yeah, Tilray anyway up 10 1/3 today. Right now it's kind of close to day's highs, 220 day high. Right now we're flirting with 212. We got above yesterday's high, so a newer high today and a higher low. You're liking this if you're trying to swing. I mean, I'm not giving you any suggestions to swing Tilray. I wouldn't. Because it is quite speculative, and that is putting it quite mildly. Anyway, let's see what else is going on here. Vinco Ventures is still top dog right now, 489. This one is looking to curl up. BBIG, let's go, baby. Where is it? There we go. Let's go to the 5-minute chart on this bad boy. Like I said earlier, up 23+%, 489 high, flirting with 4 3/4 now. Nice V-shaped recovery back off that initial sell-off and a VWAP break. So a nice look here for Vinco Ventures as it tries to flirt with high day and eventually maybe trying to reclaim 5. So have a look at that. TUP, everybody yelling TUP, TUP. So let's have a look at TUP because it is also near day's highs, 292 with a 297 high on Tupperware brands. Put the ticker on that bad boy real quick. I'm going to have to switch to the 1 minute because this is a kind of a 1 minute type chart for me. Let's have a look here. All right, what's the deal with this, Max? Okay, so it's an interesting consolidation area here. that we had trouble breaking through, and it looks to be that 255. And once 255 got taken at that 11 o'clock time spot, oh baby, it shot up. 255 was no more. 290 now we're talking about the level. We are 2 pennies off day's high. What kind of resistance do we expect here at 3? Whole dollar level, typically a good area to anticipate resistance. Let's go to the daily and see what kind of levelage here we got to work with. Looks like this is an interesting area too as an area of resistance, this 375. Look how many touches we get off here. 1, 2, 3, then you get the breakdown. So if you're looking for a possible area of resistance above the whole dollar, $3 level, maybe that 375-ish, 4-ish area is one that you might want to consider.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. I noticed on the tape on Tupperware that there's an order for 1,000 lots at 303.
Yeah.
So somebody is trying to, I don't know, take profit on this breakout or short the breakout for 100,000 shares there. I just got long Apple as it kind of wicked that 195.5 price again. So thinking if we do get a bounce on the market, we are kind of at that 15,750 kind of support potential area, kind of triple bottoming or whatever on the NASDAQ. So if Apple wants to wick that key price again, that was basically yesterday's high, then I'm going to get long starter size here and looking to add if we get below it and back above again. If we hold below 195.45, I will get out. But yeah, looking to play the bounce on the market potentially here. You know, that 11 a.m. kind of bounce play that we have seen so many times before. And yeah, target is like 196. If we hold that, maybe add and try to get VWAP on this one. So see what happens. Apple very close to its all-time high. Got super close today. All-time high being that 198.20, I want to say, something like that. From, 198.20, 30. From, 25 when we had that AI news, or what was it, AI Siri? Yeah, Pratt and I were on the show, and it was AI Siri is coming out for Apple. Then we hit an all-time high, so we'll see if we can.
Sucks, bro.
Yeah, but imagine Siri is like ChatGPT infused.
Be amazing.
That would be sick.
I know, but I guess I'm not that encouraged just based on current Siri. Like,
Yeah,
how would you compare Siri to Google? Google's far superior.
Yeah.
Like the way, in terms of like interacting with it. Anyway.
I actually haven't interacted with a Google.
No, you don't have a Google speaker?
No.
No, okay. I have all over my condo, so.
Makes sense.
And they listen to me. Sometimes they talk without me prompting them. It's scary. Wanted to mention something here, guys. 2 things, RCL and OSTK, Overstock. I just want to talk about Overstock quickly because I do believe it has earnings today. Let me double check that. I don't want to say anything incorrectly. Let's look at the calendar. Yes, we did get earnings. It was 8:30 a.m. Today's the 27th, and that's why we popped up here. So Overstock pumping up big, 18.5% off earnings with a 39 high retracing now into VWAP. I don't know if the move's done here, but 37 breaking, 36.82, starting to retrace down. Maybe an interesting level of support here at 35.50 was the peak of that initial move in the pre-market, but on suspect volume, obviously much less. So Overstock, want to let you know about that one. I'm not going to go through the earnings report. Also, RCL reported as well this morning. Why isn't it showing me the percentage up on this stupid thing? Anyway, it's up 8.5% on RCL. Let me put the ticker in for everybody. Royal Caribbean, we talked about that on the morning show today. Money continues to shift from goods to services as consumers look to, more for experiences than products. We're seeing that support the airline industry. We're going to see, I believe, CCL, Caribbean Cruise Lines, they report next week. So we'll see if the RCL buoy is going to help some of its industry competitors as well. Anyway, make a 114 touch on a quick wick, but to be honest, the better level here is at 1250. We hold above VWAP. We're dancing with 110. We're trying to hold that 110 at the moment. Technically, the high of day is that 110.08. This big move here came in the pre-market on less volume. So 110.08, technically the high above VWAP. Now let's see how this one, how This one does on the day, to be honest, because it's on my radar. There's too many things to put on my star charts today, Max, man.
Yeah.
Too many names running here.
Yeah, I had way too many ideas this morning. Didn't really help to kind of concentrate what I actually wanted to do, but yeah, I kind of wish I did anything other than the meta trade this morning. Actually, that was basically my main focus. But yeah, Google as well. Where's that? Google's just holding that 130, 150. So kind of looking like yesterday, actually, where it just made a level and then held. Google, pretty interesting. I really liked the idea of 131 holding. I did get the trade, but smaller size because I was already in meta, and I got a pretty bad price at 131.25. And it did make the move that we were looking for. I was thinking we could get 135 today, and I mean, we could still get that. It's good that it's holding up in the face of this market. I think one more touch at 131.50 or 131.40 could be a good spot to get long on Google for the move back up into this 132.50 price. I think you could scalp the range, I guess, until it does break out. You know, buy down here, get half out. If it comes back into the price, you buy again, get half out, and if it breaks, then you still have half for the move. Currently, yeah, I mean, I think I missed that dip buy, sadly, actually. I did like that price, but we'll see what happens on Google. If we're taking out 133 again, possibility to get long once again for the potential move to 134.50 and then 135, 136. Apple looking pretty good. I mean, I wasn't expecting this move to happen like quickly, so, you know, as long as we're holding above my price, all good with that. I did add to it as it was holding this 195.75 price, did a little bit of wick below 75, and then had an interesting hold on the tape, so got a little more long. Now we're just waiting for this 85 to break, then 136 or 196 to break, and then we'll see if we can get the 50 period here. Obviously, these dark pool wicks don't mean anything as we now start to pump up. So let's see what Apple can do above 196. Can we get into 197 again today? I don't know. I do like the curl on the market. We are still up 1.5% on NASDAQ. So as much as the market has looked kind of weak since this opening drive, we are still very strong today and holding well above yesterday's levels. So, you know, strong market, strong stock. I'm pretty happy with the idea behind this trade. And now we have 700 lots on the bid on Apple. So should I be adding here to this position with 700 lots there, kind of pushing it up?
Good for you on that.
No, I'm not going to add because I don't want to turn my trade into a 195.90 trade. I got a 195.50 trade on. So, yeah, if I add to it here, then I have to get out if that size breaks, and I don't really want to do that. But that's definitely adding some confluence to the trade. Clearly, a big player wanting to play.
We had to hit it. We haven't hit it. We haven't been hitting it lately.
No?
The word of the day. I hit it like once yesterday, but we were on a bit of a word of the day hiatus, sadly.
Yeah.
Max, I don't know. We don't typically trade these sub $1 stocks. I know you're not a big fan of them either. But look at this, FEMY. Someone with Hebrew letters, I would give you credit in the chat, but I couldn't read your name. Said FEMY, go FEMY, and I just pulled this up. 150.9% got up to $1. Touched the dollar club there at 105, sub $1 now, hanging out at 92 pennies or so. This one trading higher on the day after the company announced that the United States Patent and Trademark Office issued a notice of allowance for FemBlock, which is a permanent birth control. So interesting look there. I don't know, but a permanent birth control on the market other than, you know, having it surgically done. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not a pharmacist.
But like, if you have it surgically done, it can be reversed, right?
Yes, I believe so.
So this is like, you can't ever get it reversed.
I don't know, bro. Look, this is all I got right here.
Yeah.
This is all I got.
Of course.
Yeah.
You only have, but like, that's an interesting concept. You're just making that decision right there, like.
Yeah, hey,
I
to
mean,
each their own.
You know, whatever. You can still like adopt and stuff, I guess, if you want kids in the future.
And I think,
but
totally irrelevant, but I think adoption is awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
Because a lot of people. Anyway, looking at the 1 minute chart here on FEMY, it's a nice move up. I mean, right from the get-go here, 845, it's been pumping up, but the volume really started coming in, and the price action really started pumping up at that 10 o'clock mark. In fact, you got a halt. You got to halt at around 79, 80 pennies or so. You open up, you open down. It's a bit zigzaggy, so it is, you know, a little scary here. Let's see if this one can reclaim 100 and hold above. Do you jump in front of something like this in anticipation of a hundo, or you wait for the hundo break?
I think you wait for the break.
You wait for the break. Considering it already broke and rejected, like it touched 105.
I think, I mean, you could take the 95 break right now. That's a consolidation breakout if that's what you like.
You know what I mean?
I just think that all of the edge on these stocks is around $1. Neil talks about this all the time. The dollar is extremely key. People swing below $1. So if it's trading below $1, people are short, thinking that it's going to go to zero. It's going to delist. They're going to have to reverse split, and those reverse split trades are pretty awesome.
And then they become parabolic movers up.
Well, they become parabolic. Well, they go down. They reverse split. It goes up to $5, and then everybody just sells it back down.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's a great setup to go short below $1. So when the dollar does break, you're expecting a short squeeze above.
Right.
I think today also, like if we go above $1 again, people are probably intraday short at that dollar. So you go through the dollar again, potentially the intraday shorts get squeezed out as we just wicked it right now.
You saw that? Okay, so I gotta actually I don't want to take off Tupperware. I'm gonna take off Amazon. FEMY, I believe this is an NQ stock. Yes, I'm right. Okay, so let's have a look at the tape and the price action. Come on, bro. Switch the chart, bro. There we go. Okay, so we just touched a buck. So the buck club got touched up again. Here we go, 98, 93 showing up here on the ask. Where is the size? The size is at $1, so there's quite a bit of size here. At $1, we'll see. Oh, here we go again. Here comes the test again of the dollar, and there goes the test of the dollar. So this one's getting going. FEMY, is it going to show up on my scanner? Why isn't it showing up on my scanner? It's above. No, it's because it's below a buck now. Yeah, this one's a little tricky. I think this one just requires a little bit of luck, to be honest with you. I don't know how to trade these, Max, so I think I'm just going to try to.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably take the $1.05 break, which was the high of day.
Yeah.
That's where people would probably be getting squeezed out of it. I don't know.
What's the short flow? Let's find out some more deets. I hope.
Sometimes it's unreported when they're below $1 for some reason.
Okay. Yeah. Well, short float not coming up on our friend trade ideas there. Let's go to float checker. Oops. Float checker. There we go. Let's pop that up. Float checker, where is it? There we go. It's got to load up a little bit. I'm not sure why it always has to do this. Does it to Neil too? FEMY, there we go. Okay, so FEMY, yeah, a negligible short float, guys. The float's small. It's not micro, but it's small. It's about 10 million shares, 11 million depending on where you're looking. But yeah, sub 1% float. So maybe not the best one here to look for a short squeeze on FEMY. We'll continue to watch this, though, as it does continue to flirt with $1. Did it break the dollar last time? Yeah, it did. Here we go. We're at 101. I'm seeing 1 on the bid now, 101 on the ask, and I see 101 on the bid.
Not a lot of size on that one.
No. Actually, and it's not moving up with it.
That 110 has some size on it, so could be interesting above 110. Maybe you structure a breakout that way. I don't know.
It's a tough one. Anyway,
I do like to take the dollar breaks. I like to take it the first time, though.
Okay.
Like taking it on the second time, I feel like you can get chopped around a bunch.
The first time it actually rejected, though. That was the 105 rejection.
Yeah.
Kind of went back down into the 50
period
period
here
there.
Goes Apple. All right, Apple.
Everything's
so Apple
curled
now
back
like
up.
40 cents in the money, waiting for 25 to take profit on this one. But yeah, Apple now holding the 50 period and starting to make its move into VWAP, looking for that VWAP touch. And taking profit at the high of all of these dark pool wicks because, you know, tinfoil hat. That's where the stock clearly wants to go. 196.67 for whatever reason has just dark pooled like 5 times in a row. So maybe the stock wants to go there. But yeah, I'm looking to take like 10%. I really think that we can get kind of a reversal move here on both the market and on Apple. So not trying to take too much out. This is like total 40% into 196.70 and wondering if we can get that 197 touch again today. Google's messing with 132 right now. Yeah, I think if Google can get above and hold above this 132.07, whatever that is, just hold above VWAP basically, 132.10. I think you could structure a potential long above there, looking for this 132.5 and then 133. Obviously, you know, not the time of day that this is going to be an aggressive, fast move. Oh, and there's all right, Apple. All right, Apple. Fills me on the profit taker. Let's go. There's 500 lots on 196.25, expecting that to get filled, and then kind of a blast off from there. This could be a bit of a breakout price here at 196.25. That's kind of where we were. Oh, that's an interesting move. Previously, kind of quadruple top right in at this same level, and then blast off. Here we go. Can we keep going? Let's go, Apple. Fill me at 45. Oh, yeah, here we go. VWAP touch on Apple. So market's starting to rip a little bit here. Here we go, Sharif.
Okay, I'm
You
in
any
Amazon
positions?
too, bro, yeah.
You're in Amazon
Yeah,
long?
yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's see if we can
go.
get this curl up
Wow,
here.
Amazon's real strong.
It looks good. Nothing to really write home about yet. You know, just a few pennies in the money, but the chart pattern shows a series of higher lows. So you're hoping here, I hate to use that word, but you're positing, let's put that, Max. We're positing that it'll break high a day. On Amazon, the high day is 132.63. And this one has been suffering from good headlines and benefiting, suffering from bad headlines and benefiting from good ones. It seems to have different, conflicting headlines show up even multiple times per day. So
the market's very confused on what to do with Amazon. I think there's a lot of different perspectives on this one. People are pretty upset that they don't make any money, even though they have all this revenue.
Yeah.
Other people are like, this company's taking over the world. What the hell are you talking about? So
there's
definitely
depends,
a huge swing between the buyers and sellers.
hold on, Amazon is not profitable?
Not
you
really.
sure?
It's not
I
enough.
have no
not
idea,
enough.
to be honest with you.
There are some quarters where they don't. Where
They've
they don't
had some
report
bad quarters.
profit, I'm
Okay.
pretty sure.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, we'll have to.
we'll have to look that up,
Stuff,
but they definitely report some pretty nasty quarters, and people get
imagine.
kind of upset about that they're still just kind of,
I
yeah,
got
PE is
into
nuts.
FME as well.
Oh, you did?
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna give this 10 pennies. So if it makes a new low, if it breaks this trough right here, essentially it's been following the 50 for a while. The 50 is the red line here on my chart. I hope you guys can see that. But if it makes a new low, breaking through 85 pennies, 86 pennies, like about 10, 11 pennies of risk, I will get out of this one. But we're basically trying to arbitrage this one through the $1 break. Let's see what Amazon's doing. Amazon finding a bit of resistance at high a day. So is this just one of those days, Max, where we're just gonna have to take shorts on pops, or are we gonna have a sustained move here?
I mean, we are up 1.5% today.
We are.
So there's room to go down for sure. But that 16K is pretty obvious on NASDAQ as like a potential target today if we do want to get to 2%. I mean, I feel like that has to be fueled by Meta. If we are going to really make that move today, Meta has to be the one that goes, the one that reported good earnings today or last night. You have to get them to go for us to really get going on the market, which it is at the moment.
You know what I read a little bit about Amazon yesterday?
What?
Little tidbit. So they had this "don't say no" culture. I don't think they called it that. They termed it something a little different. Essentially, how it worked was, if you were, say, an employee in whatever department and you had an idea for something that you wanted to, implement with the company, a good business idea. I'm not talking about social stuff. Business, okay? You would pitch it to your supervisor or manager or whatever, your superior. Your superior had to say yes to the idea, and if they want to say no, they had to write an essay as to why. So it created a yes culture. And actually, AWS came out that way. Can you believe it?
Really?
Yeah. So
Well, I mean, I like the idea for innovation, but at the same time, like, that's kind of a waste of time to be.
This is what they're known for, though. Like, if you look at their business and where they spend their money, it's always outside their area of competence. You know what I mean? Like, they go.
I mean, they're trying to take over the world, right? That is, they want to be that dystopian company that owns everything. What do they always call it in?
What?
Sci-fi movie, like the Acme company or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
The one that does it. Or the iRobot, like that huge company that made all the iRobots. Remember that dude on the top of the big building in iRobot that like owned everything?
Yeah, exactly, the same thing.
Was it US Robotics? Was it US Robotics? US. What was the name of the company in iRobot that made all those robots? US Robotics or something like that? US Robotics is Neil. Yeah, so I had it right. Yeah, and which US Robotics was an actual company that made computer stuff. I remember in like the early stages. That's just dating me right there. So I'll stop talking. No, still break even or a couple pennies in the money on Amazon. Flirting with break even and 1 penny down here on FEMY as it continues to flirt below that $1. Again, just to reiterate, my stop will be the break of this low here, the break of this trough at around 85, 86 pennies. We'll get out of that one. Not much risk being put on here. I wanted to talk about AMAT because I spoke about it earlier. Possibly, I think here that this might be moving in sympathy with something else. I thought Broadcom, somebody in the chat told me a different name, so I'm not exactly sure. Nonetheless, it is strong on the day. It's up 7.42, almost 7.5%, and it's very much at day's highs. 149.47 is trading 149.33. We're close to that 150 level. It keeps going up and to the right. Good, strong day for, I want to say, microchips. I only have one red name on my microchip watch list, and that's Pi. Pi's down 6.5%, and that's a secular move because it got downgraded and it's being investigated or something. 6.5%. Everything else in microchip semiconductor world on my watch list is green on the day, and AMAT's no exception, Max.
Did you see this headline about the scientific discovery that has just come out of Korea for superconductors?
No.
Yeah, it's like ambient temperature, ambient pressure, superconductor things that are.
Okay.
I don't know anything about this stuff, but I wondered if that would like affect the semiconductor industry.
Yeah.
Because like these, I really don't know anything about this technology, but it's some kind of disruptive technology that people have been waiting on for a long time that will make like batteries and computers and stuff like way faster and cheaper and all this stuff. So I was wondering if the chips might see a bit of a
It'd be interesting,
decline on that, but it doesn't really seem that
I think
way,
we are
does
going to
it?
curl back down here. I'm not convinced on this market move in general, man.
Yeah, it looks like ES is really holding us down here. NASDAQ's still holding above that VWAP for now, but we'll see what happens on that one.
Someone's saying it's a physics breakthrough. Some other people calling it superconductors. I don't know.
Yeah, superconductors.
I heard a little bit
Apparently,
about that.
yeah, there's aliens too.
I know,
Aliens, superconductors.
We'll see. Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a crazy, crazy world.
And as we talk about this, AMD is about to take out the high at 114 there.
Okay.
So, yeah, apparently the chips don't care about this until they get replaced by whatever this Korean company, which will probably get bought out by Samsung, ends up being. But yeah, 114, kind of a breakout level. I know that I used to trade 114 on AMD. I don't really think I've traded it in a couple weeks, honestly. But yeah, like 114 is kind of a breakout price here. Potential for a break on AMD. I think I would look. I don't know. I mean, I'm long Apple, so I think the market's going to go up. That's more of a big picture thing. As far as like a scalp, I feel like AMD at 114 is probably a fade, like a fail break. You fade it back down into 113.50 kind of idea, but good move on AMD. I haven't even looked at NVIDIA today. What's NVIDIA doing? 468. So 470 top. That's something to look at this afternoon. I don't think taking it in lunchtime is a great idea, but if 470 breaks this afternoon on market strength, I think that's a great, great potential move. Already up 3%. We're really breaking out here, and we're only $10 away from all-time high there at that 480 price. So, you take 470, you add on 480, and maybe you're seeing 500 before long on NVIDIA. Maybe not, probably not today, but you never know.
RCL, Max, making a nice move back up here. It was very strong, like we talked about earlier, 10% of the good. Dipped, below VWAP here. Now it's stair-stepping back up, breaking through 111, 111.15 the high again. It wigged up all the way almost to 114, just shy of 114 there in the pre-market, 113.91, technically that pre-market high, but here we go. Breaking through 111 now, 111.19, looking for that $0.50 level. Not really any resistance levels until this 112.5 to essentially 114, about $1.50 maybe here that you have to worry about because of this wick. But Good look on RCL as it continues to stair step up. Let's see how my trades are doing, though. Let's bring this back here. So go like this. Tupperware, we'll talk about that in a second. Femi's still hanging out, about sub $1. Amazon, what are we? We're like 6 pennies out of the money on Amazon as it, flirts near that 132.50-ish area, which was high a day. Someone was asking me in the chat, and they're like, are you sure about Amazon? And I got to tell you the truth, I'm not sure about big tech today because of the retracement that we got. And we also got some interesting numbers. Even though they were preliminary numbers this morning, we got a very strong GDP.
Yeah.
I think it was like well, from an inflationary perspective, it's, you're right?
We've already beaten inflation, Sharif.
I don't know about that, bro. That's a nice dream to have, but...
We've beaten inflation. It's
Hold
all
on.
over.
And
we hit 16K on the NASDAQ. There's no inflation
It's all over?
It's over.
Okay. Well, and Max says it. It is over.
Oh my God.
No, but for real, we got jobless as well coming in low.
Yeah.
And, you know what the Fed wants.
Yeah.
Sadly, they want people to lose their jobs.
Yeah, of course they do.
Right? And so here we go. Anyway, back to Amazon quick. I got to monitor this one. Dipping into 132. What's he out here? I'm going to have to say the break of VWAP, which is 131.75. It had been flirting with VWAP for about, from 10:30 to around 11:30, about an hour or so at that level. If it breaks it, that will be the end of the trade for me. Let's go back to Femi here still. Nowhere close to my out. Let's go ahead and put that out now for Femi because Femi is one of those ones that could get dangerous real quick. So the out for me is going to be the break of that. I'm going to say 85 pennies and a half. So we're going to go 0.855 and we're going to take out the whole bunch. Let's see what we got here. All right, on Femi, Max.
Look at this action on top right now. Really, like, kind of consolidating at the high here. Now we're getting a little bit of buying going into that $3 level. I'm thinking that this breakout could be good. I would want to see that 303 break though. So, like, the issue with taking this breakout is that there's that order at 303 that would have to get filled. You can take the 3 breakout and say, if that 303 doesn't get filled right away, I'm just going to bail on this. But I think maybe just punching in at 304 makes a little bit more sense because now you've like cleaned out all of the size there. You do wonder if this person at 303 or whatever they are, algo, has more size behind that, and they're just going to let the 303 break, and then they're going to slam all their size onto the bid and send this one down. It is not SSR today, which does make that much easier to kind of manipulate that false breakout, but we shall see on this one. Definitely looking good for the breakout. You can't say anything bad about this this top here. This is looking really strong.
Yes.
Does the dump, holds it. There's $3, 302,
there
303.
it goes, baby.
Oh, there's more size there. So yeah, we do get a little false break.
Oh my goodness. This is why I don't like these stocks, bro. This is why I don't like them.
I mean, if you wanted the short, I kind of did just outline that structure for you. So you're welcome for the 12 cents there. Now we're back
And there
above.
it goes. Oh
Now
my
we're
God.
back above.
The volatility
That
is rampant.
Interesting.
Bradley's yelling. His stop is 303 back there. So anybody in the short with Bradley, there you go.
I'm long now. There we go. 307, 310. Let's go, top. Maybe we got to halt up here. Let's go. Come on. I'm long at 303. Just punched that ask when it got up there.
Good job.
Yeah, let's see if we can take out this high. I'm not looking to take any profit. Volume absolutely flying on this one. When they do the double false break, that's when the long is good. So let's go top. What did we say? 370 was the price that we're looking for. I'm looking for a halt up here. Let's go. 20 cents in the money, or not 20, I guess that's 15. But yeah, pretty solid here. Okay, there we go. 25's now the high. This one's starting to fly. High of day volume now on that 1 minute candle. So let's see if the volume can continue here. People really starting to get squeezed. I ain't taking any profit. I want to see a halt. I want to see something crazy on this one. Let's go TUP. Keep flying. Keep flying. All right, new high again, 327. Let's go. Take out that size. Take out that size. Got to tend to that Apple position too. If that breaks below 80s there, I don't want to be in it anymore. Let TUP pull back here. I mean, the stops basically break even on this one. Not going to let this go against me at all, but also I'm not going to sell until we get like 30, 40 cents out of this. I think long-term kind of breakout idea makes sense on this one. I think some people are offside. Until the volume dies, I ain't getting out. As Apple kind of coming down, market coming down, so get out of that Apple. No, I'm going to hold the Apple, going to hold the TUP, going to hold everything. Long's printing. Let's go. Let's see if we can buy this dip. You're short at 315, says Daniel. Good luck to you. I think, I don't know, if we take out this 330, I might just add to it because people are obviously getting short there. Volume kind of slowing down a bit. Maybe we do this kind of same thing as we did here. Pull back a little, do a little volume, and then blast off. If we go right through this high, I think the short squeeze is really on this one. Yeah, pretty solid trade there on that TUP. Apple, I'm going to trail into 79. So don't want to be in Apple anymore if we break 79. All right.
You know what I said yesterday? I said 11D5.
11D5. What does that even mean?
I don't know. It's a great level.
That's
Neil,
the best
Neil,
level.
like-
If you hit that level, you're doing something special.
Neil says he doesn't know what stock it is, but he's buying it as long as it hits 11D5.
I mean,
no,
yeah.
that's how tired I was yesterday. I don't know if you know, but like I've been really lacking sleep lately. The time difference has been throwing me off real bad.
yeah.
So things get wonky when that happens, Max. Right? And 11D5 showed itself yesterday. All right, Femi, coming back down into 90 pennies. 86 is my out. Actually, 85.5 will be my out. I'd rather not have to take it like that. It was holding the 50 period well. Now it's given up the ghost, it looks like. But the technical level for me is going to be around that bottom. VWAP also, should be noted, is around that 81 pennies, 82, 81.5 pennies. So keep your eye on that. It's been above VWAP essentially since 10 o'clock or so, maybe 9:45. Holding above that level, so we'll see how that plays out. Back in to Amazon here, got a nice 132 bounce, looking for continuation off that, or that bounce, excuse me, off that VWAP dip. We'll see how that one works out.
Here we go, Tupperware.
Go.
High of day
Wow.
again. High of day, double top now. Let's see if we can bust through this. Not expecting that to be a problem. Yeah, there was like 400 lots. They took most of it out. There we go, 30s. Let's go, Tupperware. Let's go. I need to go restock on some Tupperware after this trade. Awesome company. Everybody uses this stuff. This is obviously going to the moon. What was Prad saying yesterday? They have AI Tupperware. I totally agree. AI Tupperware to the moon. Let's go. Let's go. Keep going. I'm not going to get out of this until we kind of break down. So trail stop 315. I want to hold this all day. I want to see if we can get a halt on this. Short flow 27. People have been offside since we broke $1. I feel like they keep shorting it, and then we keep breaking the highs, and they keep having to stop out. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to stay long on this one until I have to get out. Great trade here. And Apple probably going to stop me out there. So I guess the market didn't want to go. That's fine. We're making more on Tupperware than we would have on Apple anyway.
Good job, man. No, I can't say the same for me. Not looking good here on Amazon as it retraces right back down into that 131.80-ish area. That's where VWAP, is that accurate on mine? Oh, yeah, so it is. 131.80-ish, that's the look on Amazon. My out there is going to be the 131.5. But it looks like it's going to be another loser for me here on this one, Max, as Amazon retraced down. It's strong, though, 2.9%. So trying to see if it will stay above that VWAP line. But yeah, good look on TUP. RCL continues to go. I've loaded that one up now. I'm interested in it as we are at high of day. Technically, we did a higher print earlier in the pre-market, but now we just printed a 111.75 HOD, so it's claimed 111 quite well. See how that one works out. Keeping on the Fuge as well. The Fuge. The 4,600 level really interests me on the ES. It's still up 1/3%. Yesterday's close on the ES. Let's bring it in real quick here so I can talk about it. Yesterday's close on the ES is at 45.95, excuse me. So 5 points removed from that 4,600 level, which has been, one of the tougher levels to break through. Recently, anyway, if you have a look at the half an hour chart, it's been, we broke through it, but then you always get under it. Now it looks like we've reclaimed it with a series of higher lows here. So 4,600 I'll be interested in getting, should it make its way down there. Otherwise, going to keep my eye on the 3 that I have now, which is, or excuse me, 2 that I have now, which is Amazon, FEMI, and I'm really considering this RCL as it continues to stair step up. I just don't know if I'm too late to the party here. Let's have a look. Let's go FEMI, says Hoy. Bought at 88 cents. Good on you. Good entry there. Maybe this would be interesting for me to adjust cost base here if we do get that hold. This is what Neil would call getting it on the backside. You get that big move down and, that leveling out, and then you start curling back up, and that's when let me get it in here. I won't put words in his mouth, but it kind of looks like that setup. So let's wait on FEMI. Show a couple of green candles here. Maybe want to test that 92, 93 cents again, and maybe we'll get in a little bit there. So good look there, and not much else to report except that Amazon I may get stopped out soon.
Yeah, hoping that we get a double bottom on the ES here, so this Apple trade can continue to go up. Tupperware, whatever. I'm not going to look at this until we're at 350. Doesn't matter. We're going to the moon here, but Apple kind of double bottomed here at 83. Hopefully that holds, and then we can continue to go up. Kind of looking like the market wants to continue to dip here. NASDAQ, pretty good rejection of that VWAP area there. But if we do make a bottom here, then it is trend up. Not super sold on that though. It looks like we may just get stopped out for a little bit of profit, but not as much as we were hoping for on Apple there. Tupperware still kind of flagging, consolidating up. We'll see what happens here. Maybe it has to touch the teal and then blast off. Won't be getting out above the teal, given the shirt that I'm wearing today. That would be ridiculous. Yeah, let's see what happens with this one. We get back over the high. Should be a good trade. We know that 327 was a problem before, so maybe 327 is kind of the trigger price. I did see a little bit of size at 337. There was 1,000 lots there. If we take that out, then we're flying to the moon. But who knows? Who knows? It could be. Well, there were those 1,000 lots at 303 that got filled. So maybe it's the same person trying to average into a short, then take it back down into $3. I could see that doing kind of like a 10% move scenario and trying to get it back in. That might make sense. I don't know. That's not really the way that I like to do these things. But yeah, let's see what happens at this high here, 335. We take that out. That 337 could be resistance. Maybe we reject off of that big order. I mean, it's not like it's a $3 stock, so 100,000 shares is only $300,000. That's not really a big deal, as the market is bouncing. So Apple kind of bouncing back over 196. That's looking good now. Yeah, kind of doing a double bottom. We need to take out that, what is it, 196.25, which is where I have another 10% profit taker. And then I'll just take profit in the exact same spots and try to get a little higher here. Maybe should have just reloaded off of that double bottom, but I don't know, whatever. Tilray just made a new high as well.
Again?
Yeah. 224, 223 high now on Tilray. I haven't traded that in the last. It was yesterday that they reported? Yeah.
Well, yeah, they reported, and then they had another agreement today to continue that distribution that I talked about.
Oh, look. There's a friend on 95s again. Oh, you got filled this time. For those 700 lots. All right, looks like I'm going to get stopped at Apple.
Yeah, I'm going to probably get stopped out of Amazon as well, too, as it continues to make its way down. 15.8 just broke on the NQ. We'll see if we can hold that level. 15.794, technically. High a day on the NQ is 15.904. So at 15.9 rejects at the moment. Some people saying MCOM. Again, sub $1 stock, 10 pennies at the moment, up 28.75%, fluctuating every now and again. I don't have any headlines on this mobility. What is the name of this company? I don't even have the name of the company, bro. Let me go to trade ideas here. Let's see if we can get that. MCOM, micro mobility, class A. All right. 10.48 million share float. What do? It's an intra-urban transportation company. The company offers e-scooters, e-bikes, and e-mobiles. That's pretty cool. All right, what's the headline? This is today. Micromobility, Salvatore Palella hosts Twitter poll okay, whatever, dude. Anyway, it's moving. It's, 10 pennies. That's definitely out of my wheelhouse. I won't be trading that. And that is the end of the trade for me on Amazon. I get stopped out again. Another loser today. So not a good day for me as the market really starting to sell off here. 15.8 really going, and looks like we're headed to the sell side on this one. Femi still hanging out at that level, not doing much, and the volume really dropping off here, which is a little dangerous. These type of stocks, that's not what you want to see, especially from these sub $1 stocks. But the price action is not as volatile as I expected from a name like this. Maybe I should watch what I say, because
I would
come
have
in.
expected that to be a little more aggressive there,
Right.
given that it's up 130% or 150%. What is it?
Yeah, essentially 147.
Yeah, so those are usually a little more aggressive. I got stopped out of Apple at 195.79. Is what it is. Made a little bit on that. Probably should have taken more profit when we were like $1 in the money, but I don't know. I was looking for a bigger move there. Market is kind of double bottoming though.
Yeah, I do see that. Actually, good call on that.
Yeah, we are kind of little wick bottom there on NASDAQ again. I don't know if that necessarily means anything, but we'll see. Maybe take a look on the 15. What does it look like there? Yeah, it's still kind of headed down. So see what happens on the market here. If we do take out that 15,750, I don't know. I don't know where we go from there, but yeah. ES definitely double bottom there at 46.10. So ES doesn't really want to touch that 4,600 price, and this 46.10 is where we topped out yesterday on that Powell speech. So, interesting, kind of obvious there, I guess you could say. But, the obvious trades are never actually as easy as you think they are. What's going on with TUP? TUP's still holding. I'm not getting out of this one. I like the idea. I think if we do a little wick down below this 315, that's probably where they do the bamboozlement and send it back up. Just straight up taking out the high seems like it would be a good trigger for a squeeze as well. So we just wait. Just sit here, wait. I like the idea of this trade going to $4.20, I think, would be a good spot.
$4.20. I
Yeah.
like that. Okay, we'll take
Yeah.
that. Why not? All right. Someone's saying Neo's going. Let's have a look at
Neo?
Neo. Okay, it's popping right back up. Yeah, not really. Yeah, you could say there's a bit of a double bottom and a neck break there. It touched. Where did it get up to? Got up to 14.17 or so in the pre-market, which was a good move, but on lighter volume, obviously. So today, technically, the high of the day is 13.87, but we did get up to that 14.17 area. Anyway, nice possible double bottom here. The couple of with a higher low on this occasion, and then another higher high. So it looks like Neo may be interesting. I just haven't had enough success today to be able to confidently take this trade, and the profit's not there. So you can't just be taking rando trades. Anyway, Femi looking to hold 90 pennies. That's the last one that I'm involved in, about 2 pennies or so, 3 pennies or so out of the money. Adrian says Tesla, which is actually interesting here
Tesla
because,
above VWAP again.
well, here's the look on Tesla. I mean, we didn't exactly hold it to the T max, but we kind of did hold yesterday's close at 264 1/3.
Yeah.
And we started stair-stepping with higher highs and higher lows throughout for about, going on an hour and a half now when we made that bottom at 10:30. So Tesla, let me just put the ticker in on our friend Stressla here. Stressla looking good. It's above VWAP at the moment, rejecting off that 200-period moving average on the one, which doesn't mean much. But what I do like here is a series of higher highs and higher lows. What I don't like is that we are weak, I believe, on the NQ at the moment. Even though we're up 1.15%, we're definitely at the lower end of the range, below 15.8 at the moment. So a little tricky for me to be confident getting in to Stressla here, even though the price action looks quite good. Gotta really be careful with what the trades that I take. Amazon continuing to head south, so I'm happy that I got out of that one What else is going on? Max is in that. RCL continuing to be at and make new days highs, 1178. RCL continuing to go up 10 2/3. Just not the right area for me. Maybe a bounce off 11 or something like that. But I think you are overtime, my friend.
I am done. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
you're
Trader
all
Brad,
over now.
Sitting at the on the sidelines.
He's always ready. He
Waiting
brings
to
his
come
keyboard.
in, waiting to hop over the boards. As Tup makes a new high of day, so we're flying on that one. I'm logged out. I got to go back there.
Okay, bro.
Right
So we'll let
away.
you go.
All right. See you tomorrow.
All right, see you tomorrow, bro. And by the way, we're brought to you by Search Trader. Don't wait for December to save big. Take advantage of Search Trader's limited time Christmas in July event. We're offering 30% off all Search Trader auditions site-wide. Trade with our money. Simple trading rules, no minimum trading days. Offer ends July 31st at midnight Eastern time. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. I like how they have my face there with the whole thing. Interesting. Okay. So we'll let Pradley get set up, and we'll have a look at what is moving at the moment. You saw Max, the Madman, in Tupperware as it makes a newer high, 342. Now this one is up 78.33%. This one keeps heading to the high side. Very interesting look there on Tupperware. Continuation play from yesterday. There we go. There's the Tupperware. Excuse me for not bringing that up. Let's go to the half an hour. I just want to show you the continuation play from yesterday. Started yesterday, I believe, at like $1.25 or so. Yeah, right there. You get that pop up to 2. You reject 2. You finish the day off below 2, but 2 is just a distant dream now, baby, because we are at 342. Dan Emmons, 150 NQ points banked.
Money,
We're going to spin that for Dan. Done for the day as long as nothing else happens. At Sean, at Sharif, at Neil. Good on you, Dan. I know that Dan, the NQ trader, baby. Shout out to him. And enjoy the rest of your day off, Dan. I think he lives in Milwaukee or something like that. I hope the weather, he does. I hope the weather is good out there and you enjoy the rest of your day. What? He says, go Pack Go. Milwaukee fans are Pack fans because there's no Milwaukee football team, right? So, yeah, okay, yeah. Good. All right. Yeah, go Pack. No. Sean is asking me if I've ever heard of the Milwaukee Thunder. No, I have not, nor has he says. All right, Daniel, Sharif, Neo now at 1366, so you saved half a penny. Didn't look at what Neo was doing just yet. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's retracing off that high. I mean, I wasn't just going to get into Neo willy-nilly, right? Making an observation about what it's doing. I'm not going to get into it. Let's go into Femi here as it still continues to move sideways at that 90 penny range. Not giving us a move one way or the other. My out on this one will be 85.5 pennies if it should make its way down there. What I'm looking for here is that $1 break, especially since, you know, it flirted with it on a number of occasions. You had a 105 touch and then a rejection, and then here a 101 touch. Maybe, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this one ends up materializing. Dan, fun fact, years ago, the Green Bay Packers used to play some games at Milwaukee's Country Stadium once a year. Interesting. Did you know that, Katina, man? Yeah? Well, as owner. Count, did I say country? As owner of he says, as owner of the Green Bay Packers, he does have the knowledge of this. In case you guys are wondering what he's talking about, you guys can buy shares of the Green Bay Packers because they are owned by the fans. They're not owned by one owner like other teams. So. Chill Vibe saying AMD made a W. Have a look at our friend AMD. This one up to. Here it is. Oh, I see what you're saying. So double bottom, that's typically what we call that. Yeah, you have a higher low too, but it's not really a double bottom. Essentially, it's just bouncing off the trend line here as you make higher lows and now looking to make higher highs. I don't think we've quite gotten to that higher high that we made at that 10 o'clock at 113.86, but definitely flirting with that 113.80 on a number of occasions. So we'll see how much momentum AMD and Lisa Su have to the north side today. 3% to the good. Okay, FEMY coming real close to my stop here. It's flirting on the door. It's knocking on the door at 86. I'm at 85.5, and I am out. So another loser for me. 0-for-4 on the day. 0-for-4 on the day. Bradley, are you set up? Because I really need to take my hands off the keyboard at the moment.
Yeah, man. I'm done setting up over here, ready to go. Also throwing some orders on any stocks that I might need to take some new positions in. Watching Tupperware, looking for some possible shorts on Tupperware because this move is nonsensical. I know a couple of days ago I was very bullish about this stock, about the whole, oh, there's a Tupperware AI. That's just the joke that we made up over here on the joke, but this is insane. I mean, how much are we actually going to keep squeezing the stock to the north side? So looking for a possible short attempt near 380, 375. Let's see if that happens. But you guys see my positions on the board today. eBay, we talked about eBay for you guys yesterday on the After Hours show. We actually covered it throughout the day. Sadly, though, it wasn't the cleanest of the trades today. It was a little. I had to work for the short a little bit, but we have a pretty decent short on board at the moment, and we're waiting to see if the trade can go much lower. My target's 43. I've been saying that all day to one of the traders back there. Just keep your orders at 43 and thank me later. But it looks like it does not want to trigger that SSR mechanic. We keep going down close enough to that 10% marker and bouncing off of it. Now down 8.59% on the day for eBay. And my best trade on the day was, you'll be surprised, not Meta, it was Google. Like I said, I'm not interested in these large cap day one earnings. I try to stay away from them. They trap you most of the times, right? You might be very bullish off the way the stock moved in the after hours. If you were actually watching the stock with me, it looked not so bullish for a little bit, right? It went up, it went back down, then it went back up, so it looked a little scary for the most part. But coming into the morning today, it obviously ripped up to the north side, and everyone might have looked really bullish on Meta platforms, and it pulled back pretty hard off the open. So I was happy not wanting to trade Meta at all. That being said, I had a stink bid out on Meta. So that was my stink bid right there on Meta. It just comes in, gives me that fill. And then for some reason, I don't know what exactly happens, but I get triggered on an exit over here. I guess, I was looking for my Google blotter, Google L2, level 2, and by mistake I might have clicked on my Meta level 2 and covered my size over there by mistake on Meta, and I was out of the trade at that point. I said, hey, I wasn't planning on trading the stock anyways, I'm gonna walk away from it, but I did the exact same thing on Google. Let's go. It feels so good when some of these dip fill stink bids come into play and they actually work for you. The stock comes down, gives you that fill and bounces off of that. This is the trade that I was talking to Neil right before going on the show. I was like, Neil, can't wait to show you my stink bid fill over here on Google. I mean, look at that. Got in 130 70s or so. Did not have to risk anything at all. Added on the 132 break, exit, take that 133 break, exit, and then get stopped out on all of my size over there that I have at that re-entry below 133. And then I try a long over here with starter size at more size near that 130, 150 area, and then ride it back up north, take profits. I should have probably got back in. I had multiple chances to get back in, but I have size on board at the moment, and I'm looking for that move at the moment on Google, which is 60 cents of the money, long 130, 165, and we're almost about to see 132.65 coming into play if we can take out this little peak over here on Google. Let's go, man. Day 2 plays. I was also talking to a lot of the traders at the back over there in the morning. I was like, hey, maybe you might want to watch Google today. Google day 2 might give you a much cleaner trade than Meta could give you a trade, especially if you're very bullish and especially if you're very biased to the long side and you're not finding those entries for the long side. So Google, stupid clean, I love it. And tomorrow I hope Meta gives me some trades. Right now, Tupperware popping back up to the north side. Hopefully I do get that fill. My first entry near 75 is 375. My second entry near 387. And then I'll be looking for the possible stops near 390 or $4 on Tupperware. There comes the first fill on TUP and eBay, 40 cents in the money on that trade at the moment.
Okay, I'm not sure why I'm still in Femi here. Should be out of it completely. Oh, there was like a couple of shares left. Okay, that's fine. We shall see what happens here. Tesla making a good move and NVIDIA at high of day. So let's have a look at NVIDIA first. Put the ticker in real quick.
Oh, you're joking, Tupperware. Don't pull back that hard after giving me the fill. 375 is literally the high of day right now, and it is pulling back pretty nicely. 20 cents in the money on that already.
Attaboy, Bradley. NVIDIA at 40.70.95, looking to stair step up and test that 471 level. Where is the, how high do we get up here on this chart? Let's go to the 4 hour real quick. Where's the high? Okay, so we've wicked. This 475 level is very interesting because that's where a lot of the resistance has been, even though we've wicked up higher. But definitely all the closing prints are around 475. So interesting look there on NVIDIA. High a day. Also, Tesla looks good at the moment as it really tries to retrace. Now up 1% on the day. It's still down since he opened, down 1/3% since he opened. So opened a little bit higher than we are right now. But definitely looking good, maybe wanting to test that 268 level. There seems to be maybe a little bit of resistance around 268 area. We dipped into it around 8. So we'll see how that one goes. Not much else going for me at the moment, trying a future trade. We'll see how that goes. The NQ bouncing nicely with a series of higher lows. See if we can take out that. We've reclaimed 15.8 as well, so we'll see if we can take out some highs. Otherwise, not much else for me. Tupperware, I'm continuing to watch that. I'm also continuing to watch AMAT. That's at high a day as well. Applied Materials looks good, up 7 2/3% now at high a day at 149.71. Maybe wanting to test 150. RCL as well, continuing to stair step up with a 112 break. Just got up to 112.08. Now trading at 111.71. So bit of a rejection off that 112 level, but it looks good. So we'll continue to watch those. Otherwise, I've got nothing on.
Monster short here looks like on Tupperware. I don't know if it's going to work out or not, but hey, this is looking good at the moment, but the buyers are still trying to step up. So let's actually do a couple things here. Filter that and also filter, I'm not clicking the right box. There we go. Filter that and also, does it say size? Yeah, it says size. Filter that for, oop, no, that's wrong. I'm supposed to do that for 1. So we can only see anything above 100 shares on the level 2. And then on the time of sales, we only see anything above 99 shares. I should be filtering it for a lot more because obviously the stock is a $3 stock. So, only 100 shares is nothing for this position. On the filtration, I guess, filtration on looking to see where the big money traders are. So I should be filtering it for a lot more is what I'm trying to say. But this short looks good at the moment. Here comes the downside on Tupperware most likely. Do we actually have the higher day, the top tick of this move? 86% on the day. If we do, man, I am going to be surprised today. I might just have to go buy a lottery ticket. Hopefully it's still 70 million because I had 2 awesome is it 70 million still? It was last week. I don't know if it's still 70 million. I got to check. But if that is the case, then that's like the 3rd stock on the day today where I nailed the bottoms or the tops. And it's just way too much of luck being, expense on the market. So maybe I should not buy a lottery ticket because most of my luck is being taken away over here by the stock market, which obviously always only goes up, ladies and gentlemen. NASDAQ up 1.4%. S&P 500, I guess it's not up that drastic. Oh, it's up 0.5. Okay, I thought it was only up 0.2, but up 0.5 at the moment and, killing it. So, ladies and gentlemen, here, Google saving the market, Meta saving the market. Sadly, I believe Microsoft is red, but let me correct myself by saying that. It is? Yes. Okay, so Microsoft still red, down 0.5%. That earnings catalyst not helping them out too much over here. And burning. I want to show you my trade over here on QS before we throw it back to our friend Sharif to see what he has cooking. If you can smell what Sharif is cooking. Going to QS obviously an earnings play. We were looking at QS after hours, dumped down. If you guys remember that, it went like almost to $9 and then bounced off of $9 or so. Tupperware about to drop it like it's hot, taking out size on the bids. Why do I not have my full size? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what a short on Tupperware over here. I got to take some profits. Come on. Let's take some profits over here. I wish I had more size on this stock. That was the risk to reward on this trade was just insane. But, you know, no risk, no Rari. So clearly I did not put enough risk on this table. So no Rari for me incoming anytime soon. Still, food stamps and buses.
We don't have food stamps in Canada, bro.
We don't?
No. We have like, I think social assistance, but that's so funny. I used to know this guy in California. He always embarrassed me every time we went. He's a very wealthy man, okay? And we would go to a store. He looks absolutely disheveled. And he'll be like,
What?
Disheveled. This guy here, man. Here, I got it.
You gotta teach me what the hell that is.
You're funny, Bradley. And then he'd like ask the cashier if they accept food stamps for like electronics. Always embarrassing. Anyway, it's a lot funnier if you're from the States. But where are we at here? Good short on Tup, Bradley. Solid call off that 3 3/4 look there. I want to talk about oil. Saad Mohammed wanted me to talk about that. He says, look, man, this looks like a good look. Well, here's a half-an-hour chart on the CL September contract. Let me just put that in so that I don't get any complaints. CL oil. We'll put that. People will understand. So at 80.24 is the high of the day on the contract. We're trading above 80 now at 80.11, and it's been a very good little while for oil. I remember before I left on vacay, this one had been bouncing off $67 multiple times. I'm not sure why it's so distorted, the chart. Anyway, you can get the idea here. Zoom out, bro. What's going on with this thing? Let me refresh real quick. Not much better. Okay, give me 1 sec. I don't know why it's loading. Anyway, we'll talk about oil. Anyway, Goldman came out earlier in the week. They said they like oil to the north side as well, banking on the Chinese industry picking up a little bit after the stimulus, and as a result, more people driving, more people going places, etc., spending money. We'll see. I mean, it's been a good-looking chart on oil for a little bit. We're at, like I said, above $80 at the moment. There we go. So this is what I was talking about, the 67 dips. Every time it was dipping to 67, it was getting bought up. Max and I theorized that, the U.S. was refilling their strategic oil reserves after expending a lot of it, and they were looking for that $67 area to buy it up. In any case, look at this. Since end of June, oil has been up and to the right until since June 28th. It's been a series of higher lows and higher highs on CL September contract. So oil stocks have also been benefiting. We've seen Oxy reclaim $60. It had been, flirting with the mid to low 50s. There we go. Now we're talking about the low 60s, so about $10 off those lows. Continue to see what happens there, Bradley.
Yeah, that Tupperware short is now 40 cents in the money. I mean, $3 stock, 40 cents in the money. That's like, that's a pretty good move over there. I'm just sad that I didn't take a lot of size. I'm pretty upset, man. I'm pretty upset. But here, let's talk about the QS trade that I had on board today. This one started off with a little bit of FOMO. So this is where I pulled up the stock QS up around $11, $11.12. I hear the boys on the floor, pumping up their position on QS. So I pull it up. I get a little bit of FOMO. I take the breakout of this consolidation high around $11.25, giving it the risk of to the downside move over here below $11.18, $11.15 or so. Never comes into play. Rips up to the north side. I see some size at $11.50. I take the $11.50 break, scalp. Then I see some size at 12. Take the 12 break, add to the 12 break, scalp. I'm fully out in front of 13 now. And then at the 13 area, I take the 13 break, quickly take some profits in front of 13, but I see the stock struggling to really hold 13. Once it comes back below 13, I get stopped out on my last few shares that I have left, and then I actually flip short on the break of 13, and then I quickly scalp out. Then I hold some for a proper move down to $12 over here. Then I try a quick little long near 12. That one, I don't like it anymore, so I jump out of that trade, and that looks like was a pretty good decision because later on the stock doesn't really never comes back above 12 at all, and looks like QS kind of done for the day. Yesterday after hours, though, the stock was at like $9, so that's a pretty crazy reversal from last night going into this morning session move over here up to $13, a monster move on QS. I think those are all of my trades that are on the green side: Google, QS, and Meta. Tupperware right now, you're seeing me, hopefully turn that to the green side too. I did have a trade on that earlier today where on the break of 3, I got short on the re-entry below 3, giving it the stop at 303, and that one blew right through. Oh, look at that. Size chasing Tupperware down now, 1,000 lots at 333. Randomly just showed up as soon as I pull up the stock. No, it was probably there before I even saw it. But 1,000 lots at 333. If they take that 333 out, wait, Spoofy Man. I didn't see any
Spoofy Man.
Spoofy Man? Is that Spoofy Man showing up? Because I didn't see any size actually getting churned through over there, or not a lot of size getting churned through, and then the size has disappeared. So I don't know if it's Spoofy Man or the size actually got burned through there. 1,000 lots is like, what, 100,000 shares? 1,000.
Pardon me? You're
Yeah,
asking me?
100,000
So,
shares.
okay.
1,000 lots, 100,000 shares, so 333 or so. We're currently right now on the 1 minute 50 period EMA coming into play. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't even expecting this big of a move, and I'm getting it. I'm more than happy at the moment. We'll see what happens moving forward. Google sadly pulling back over here. What? We were 60 cents in the money, but now only 37 cents in the money on Google. But Google has been great for us in front of this 130, 150 all day. I just wish, I can start being a grown-up and actually take real size at some of my levels that I love so much. But because if I just had that long off the open over here with the actual size that I wanted to trade Google with today, I would have never had to trade any other position throughout the day.
EOSE, excuse me. The name of the company is EOS Energy Enterprises, down 26%, halted at 252. Look at this big move down off that 364 level. We were green until this short report came out. Watching EOS Energy Enterprises Iceberg Research out with a short report on the company titled 62% of EOS's backlog is with financially distressed Bridgelink Commodities, whose renewable energy assets were foreclosed and auctioned off in May. That's the short report. It's halted. It's been halted since around, I believe, 12:04 or so. So it's going on 20 minutes. I think another minute and 20. We may get an opening. Depends here. Let's have a look. It's an interesting stock. Let's go zoom out here. Where are we? Where's the 30-minute? Let's see what the levels are on this. Okay, so kind of consolidative for the better part of mid-July. Now really breaking below those levels. That $3 level had been support on occasion. Now really giving up the ghost. So EOS halted to the downside with decent volume too for a stock that just got going here. 8 million shares halted for over 20 minutes. So we'll have a look at that and see what's going on. What else is going on here in big cap world? We've been long these futures. Looking for that continuing. Sean says he shorted QS. Let's bring in QuantumScape. Probably just went over that a little bit, but we'll have a look at that. It's been kind of consolidating below VWAP for the better part of the morning since around 10:30 or so. 12 o'clock. $12 had been the level that it rejected off. Then 11.75. I haven't looked at the book to see where the size is sitting, but 11.75 here, the price action obviously is ceiling, and now it is headed south maybe to that 11.50. It wicked here around 11.25 all the way down to 11.30, so we'll see if this one continues to make its way down. High short flow, it reported, did well. In case you guys are wondering what this company is, this company basically is trying to figure out a way to make batteries that don't degrade. So they're looking, because essentially the charging and the emptying process degrades the battery. over time it loses charge and it can't charge as quickly. This marble technology that they're supposed to be using was quite novel. It didn't end up panning out in the same way that they described, or at least within the time frame that they had described. And as a result, you know, they had multiple shareholder lawsuits in the years after their IPO. I remember reading about that in 21 and 22. Neil was telling me, in fact, this morning that in order for them to they're saying, in order for them to really make the progress that they want, they're going to need to raise more capital. They need more money. So when you hear something like that, what should ring in your ear is a share offering. Share offering typically means, you know, dilution of the pool, and that usually means some sort of sell-off. So interesting look for QuantumScape on the day, up 23.33%. But yeah, definitely not upwardly mobile at the moment. That's why the Katina man is short this stock as it dances with the 1150. Okay, so we're moving back up here on the future. Are we going to eventually take this 15,850 on the NQ or what? Because patience for me today is running out proudly. It hasn't been my day. You okay? You got to load up the stream deck, bro. What happened? Oh, their animations are down?
Animations are down. Good?
Oh, they're fine,
good?
bro.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello? Yeah, that was a phone call at 375 coming in for Boggy. Boggy dropping the market down. Not the market, sorry. Tupperware down. All the way down to the 100-period EMA. I'm out of this position now. I've taken profits near this $3 area. I've also taken some more profits off of Google over here, right near the high of the range high, just to protect some of that profits. But let's see if Google can pump up over here as the market pumps back to the north side. S&P 500 right to the VWAP area. And NASDAQ slightly above VWAP, but showing us a higher high, higher low trend so far. So let's see if this market can pay us over here. Awesome trade on Tupperware for anyone who joined the party. Congratulations on those profits. Google about to join that dollar club, as Sean always goes to, the infamous club that Sean always visits. We're going to join that party very soon over here. Only 9 cents away on Google to join that dollar club for us. eBay, yeah, not really giving me what I want from eBay today. It's going to be my worst trade of the day, but thankfully it's nowhere close to the limit of how much I give a stock to be negative on the day. So there's more chances to lose on it. Let's go right now. Lose more. No, I'm joking. We are in a pretty decent good winner on eBay right now. We want this stock to go to $43. That's the only place I'm covering my last few shares on eBay. Without that, I'm never closing.
Oh my God. I'm actually going to have a win today? Unreal. No, it can't be real. Okay, we'll take a little bit there on the NQ as we move up. Where do we get in? We got in at 2.6. Where do we get out? We got 4.6. So nice, 20-point move on the NQ, still holding. So let's see if we can break through that 15,850 and maybe test that 15.9 that we touched up earlier, right in the opening range breakout there. We got to 15,904 on the NQ today. That was the high. So we'll see what we do. I don't know if today is going to be one of those parabolic days, but at least nice to get one win under the belt. I actually started the day green. I don't know how it got so bad for me, proudly. Anyway.
Because you're trading futures, man.
Well, I'm actually positive on the futures.
Oh, okay.
I'm negative on everything else. But anyway, NVIDIA, yeah. NVIDIA at high a day, 473.33. It is going up aggressively. Anything here with NVIDIA? Because it's up 4% today. I know all the chips are strong. I know that. I can see that. Intel reporting after the bell, guys. Don't forget that. In case you haven't, you weren't around when the big kahunas were on, we'll check quickly here and see what is coming up after the bell for earnings. Because it is going to be a busy day. And in case you don't know, the Praxtradamus has a show after the bell and usually covers all these movers. Why does Google take so long? I don't have patience today, bro. Let's move it along. All right. T-Mobile, Intel, Mondelez, Ford, Vail, Enphase is an interesting one. It's kind of like a crossover between solar and actual energy. I think they have some proprietary switch that converts
What are you
into
trading
green
there,
energy.
bud?
Roku, Skechers, U.S. Steel, First Solar, Live Nation. Tomorrow we'll get a lot of energy names, ExxonMobil and Chevron. And yeah, staple there, P&G coming up tomorrow morning. So those are the earnings. There, yeah, NVIDIA continuing to go here, 473.5. The high as it looks to take that 474. We know 475 is going to be an interesting level. We looked at that on the daily chart. 475 is where the majority of the closing prints on the daily chart are on NVIDIA. Look at that, all the prints here closing below that 475 level. So interesting look on NVIDIA as it stair steps up. It's been a good day for microchips, Bradley.
Yes, sir. Good day indeed. I'm just setting up my imbalance locator over here so we can, save. Save yourself, son.
Save yourself, fool.
For some reason, it's not saving properly, but here, I'm just trying to pull this one over to look at this IPO or direct listing, whatever. Coming out today, it's going to be SRFM. Supposed to open originally at 20 some odd dollars. Now it's saying $4, $5. So a pretty big decrease on the price point over there for SRFM. This company, Surf Air Mobility, if I remember correctly, transports people from LA to San Diego or something. It's like the small private jets kind of services. So clearly not really being liked. Previously, they had a SPAC deal that broke down and fell apart. Then they went the direct listing route, and the direct listing got postponed. And now we're postponing the price to the downside also, looks like. So lots of confusion over here. But what's not confusing at all is this move on the market. S&P 500 back through VWAP, and NASDAQ charging to 15,800 at the moment. So Google now successfully at the Dollar Club once again for us. That's the third time on the day that we have been through the club in and out. We are now a constant flyer? No, not a constant. Free. I don't need to pay admission fee now. I'm a frequent now, man. I'm a regular member. That's what it is. So no memberships. All my membership fees are waived off. A regular member at the Dollar Club. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. The money is being poured in over here through Google. I'm so happy that at least one of my calls really worked today, which was trade Google, ignore Meta. The other call out was eBay to the $43 downside, and we did not get the $43 downside.
All right, nice move on the future. We're now 30 points in the money on this one, and we'll see if we get that 15.9 test. We just broke through 15.850 is a level I was looking at earlier, so we'll see if we can get that continuation. Couple of outs, but obviously still negative on the day, looking to continue to the north side. We'll see how that one works out. A bit of a topping tail candle coming in here on the future. Oh, Apple getting going as well. Just took over VWAP. Apple looking good now, up 1%. Stair stepping up a little bit here with a series of higher lows. Now, like I said, taking through VWAP, but not yet making that higher high. It's got to break that 196.50, which is not that far. So we'll see if we can get a close above that, because initially, too, you kind of just only wicked up through VWAP, didn't actually close. So Apple looking good as we see the entire, most of the market here starting to curl up. Semis are just an absolute rocket today. I don't even know which one to talk about. Micron is absolutely strong. Micron at day's high, 72.01, just printed that day high on Micron. Everything strong in semi world, man. Just punch along semis. Forget about anything else. No, tongue-in-cheek, of course. But yeah, up 6.86%. Started the day off at around $69.70, $69.50, $70. Now printing that high. That just came in at the moment. Let's see what the chat is up to here. Michael Lloyd says Tilray plus CGC equals wow. All right. Well, we'll look at Tilray because we were talking about that one earlier. With Mad Max, yes, it is close to day's high, 227, is the day's high. Multiple wicks off that top. We're at 226 right now, so very much close to that top. We'll have to see where we are here. No, we probably haven't been up here in a while, I'm going to have to assume. Yeah, last time we were up at this level was around end of May. And how high did we get? Got to that 250 on May 25th. 251, we're at 227 high now, so possible area of resistance at that $0.50. But good look on Tilray on the day. Second day continuation, baby. The future starting to head back a little bit down now, breaking down below that 1850. Do we get another retracement on the future, or are we going to get continuation here? Somebody telling me to look at XBEV. Sure, let's have a look at XBEV. This one was interesting the last couple of days, and it's got a decent day today, even though it's off highs. It's up 7.6% on the day. It had a bit of a zigzaggy move here. I mean, like, okay, let's have a look at this. Okay, it's actually an interesting area to have gotten in because 1947 was the close. 1946, excuse me, was the close yesterday. And look at this dip coming into that 1950 and then stair-stepping up. So holding a key support level is XBEV, 7.75% to the good on the day. Let's just put in the ticker so you guys can follow along. Yeah, and like I said, just give me 1 second here. Yes, yesterday we got to a top of around 2175, but that was a quick wick. The closing prints on my 5-minute chart are all around that 21.25. So that'll be an interesting level to take out here. And we got to that level again in the pre-market, getting around to 21.25, 21.5 area. So we'll see if we can break through those levels. Good look on XBEV here, proudly.
I see chat saying more Max. I would agree. Bring Max back.
That's not nice.
Why not? You want Lambo trades?
I think you're doing pretty good today.
I want Lambo trades, so I like Max. Max when he calls out it.
What do?
What was? I need that again.
You broke headphones. You broke headphones.
Oh, no, play that again. Come on.
You broke headphones for sure.
I'm so happy.
Loud.
I've been asking for this for a minute. He's testing it.
What
Okay.
do?
Hold on. Can you do it?
That was a little fast. Yeah.
Yeah. Cause yeah. But that's good though, man. I like the, yeah. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin as well.
doesn't
Yeah, I
even
was
know her
looking to see
name,
if she
bro.
was back there. I know she is, bro. Come down. I was making sure she was back there. That's all. Ramin, shout out to Ramin and Fabian. A sick production team, I gotta tell you, man. These guys are good. Every day, I'm surprised by what they can do, honestly. So here we go, back up on the future as we test that 15.850 again. I'm looking to take this one into 15.9, but I think I'm gonna have to exercise some patience and get a little bit of luck because I have not had that at all today, whether patience or luck. So it's a tough day for me, proudly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll just shut up. Nothing. Google over here going for the high day run again, 133.24. Can we see that 133 break it? Oh, baby. Forget Elon. Forget Zuckerberg. It's all about Sergey. And what's the other guy's name who's along with Sergey?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no idea.
You don't know what the other guy's name is? MMM is apparently crossing. There's an alert over here coming up. Triple M crossing 113. 113. Okay, Triple M. Let's get
Larry
low.
Page, the chat says.
Larry Page, thank you, chat. Yeah, Sergey and Larry Page. Sergey, no name. Yeah, let's be nicer to no name over there, chat. Come on. But Triple M moving back to yesterday's high around this 113. Well, let's zoom in a little bit. What exactly is yesterday's high? 113.07. Today's high 113.14. If we get back below 113 here, I do like that short also. So I'm gonna quickly try a quick little short. If it does get back below 113, give it the high day risk. If it doesn't work, you know, we take that loss of 15, 20 cents or so and walk away from it. But if it does work, then we have a nice little move back to the downside. Triple M looking for rejection off of yesterday's high. This is, I believe, day 3 earnings play now. Let's go confirm that. So yeah, day 1, big gap up. Day 2, ran up into resistance. Day 3 broke past resistance and tested a little bit past resistance right now. And now we're waiting to see if we can get a move back below 113 for our bad boy Triple M, which we actually enjoyed going long not too long ago. I forget what the price I even went long on, I'll be honest, was 108 breakout. 107 is what we wanted, but 107 kind of held in pre-market. So we took the 108 breakout. Here comes a reversal below through 113 on at Triple M. And I believe Sean just told Sharif a stock, so go for it.
Meta is at the bottom, end of the range, 317.04. But I just got into Femi, I took a little bit out. So this one's curling through VWAP. So I took the break through VWAP. I had an alert set up there, took a little bit out there, sitting at 88. So going to see if we can get some good movement as it reclaims VWAP does Femi. So let's see if we can get a little bit of luck on that one. Also maintaining my futures positions, but I'm seeing that we're having a little bit of trouble here at the 1850 spot. Sorry, 15850 spot. A bit of a consolidation area brewing here. Let's see if it holds up above that 33 level. Bit of a top there that we made. Does former area of resistance act as support this time around? What we shall see. But yeah, Meta. Let's go into that one. The Katina man pointing that out. This one, still 6.25% of the good, dancing off that 317 at the moment, but below VWAP. So what's the look here, Sean?
I'm long, but
he is long.
it is going to.
It's going lower. He says he's long at the moment, 317.04. I guess you could have a stop right below. He's long at quarters, so 317 and a quarter. The Katina man long Meta. Uh-oh. No, let's not say that. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how this one goes. Let's see what else is up and going at the moment. AMAT continue to go to the high side. This one looking to really test that 150, man. All the chips are strong, no question about that. All right, Meta pumping up. The Katina man pumped about that. 149.93 here on AMAT, up 7.77%. I like that. Lucky number 7. Look good look for AMAT here. Pradley, Zion Lala, Sharif Prad. Thoughts on Melly? That's been a big multi-dollar club. Melly is the fintech company, right? Let me just go down here. Maybe, yeah, it is. Melly is, I can't even say that, man. Mercado Libre. All right. Mercado Libre is a Uruguay-based e-commerce business facilitator of Argentinian origins. The e-commerce product enables retail and wholesale via internet platform designed to provide users with portfolio of services. All right, let's have a look at the actual price action of the stock, up 2.75% today, but the volume on that is quite sparse. 305,000 shares done on the day. Even though it's been strong, definitely not a liquid enough stock, and not to mention that it's $1,200 a share. So, but interesting look there on MELI as we continue to stair step up here on. Oh my God, are we looking at Femi? Yes, finally a good trade. Woo!
Money.
Finally, man. Jeez Louise. Okay, so there we'll take a little bit out. Through Femi. Finally, Femi gives me something to cheer about. The Future also gives me something to cheer about. Man, it's been a crappy afternoon. But Femi pumping up to 98 pennies. Do we get that dollar break? Go Femi. We're long 83 pennies, baby. So 10 pennies in the money on this micro cap. Is it a micro cap? I'm willing to bet it is. Let's see real quick. FEMY. What is the market cap on this? The market cap, no. Yeah, it is, of course, 14.16 million. I read that as a billion, so that's why I said no. But yeah, very much a micro cap, very much a dangerous stock, but we're definitely looking for that $1 break. Let's see if we get it. Saad Mahmoud, did you guys ever cover oil levels? Yes, I did, sir. Opportunity in the coming weeks in oil stocks, in my humble opinion. Yes, I did cover it. I actually mentioned your name when I covered it. So yeah, we already looked at that. CL contract today, just for reference purposes, we're up 2%, and we just took $80.40, the high. Good look on the CL September contract for West Texas Intermediate with a high today of 80.53, breaking through that 80.5. It's been an excellent little while. I want to say the excellent little month for oil. We can see that very clearly reflected on the daily chart here. That 67 bottom that we talked about already. Look at that. Holds up, and then it's been stair-stepping up with higher highs and higher lows since, you guessed it, June 27th. So it's been actually a month to the day where we really got off that $67 level and haven't touched it again, haven't looked back. So I do agree with you, Sad. I know that Goldman came out with a positive note on oil. I mentioned it earlier. They came out with that earlier in the week, saying that they are looking for the Chinese demand to pick up as a result of the stimulus that's being pumped into that country by the government there. So we'll see if that pans out. Goldman, though, making that bold statement proudly. What's over there?
Just surfing through the market, looking for some stocks and trying to see what happens. People talking about Tupperware still. Yeah, Tupperware now getting below $3. Shout out to anyone who did hold that short. I'm no longer in it, though. As always, I'm never in a good trade for too long. I'm always in a bad trade for way too long. So that's
I don't believe
that's
that.
just how it goes. Just the nature of the trades, baby. But no, I'm lucky. I like my trades, man. I've been killing it. I've been killing it. Yeah, I like my trades today. I'm enjoying it. But we'll see what happens over here in front of $283 or so in Tupperware. Let's see if these bad boys push up. Triple M wants to pull to the downside for us. Also, my only two trades on the board left. Google, which is trying to make a march towards the high of day, 133. Did have about 900 lots or so. We'll see if Google can break through that 900 lots. And then Triple M now 12 cents in the money. So those are the only two trades I'm managing. You know, today's the one random blue moon day where I actually am not trading more than 10 stocks.
What's blue moon mean?
I think it's like, is it blue moon? Yeah, blue moon rare. Okay, I
rare.
thought I said it wrong.
No, I didn't know what it
wrong.
meant. No, I'm not. I didn't know that.
Blue moon is
Cool.
like, yeah, like I guess like those.
Like rare?
Yeah, like. What the heck? Did you just say?
The Katina man is saying some
Did
next
you
words
just
we
order
don't
me
know.
something from Taco Bell? What the hell was that? Yeah. Chupacabra? I know what a chupacabra is.
Oh, yeah.
Chupacabra. Like animal? Oh, I know what a chupacabra is. Yeah, the way you're saying it is so weird, though. Why are you saying it like that? It's a chupacabra. No, it's a chupacabra, bro. South Park says it the right way. Chupacabra. Chupacabra.
I love Pradley's knowledge comes from South Park. Shout out to Pradley on that. I have to hit the bag, man. South Park says it a different way. You're awesome, Pradley. All right, where are we doing here on the future? We're still dancing with that 15. Why do I keep saying 18? 15,850. We're above it at the moment, but not much to report. Let's go back to Femi here real quick as we retrace back down into that 90 penny area. I was able to get some out at 92.5. I'm sitting at 96. I'm in right through the break of VWAP there at 82. It says 83 here, but okay, which is fine. It's probably 82 and change, averaging up to 83. Someone yelling about Micron in the chat. Yes, I mentioned that one earlier. I told you that essentially all semis and microchips are strong on the day. 7.2% for Micron. Excellent dates at day's high, 72.25. It's at there at the moment. Where is the resistance? Let's find out. Well, you'll have to look a lot farther than July to find any levels here. Let's go to the daily. Okay, so we go back to end of May when we did break through that $75 area. In fact, we got up to 75.5, but the closing print was much farther down at 72 in a bit. We opened up that day at 74.5. Anyway, looks like we've broken through late June's resistance levels at that $71 area, and now we're pumping to, is this alt? No, it's not.
Google breaking through 131 right now.
Take my futures up with you, bro.
Take it. Take his futures, take our positions, take everything that everyone's long along with you. 133 now getting, did break, but it was a perfunctory break. So we're going to see if this break has any follow through behind it. If there is a volume spike coming in, I do see a little tiny spike of volume over there. Not too much of a volume spike overall. And Triple M 20 cents in the money. Sean's saying look at Meta, I think. So
yeah.
Broke upside?
down.
Oh, Meta breaking downside still? What in the world? That 320 short, man. What a short on Meta today off that 320 area. That's the area I actually had a stink bid long off of. So I'm actually shocked that the stock is completely reversing it. If I remember correctly, yesterday after hours, 310 area stands out to me. Let's see if the stock marches all the way down to 310 to find support. Or does it find 315 area to show some support better than 310 area showing some support? So this is actually insane. I'm glad I stayed away from Meta once again because I was very bullish. I was very, even though I hate Meta platforms completely, and I'm using the word hate appropriately because I actually do hate everything Zuckerberg. But Meta over here, with their earnings report, with an optimistic guidance, I think is the word they're using, I was pretty bullish off of it. And I'm glad I stayed away from this one because I would have fought the long so hard, especially, if I got stopped out of this long, I would have tried the long again and again and again and again. And this would have been my worst stock of the day. I can't wait to trade Meta tomorrow, though, based on the levels that are formed here. So Friday tomorrow, free fall or not, we're going to have a great time. And, green or red on the day tomorrow, we're going to have an even better time because here's a surprise. Tomorrow's Friday guest, it's Kat. Neil just instantly turned around. What? So tomorrow's Friday's guest is Katrine. We're going to have all kinds of questions ready for her. We're going to ask her what she does here. You guys get to learn a little bit more about her. And for those of you who's trying to get her digits, tomorrow's your chance, right? Tomorrow's your chance. So get your questions ready. We're going to have some fun time with a non-trader. We had a non-trader before, Randy, but a non-trader, and we'll see if she's picked up anything about trading during her journey that she's been here. People learn
She just
here and there.
moved into here. Remember,
Yeah,
you didn't tell them that she
that's
used to be
right.
on the other side of the office, which was that way. And Brent, when she changed jobs and everything like that, Brent will put her over here. So I don't think she was actually hearing us interact and stuff like that until quite recently. I think April is when we did that whole thing. Okay, Fuge coming back down. Guys, as we retrace here off the how many times am I going to do that? 15,850. I'm not going to allow this to go anything against me. In fact, if it touches my entry, I'm going to be out. I can always get back in if it starts popping back up, but I just, today has not been the day to allow things to run against you. So we'll see what this one does at this level. VWAP on the NQ is 15,821. So we'll see how it acts around those levels. This is my entry over here and a couple outs, but now a retracing south. Let's quickly go back and look at Femi as this one, still dancing at that 90 penny range. My entry 83. Same thing goes for this one. It comes down, I'm out. And I'll just wrap up and take the profits and get out. Mike, can you give me your thoughts on BIG? 25% short interest broke through resistance today. Sure, let's have a look at that, but I just want to make sure that I'm putting in my stops first before I look at your stock. So let me just go ahead and put my out here, which will be 15,826.826 and a half. We'll put that, and then we will get out. We'll give it like half a point below that. There we go. And the remaining contracts on board, yes. Okay, so we'll adjust that as well. Making sure you do the housekeeping so that you can look at another screen. Let's bring, I gotta do it on this one as well. Femi, all the way back down to 86. Let's get out at 82 and a half. If it comes back down there, 0.825, 0.825, and then we will get out at 82 for the remaining amount, which is, okay, there we go. Just got to do some housekeeping. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. We'll have a look quickly here at BIG. See what this stock is all about. What do we got? Big lots. Trades on the New York, up 5.5%. This is the daily chart on BIG. Obviously, you can tell the general trend here where we're coming from. November 2021 was at 50 bucks and change. We got all the way down to $5 early June, but it's been stair-stepping up since that time, reclaiming the 50, but still below the 200 EMA on the daily chart, which is at 13 bucks. Let's look a bit more micro overview now. Intraday on BIG. Let's put the ticker. There we go. BIG. And I'm out of both my positions, I can tell there. Okay, so I got stopped out of both as nothing is on my board. Take a little bit of profit, run away, break even, fine. Let's see what we got here on BIG. 25% short float, interesting. The volume though, it's a little suspect on the day. It's a $10 stocks, only done 840,000 shares. So from intraday perspective, kind of hard for me to be confident taking any trades here. But intraday looks like 1085 is a top. You touch that a couple of times, you have a wick up to 1092, but all the closing prints here on my 5-minute chart are sub 1085. We're trading at 1077. We'll see if we make a new high. Interesting look. What's the no catalyst on this today, so I'm not really sure what is the deal. What does this company do anyway? Big Lots is a home discount retailer in the United States. We don't have them here, so I don't know too much about them. But yeah. Interesting look on Big Lots there. See what else is going on. Let me just minimize this. Here we go. So there's the out through the break of VWAP. Actually touches VWAP and then pops back up here on Femi. So maybe not a good out. I can get back in if I want though. Let's look back at the future. Get back, get out right at my entry on the futures. We retrace back down into VWAP. VWAP on the futures 15,820. So we'll see if that ends up being a level of support. The NQ is strong, man. It's up 1 1/3% on the day. So we'll see if we get some continuity. I know Google was going there, kind of helping buoy the market, but I'm looking at big tech. These are the big tech names, and you know, the only one looking good to me right now for big tech is Google. Up 2.66%. Meta is a beast, but it's been heading down. Amazon consolidating, Apple consolidating. Microsoft's been weak. It's actually negative on the day, the only big tech name that's negative. And Tesla has just been very unusual in its trading today, still up 0.5%. Tesla had some interesting headlines come out today. We know that they're getting investigated again. It looks as if they had some sort of team that would go out and try to counter stories that were negative with respect to Tesla's driving range. So, you know, a lot of information going on online about the range of the actual vehicles not being as advertised. We know that in Canada we often have issues with range because of the cold and other environmental factors. But interesting look today for Tesla. Despite the news, still up 0.5%, I guess, here proudly. NVIDIA, sorry, Dan Emmons saying NVIDIA 3.9% still going. Yeah, we've been talking about microchips all day. Dan, we've been talking about the relative strength of Micron, AMAT, NVIDIA, AMD was doing real good too. Even ASML, the crazy, is it Dutch? It's Dutch, right? Yeah, Netherlands, yes. Yeah, well, it's a Dutch company. This company makes the machines that make the chips, and especially the ones that are, I think, 3 nanometers and stuff like that. I know this company was the focus of the United States government, who looked to secure their guarantee that they would not export their machines to China, as they did not want China to get their hands on the low nanometer chips because they are used for military and other AI uses. So interesting look there. ASML up 5% on the day. All microchips except Pi. This is the only one that's negative, guys. PI. This company, Impinj Incorporated, they're like an Internet of Things as well as a microchip company. They are negative on the day, 7.1% of the downside after a hit piece came out online against them. And yeah, that was the drop here yesterday. So that's the look on microchips proudly.
Your boy can't miss today, baby. 3M, 40 cents in the money, dropping down below the 50 period, all the way down to the 100 period EMA right now. So taking some profits over here on the 3M move to the downside. I guess your boy does miss though, let's be honest, because we have a flat trade over here on McDonald's. We tried along at 298. We thought the stock was going to go up to 300 and we're going to have a monster day today on McDonald's, but McDonald's came back down, stopped us at break even. And right now, as we're looking at it, it's trying to reclaim that 298 area and go back to that 300. And we did miss earlier on Tupperware today right here. and then we try to make it back with this short. But sadly, the amount of size that we had over here compared to the amount of size we had over here did not make up for the short at all. So it's still red on the day, and another red stock on the day for us is eBay. But still, we are sitting pretty on the green side. Shout out to all the other trades. We have Google, QS, Meta, and right now, 3M, Triple M. So let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you had the same trades on board. Even that Tupperware short, man, beautiful trade over there. Mamma mia. Did we really have the high a day pick on Tupperware, 375? Wow, insane. People talking about what's your price target on 3M? You know what? That just sounds like people over here are trying to just copy paste my trades. And I don't like that, right? Obviously, that's not the point of the show over here. I would urge you to, you know, create your own price targets and then learn from it. You got a good trade on board, congratulations. You're in a winner, congratulations. But for the price targets, I'd say, you know, find your own price targets and then you'll learn if they were good or not. You'll keep on getting better that way. This way I'm teaching you how to fish instead of just telling you where the pond is, telling you where the secret answer is. That's the right way to be doing it, guys.
Where the pond is. I love it. I've never heard that one before. Back into Femi. Let's see if this one holds view up again. I'll keep my stop right below that 82 level. It actually dipped quite nicely out view up here. I like that bounce. So we'll see what this one does. Let's see what else is going on. Boeing really making another move back up here as it tries to test that 237.50, 238.67 the high, but bouncing off view up quite nicely and breaking through this peak here at 237, claiming that.
You said coin? Oh, Boeing, sorry.
No, yeah, Boeing. Yeah. No.
That was a good long
look
yesterday.
Look at coin today, to be honest with you. What is coin doing? It's down 3%. All crypto's hurting today. Look at coin at the open. The Cantina man says, oh my goodness, look at this, bro. Down.
Every day I miss that 100 level. It's so sad.
The hundo level as a short?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Every day I miss it.
where have we been
bro.
at on coin lately? Like, I haven't been watching this since I came back from vacay, so let's have a look. Yes, you're right, Pradley. There's been multiple days where it's been flirting with that 100. Flirted with the 110 level. Looks as if when I was gone. Yeah, look at that. From the 13th to the 20th, it was at 110 was the ceiling. Now stair-stepping down, giving up the ghost at 100. So interesting look there. What else we got? Yeah, Femi in the money. We'll leave that. We'll let that one run. And the Fuge, look at this. The Fuge finding support at VWAP. Again, by Fuge, I'm talking about the NQ September contract. Got out of that one, but looks like there may be some strength there. Let's see. Let's see what the chat is up to here. AMC SSR triggered, says Asif Patel. Look, I did not have a look at AMC. Why, is it down today? What is AMC? Oh, okay. Interesting. Down 8.5%. Is it SSR?
Price?
It is SSR, yeah. So it is triggered. It is triggered the
Low 5, eh? Wow.
Yeah, sub 5, guys. This is AMC. Let me just put in the ticker real quick. There we go. AMC, where is it at today? 5.15 was the high. We broke 5 and it's been down into the right. Any news for this? Any news here on AMC? Nothing. Yeah, probably just a running issue with respect to raising capital and the court case that they have pending. All right, let's see here. I'm going to have a look at the futures here as I want to get back into this, Bradley.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at the chat to see if there's anything you guys wanted to take a look at. People talking about when is Meta going to bounce. That's like knowing the future. If I knew the future, you'd think I'd be sitting here on this show working for other people. I'd be sitting in an island drinking pina coladas and trading absolutely for nobody but myself, right? So no, I don't know the futures like that. What we can give you is possible scenarios. Like I said earlier, 315 could give you a possible dip buy area. But I am waiting for the 310. And the 310 might not come in today. It might come in tomorrow. It might come in next week. But I'm looking for that 310 area to get tested. The reason why I am saying 310 is because yesterday after our move, when the stock popped up to the north side off the after hours move and started going absolutely crazy, it came back down to 300. started and then started popping back above 310 and held that 310 area. So let me try to pull up the chart over here for the after hour move right here. Bang. Now 309.35 to 310 area, I want to see the retest of that. Like the reason why I'm saying 315 is for these highs over here. This high from 315 to, what is that, 314.40 to 314.75. So let's say 315 to yeah, basically 314 to 315. I want to see if these tops of this consolidation gets tested as a possible demand zone, as a possible you know, buyers coming in this area. If not, then I want to see if buyers coming in these areas, right? So until those areas show up, I'm not looking to trade the stock at all. So it might be today, might be tomorrow, might be 3 years from now. I'm joking. But if the level comes out for the north side, if the stock comes out with levels to the north side, like 320 breakout long, then I'm looking for that breakout long too. That's why you saw me take that dip buy off the open. I had a stink bid at 320.50s, I believe, and the stink bid came in. It was stanky, boy. It was doing the stanky leg, right? And it popped up for us, gave us some profits. We enjoyed it. And thankfully, we had one thing in mind, which was stay away from Meta, because we were only thinking long, and we stayed away from it, and it's helped us from you know, not getting burnt. But here you are. If you are short, you're loving it.
Oh, the market just
Your boy
tanked.
is short everything. Short Apple, short Amazon, he's saying. Short Meta, and Meta breaking 316 right now down to the south side.
Yeah, you see that?
We are going timber.
Yeah.
Hit that quadunk.
That huge move down here on the future, like in one fell swoop. Look at that. So we were at, I think, 46s, and now we're almost going to break down below 800. So 46 points in like a matter of a minute and a half here as we huadunk down. Did you edit that on? Do we have the huadunk? No, not yet. We don't have the huadunk. My mistake. So it's in operation. It's in development. There we go, baby. All right, guys. Yeah, NQ 15.8 touch, a big move down there. The Katina man pumped about that as he's short. Tesla flushing right back down to yesterday's close. So possible resistance area. Let's bring in Stressla and have a quick look at that. Just want to monitor this position quickly. Yeah, this level here, this horizontal trend line, this is 264.35. That's Tesla's close. We just went negative on Stressla with a low of day today of 263.33. So 263 and a third exactly. We're still about 70 pennies or so above it. So we'll see. Big move down on the future. Do we have any reason for this? This is interesting. Let me look at my news blotter. What? U.S. and okay, this is political. I don't want to talk about that. Let's see here. Anything else specific? I think this might be it. I don't know, man. Let's see. Treasury yields extended. Something to do with the U.S. With China supplying Russia military technology. I don't know if that's going to be it. That's probably going to do with the market there. No, not looking. Can't see anything. So we'll wait maybe until we have something more clearly defined. But Tesla is heading south. Everything is heading south right now. Pardon me? Katina Man saying possibly the Bank of Japan has a meeting tomorrow. We know that they were going to meet. We know that the Europeans were going to meet this week. Japan, the Central Bank of Japan, was going to meet this week as well. We obviously the Fed, the U.S. Fed met already, and we got our our interest rate hike yesterday as expected. Not really sure what to account for this, but it's obviously a notable move down, and we are still headed down. We're about to hit low of day, are we? No, we're not. We're not going to hit low of day. Well, after the bell low, but technically not the low of day because the future goes from yesterday at 6 p.m. Anything else here going proudly? Keeping my eye on some of these names. Nothing showing up. Everything flushing though. Absolutely everything. Hello.
Boggy coming in. Did Boggy just call in for the shorts over there? What just happened? The market just puked all of a sudden. Big downside, big woodshed. Are you gonna cut to the camera? Yeah, there you go. Boggy, Sean's on call with Boggy right now. There
I didn't even know. I thought he actually picked up the phone.
Sean's on the
This
call
is the
with
wife,
Boggy.
bro. That's why I thought it was real. That's why I didn't look over.
That's so
I
funny.
actually thought he was on phone with I thought he was. No, I didn't know he was on phone with his wife. That was hilarious. I thought he was actually playing the part too. But yeah, that's hilarious. AI bots take over. Not yet, but maybe eventually. There's a nice little bounce coming in on the market over here. Scared me out of my Google long. I punched out. I'm not gonna complain about it because that was a monster win on Google today so far. Multiple times were we in the dollar club on Google today, ladies and gentlemen. So shout out to your boy Google, giving you a dip buy opportunity right now, right off the VWAP. Cancel that. Go zoom in. Oh, come on, man. Edit this data. Make that low. Let's make that. What was that? No, this is. I don't even know how to fix this chart. What's the low over here? What, can you take over, Sharif?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah, fix that. Dan is saying the IB low held on the NQ, and this is what he means. Look at this. This is what I was talking about with Sean. I'm like, are we at lows? And the reason I was asking that, look at these these dips down into 15.762. We have been bouncing off there several times earlier in the day, and then that quick wick brought us down there. But we were immediately back up above 15.8. So Bamboozlement Central. Now still up 1.25% on the NQ, so still not really giving up the ghost quite yet, even though that move down was quite notable. So we'll see what happens there. Tesla finding a bit of reprieve as it curls back up a bit. Femi right back down into that VWAP area with lower highs. Sadly, not really going in the direction of the trend that we want here. We're going to have to cut this one at 80. Got into a lot smaller size here, so I can take a little bit of a move down, because what happened here was we bounced off VWAP, but we wicked down just a little bit. So I want to give it a bit more room to see if we can actually get that pop. In order to do that, you have to take less size. And so that's what we're going to do here. We're going to see if VWAP will come in for Femi. What else is going on? Let's keep looking over here, see what's up. Chips are strong, but everything's curling at the moment. What else is popping off? Not really seeing much proudly. What are you doing over there?
Looking through some stocks to
Tilray's
talk
near
about.
day's high.
Tilray,
Yeah.
okay.
2
Tilray
pennies
near
off day's
high. Looks like this 1900 area actually holds for Chipotle Mexican Grill. Does not want to break too much further than the 19,000 area. Lower day right now around 1,887. Sorry. 1,887, and this 1900 area trying to hold up as somewhat of support for Chipotle Mexican Grill. Obviously very light on volume. Today's volume was increased because of the overall catalyst comes in from earnings earnings catalyst coming in, helping it out. This is where I got stopped out on the break of the 50-period EMA on Google. I finally fixed that chart for you and giving you a nice bounce off the VWAP. So I guess I could have just held it to my stop. But nah, the market move over there kind of chickened me out of the move. I guess this might be the move now on Google that might take out the high again. 133 coming into play one more time. We'll see if VWAP can hold up that on that part. And Triple M pretty much hit my target, so I took out more price over there, more shares at that price, and I threw my stop out for the last few shares that I have left. On the re-entry of the 50-period EMA, if the stock goes to the 50-period EMA, I'll just take that loss. Not even loss. I'll just take that profit. Last few shares, exit profit for whatever that's being offered. Technically, I want to wait. I want to wait for the stock to actually close above the 50-period EMA on the 1 minute here. But I'm not going to be watching it, nor am I too interested anymore. The money was made. We got a 70-cent move to the downside. The stock is negative on the day now. We hit everything we wanted to on this position for the day today. So pretty much the trade is technically done. And the last few shares that I have are for the dream. If it goes to VWAP, that'd be awesome. But if it doesn't go to VWAP, then we just take an exit for profit in this one. Sean talking about his Amazon and QS, amazing flushes to the downside. Rivian apparently going to the downside too. If I remember correctly, Rivian 27 was a level yesterday. So let's go see what Rivian is doing right now. It is exactly at that 27 price, which is the low of day. And if we can get a nice little break, and which is not a perfunctory break over here of 27 to the downside, I think we have a good fun move over here. But it looks like at the moment it wants to hold this 27 and maybe pop back up. So if that is the trade that's being offered, then also a long is something to look out for. Let's see what happens here. 26.96 low a day. Rivian near 27. Are we seeing buyers? Are we seeing sellers? Who's in power?
Rekha asks, what does reprieve mean? So here it is. A temporary escape from an undesirable fate or unpleasant situation. Used in a sentence. A mother who faced eviction has been given a reprieve. There we go. So I hope that helps. There you go. Reprieve is essentially what I was using here for, because it was on the downside and it pops back up, therefore allowing it to avoid an unpleasant situation. I added on the dip here into VWAP for Femi, pop back up. Let's see if we get continuation. That VWAP coming in multiple times on FEMY. It's a bit of a tricky one. We'll have a look and see there. Future also popping up back above 15.8 with a bottoming tail candle. So see if this ends up being a bullish indicator for the future. Who knows? Shafali. Okay. Come on, be nice, please. Let's see here. Buying dips on Apple has been great, says Pickle Morty. I like that. All right. Thanks, Kian. I appreciate that. Thank you for the comment there. 3 words of the day, killing it, says Chill Vibes. Yeah, we're having a good time today. Talking about words, not trading. Bradley's having a good time trading, not me. Been a tough day for me. So let's see what we get here. Nice pop on Femi. Okay, continuing off that VWAP dip again. I'm going to be looking for a 90 break this time. Last time around, we kind of topped out at 89. Couldn't really break through that high, so I'll be looking for a higher high. We didn't get it last time. 97 was the highest we got since, that noon hour. Earlier in the day, we had multiple rejections off 101, and prior to that, you'll recall 105. So it's been lower highs, but VWAP's been coming in. Let's see if we can get something out of this, Bradley.
Question from Hound Dog. Prad, can you please talk about why you took that short on 3M? It's a simple yesterday's high rejection. Yesterday's high was around 113. Today's high around 113. People get way too tied up with exact price levels. Oh, 113.25 was the high, so it's got to go to that exact same high, or didn't reject yesterday's high. I'm more interested in a range of a price. So if yesterday's high was around 113, today's high is around 113, let the stock go through that 113, see if buyers are coming in and pushing the stock through it. It tried, it failed, it went back through 113. We noticed it because our alerts went off, and then we punched that short right into the downside. It looks like right now as the market is, let me hear it, Sharif.
Khwadunk?
As the market
Big
doing that,
boy, Khwadunk.
Big drop to the downside for the market right now. So it looks like 3M over here is going to reject the 100 period EMA on the 1 minute and push back to the downside. And Rivian, which is a brand new position that we are entering, let me hear it again, Sharif.
Khwadunk.
To the downside, coming in for Rivian, 26.83, 20 cents in the money, about to be in this position, dropping like it's hot, baby. Let's go. These positions are getting roasted right now. Not sure what's going on with the market, but yeah, Rivian about to pay us. I do want to quickly glance over at yesterday's move on Rivian. When it did break 27 to the downside, how low did we go? Looks like 27, 26.40 and 26.60. So those could be some of the areas that you might want to be thinking about possible profits. 26.60 to 26.40 area, as 27 did break just now. But if 26.80 holds, I won't be surprised, because look at the re-entry to 27 and then holding 27 and then running up to the north side yesterday. So if buyers do show up above 26.60 at the moment, I will not be surprised. Let's just take some profits over here on a nice little downswing and see if we can hold for a bigger move down, and then we'll set a stop at break even. If it comes back to
badly.
27. Then we don't have to worry about the trade.
We got Randy, and maybe an informal event or episode of Randy's Rant. Randy, you heard about Tesla apparently having this team of people trying to suppress news about lower ranges in advertising. Did you hear about this?
Sort of. Glanced at it.
Yeah.
I think it's hearsay, but
Hearsay, right?
everybody's going to have a different way to measure range.
You've heard anecdotal stuff, though, about the range not being quite what it's supposed to be, especially in the cold, right?
There's European standards, there's North American standards for ranges. There's cold weather, there's warm weather. There's all kinds of different, variables. So
many.
take it with a grain of salt.
And we were talking, Brendo and I, about it. Like, one of the girls that used to work here was giving him an anecdotal story about them taking the car up from downtown to the cottage, and they had to actually refuel in Barrie, which is like 200 kilometers. But there's like 5 of them in the car, and they stacked up the car with cottage stuff. I mean, you're going to kill the range on that, no question, right?
You add more weight and add or tow a trailer, or there's lots of variables.
Randy's Rant, informally, love it, baby. Always has good stuff to add. Why?
Yeah.
I was just directing the questions, baby. That's all. I want to talk about a little bit about soccer since I'm very good at losing money today.
Shut up, sir.
Did you know that Arsenal whooped Barcelona yesterday 5-3 in LA?
Is that whooped?
5-3 is a good whooping. I like it.
That's not whooping.
It's a whooping.
What Messi did to that soccer team, 17-0 is a whooping.
What are you talking about?
Wasn't
What
that like
soccer team?
recently that he looked
2-1.
crazy?
No, they won
Was
2-1.
this
Yeah,
that?
it was just
Okay.
2-1.
I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
he did like some crazy 17-0 or something. I was like,
He's
what's
got
going
3
on
goals
over
in 2
here?
games and an assist, so Messi's doing great.
Yo, market's
Apple's
tanking.
tanking. The Katina man pumped. TFC lost 5-0, man. I'll watch it. No disrespect to TFC. I'm talking about Arsenal, baby. We whooped Barcelona yesterday, and Kai Havertz played pretty good. You want to see Messi when he comes here? Huh? Miami plays Toronto. Oh, that's next year, though. Yeah, 100%. I would want to go 1,000%. Katina man, eh? I think that would be fantastic, dude. I looked at the ones this year. Miami already came, right? So you'd have to go to Miami to watch, and all the Miami games are sold out. Try to get a ticket for the games there. They're super expensive. Did you know, apparently, that the commissioner of MLS expects teams to install grass? So Messi doesn't want to play on turf? Like, what?
Money,
What a little princess.
That's what happens when your name is Lionel Messi, bro, right? You can ask for
Mbappe
stuff like
rejected that deal,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. He may not have a choice, though, right? They can deal him because he's under contract.
Got dealt.
So
Buddy got dealt.
Here's the thing. I mean, what I don't understand is, yeah. So I talked about this with Pradley yesterday. I was telling him, or was it 2 days ago, maybe a couple of days ago, where I told you, I can see you shaking your head, bro. Where basically, essentially, PSG got.
Let me play around.
PSG got wind that he had signed a deal with Madrid, and that's why they wanted to deal him. Because they're like, okay, if we let you go for free,
They want moolah.
right?
They want that cash moolah. Because cash rules everything around me.
No, Justin's saying don't underestimate nice grass. No, we actually have grass at BMO Field. We installed it a few years ago. I think it's far superior. It's just some of these
I
guys.
have grass in my bag.
You do?
Oh, it's a different. Oh, sorry. You meant other grass. Sorry.
I know.
We have them?
Sean's been killing it on the shorts.
Yeah.
Just to me, I don't have a gauge on the market today, so.
I got the MMM. I got the Rivian. I mean, I'm not gonna short Google. I'm mostly been very. Oh, Google come back to my dip by price long though. So maybe we could look for that. Google still strong on the day. Dollar. 1.97% up on the day for Google here still, even with the market dropping like the way it did. I mean, look at the market, still up 0.9%. S&P 500 still up 0.2%. So this could just be a little bit of profit taking. I mean, I don't know. I'll probably wrong saying it's just profit taking because that's a little bit of too much of a move to the downside on the market. But no real news catalyst that we see moving the market to the downside at the moment. Tomorrow, is there anything important on the economic calendar? Let's go take a look at the econ calendar. Where is the econ calendar? Please don't hit me with the ad. Thank you. No ad. Core PCE tomorrow at 8:30. Okay, PCE. That's a 3-star event. Is there another 3-star event? No other 3-star event other than that. And we got a couple 2-star events. Personal spending. Michigan consumer. Michigan consumer sometimes moves the market. So we'll see if that one does at 10 o'clock or so. So a little bit of a market, economic calendar events coming up tomorrow. What else do we got over here on my tabs that I could talk about? Is a tab man got any important tabs up? I don't have any. I don't have any important tabs. Tabstradamus.
All right, we're bumping up. I'm Femi. The Katina man is short. What are you short, Sean? It's in the chat. He put it in the chat. Let's have a look. Where is it here? Apple, Amazon, and our friend QuantumScape, which is now nearing that $11 area. It's actually at 11.13. So interesting look there on QuantumScape as it starts to give up the ghost after that big move up. 13.25 is where it got. Look at that. The rejection of VWAP and then, stair stepping down. Interesting look here on the name. Still definitely up on the day though, 18.75%. We just made a new low of day too on Tesla. This one seems to be destined maybe to close red on the day with possibly a bad headline coming in. We make a newer low, breaking the trough of that 263 1/3. We make a 262.5 low there, trying to trade above 263 at the moment, but having a bit of a tough time. Let's see how microchips are doing. Are they still holding up relative? Let's see. Well, Micron looks good. Micron is 9 pennies off the day's high, so microchips are still holding up for the most part. Let's check some other ones here. AMAT, that's the one we were looking at, off highs by about $1 or so. Going back up to NVIDIA. What's NVIDIA up to? It's off highs as well. It tried to touch that 474. Missed it by 5 pennies. Now right back down into 470. So $4 or so off that high. How about AMD? AMD also rejecting that 115, getting up to 115.08, and then now we're at 113.5, guys. So definitely holding up better than some of the other big tech names, but also retracing some of these semiconductor names. Let's see if there's anything moving here in small cap world. I talked about this one, EOS, earlier. This one was the one that had a hit piece mentioned against it. It's very lightly traded for a $2 stock. It's done 33 million shares, but look at the price action here is a little tricky. Is this halting? Let me see this. Oh yeah, so this halted. This has been a multiple halter. You had the long halt here for about 20 minutes. Opens lower, halts higher, opens up, halts lower. So this is a multiple halter just to the downside though, down 42% now is EOS Energy Enterprises on the hit piece that came out from, I believe, Iceberg Research. There it is. Are trading lower following a short report on the stock. So Iceberg Research coming out and giving this one a hard time. Let's see what's going on here with FEMY, still hanging out at that 85 penny level. See if we get continuation there. Chill Vibe says, Prad, Meta's at 313. What's your look there on 313?
No shot. We broke through 315?
313. Oh, yeah, we definitely broke
no
through 315.
Shot. Okay, so we were accurate on the stock not holding up at 315. So 313 might actually come into play today. I was not expecting that to happen. So here comes a downswing move on this bad boy. Zucky getting absolutely hurt. Wow, Zucky getting hurt.
Zucky.
Let's see if 310 bounces today. Oh, almost hurt.
See why I took it from you last time?
Almost hurts.
What did you got?
Will 310 come into play today?
It is certain. Yeah, we need an animation for that.
So 310's incoming very soon. The crystal ball the May ball has spoken, and looks like the only thing we have to wait for now is the stock to show up to that price point. That being said, I am seeing some bidders showing up over here. 100 lots showing up at 313.75, right at the low of day. Market's looking like they want to bounce too. This is on the NASDAQ gateway also. 100 lots is about 10,000 shares. So let's see if this 10,000 shares on the bid help the stock from going too much to the downside and help out. Oh, no, that's a wipe out that level. Wipe out that level. 313 going to the downside. Are you talking about Meta? Apple's at 195. Oh, Apple's at 195. Sheesh. Wow. Apple getting pushed to the downside too over here. And Apple's still positive on the day, surprisingly. Okay, but 195. You would think it would hold. This market is crumbling. This market is on fire. I'm long Google though. I don't know if I should be. But this market is on fire.
Bradley, bro, I love your attitude today. Your mood is sick. I love it. FEMY pumping up, and I just took a little bit out there. We are now 6 pennies, all 6 pennies in the money, but it is a sub $1 stock, so that is good news. We're looking for that 95. Let's sit here at 95. Oops, what's going on? How come it does that? There we go. Let's just type in 95, guys. There we go. We're going to sit there at 95. You'll recall last time we rejected off that 98. We couldn't quite make it up to that $1 level, but here we go. Multiple bounces off VWAP. Is this the time that we're going to actually see some printing here? Shout out James Harris. He was talking about the thing Randy and I were talking about with respect to the PR department with the range issues. He's saying every company has a PR department. There's no difference there from Tesla. And obviously, they're going to want to protect their good name. So shout out to James. I definitely agree with that. Every company is going to want to keep their name clean. And it's just, are they misleading? That's the question. That's the question. If they are, they should pay. If they're not, well, the market will reward them. We'll see. Let's have a look at some other stuff here. XPEV, is this back up again? Okay, well, not exactly. It's faring better than some of these other names. 2104 is the high. 2080 is where we're at right now. So we're just a few pennies, 20 pennies or so off that top. But it's been good. It's been a series of higher highs and higher lows. Not quite getting to that top that we made in the pre-market. Has to be mentioned on lighter volume. That was $21.40. We haven't quite made it back up there yet. But XPEV benefiting again from another good day. Multiple days now to the good for XPEV. In case you haven't heard, or you were busy earlier in the week, this company is partnering with Volkswagen. There you go.
Volkswagen.
Yeah, yesterday you reprimanded me for saying incorrectly.
Me? Reprimand you?
You did. Didn't you tell me you got to say it properly, bro?
That's a lie. I can never do something like that.
We have a feed. Yeah, we can go back on YouTube.
No tape,
Love you,
no
Bradley.
proof.
Anyway, so this company is they're gonna partner with Volkswagen to make two different models, both of which they're gonna sell in China and try to get a foothold into the Chinese market for electric vehicles. Obviously, we're talking about. So interesting look here on XPeng. It's been a good little while, I'd say, for Chinese ADRs, especially, we knew about the headline coming out of China about the Chinese stimulus, et cetera. All the Chinese ADRs got a boost off that earlier in the week. There wasn't one red name a day or two on my Chinese ADRs watch list. So interesting look. Let's see what the chat is up to. No wins in China, says health is wealth. Well, we'll see. All I see here is 4,600 on the ES. Okay, so this is a very interesting level.
Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't even notice that.
Yes, 4,600 is the level that we are at right now. This is an important level. Technically, the close from yesterday was at 45.95, but we're 4,600 being the round number. We're looking for support, and we know that this was a very key level of resistance going back to the middle of the month. We had broke it, but never were able to close above it. Here it is. We closed above it, and now we're looking to defend it. So good luck there. Let's see how we do on the future now that we're at this level, Bradley.
Yeah, I was so close to punching out a Google over there until you mentioned that 4,600, and then I look over, then I see the market's kind of giving a bounce. I almost had tunnel vision. I had blinders.
Yeah.
I was like that horse, this tunnel vision, and I didn't see anything but my stock. But as soon as you mentioned 4,600, then I was like, okay, breathe, take a moment, look at other variables. So thank you for mentioning that. You kind of might have saved me from just losing for no reason. Now we are actually looking for other variables, other reasons, what is actually happening on a wider spectrum over here. And that's the point of having such a great cast of friends over here on the floor, other traders who always call out other stocks and levels and so on, and other things to look at, a different perspective to give you always, especially right when you need it sometimes. So that 4,600 bounce over here allowed me to hold Google a little bit longer than I wanted to, but I'm not going to give it too much of risk over here. So let's see if Google can, what's that lower day around? Yeah, I'm pretty much giving it that lower day. Let's see if that lower day can get tested. If it does, not lower day, sorry, the lower this move over here gets tested, then we get stopped out. If not, then we are able to maybe get a nice little winner on this position one more time at what time is it? At the 134 or so, get a nice little winner for a upside, but the market clearly wants to give up the ghost, ladies and gentlemen. 1.3% NASDAQ at one point, now only up 0.75%, so giving up the ghost quite a bit on the day today, selling out quite a bit on across the board. I also closed my Rivian short. Could have been the wrong decision, but I closed my Rivian short over here. Don't like how it keeps double bottoming around this 2660 area, and that was the area that we were talking about, how it could bounce off of it and go find a move back to 27. Also, MMM, we are done with that trade just in front of 122. Looks like 122 did come into play for those of you interested. Shout out to everyone who did follow my trades today. I gave you guys some banger trades. Tupperware short, Rivian short, MMM short, and I think a Google long earlier, and now another Google long. Hopefully this one ends up being a banger also. That way I get to spam. Where is that one? Where is it? Bang. I don't know where it is.
Go for it. There you go. RUT. Okay, so let's have a look at the INDU index, because that's the Dow. So INDU, and why, I'll tell you why I'm talking about the Dow in a second.
Please.
So Dow Jones Industrial Average, we're looking for index. There we go.
Okay, we're
Let's
done
go
for
to
today.
the daily. So if we can close positive today above 35,520, that will be 14 green days in a row for the Dow.
Yeah.
Do you know when the last time that happened was?
1994.
Incorrect. Try again.
Never.
It happened.
1972.
No, it's not. It's a lot farther back.
Oh my God.
1882.
1897.
1897.
This guy's killing me today, bro.
Money.
All right, bro. So I was talking to the big kahunas about that this morning. Like, bro, it's 1987. You've got it twisted. It's not 1897. I said, no, the 13-day streak was 1987. The 14-day streak was 90 years earlier. Right? So that's where we're going to go. We're only down 0.05% on the index today. If we can just finish above this line right here, that will be a record. And anybody who's watching the market from 23 onwards knows that the Dow has completely underperformed relative to the S&P and the NQ. And a cursory view of the daily will just have you notice that. Look at this. This is January on the Dow. We were at 33,000 essentially. We're at 35,000 now. Do the math. It's not anywhere close to the percentage rise on the NQ. Certainly, definitely not on the S&P. The NQ has vastly outperformed the S&P as well because of big tech, and goes without saying, by natural extension, it's outperformed the Dow. So this will be an interesting day. Not that it really matters anything for day trading, but you know, this is a stock trading show, so we do talk about this kind of stuff. All right, quickly back to the ES here. We're at 4,600, just a smidge below, about half a point or so below that. Let's see if we get
the defending here, I think Arun would say, let's see how we trade around here, right? What I'm looking for is see, do the buyers step up here and show, no, 46 is as good as it's going to get today for the shorts. We're going to start buying up here. And then you usually see the dips get bought up immediately. That's not what I'm seeing at the moment. I'm seeing it continue to print down. Again, 45.95, yesterday's close. We're just barely green now on the ES, 0.06 to the good. But how long will that last for? Let's continue to watch and see. Go back quickly here to our FEMY trade. We're back into that 86-cent area, so a couple of pennies on the money, sadly, after getting up to 91, but it's been a series of lower highs on this one. So even though VWAP has been a good defend, the lower high scenario here doesn't bode well, I think, maybe for the long. But having a wider view, we also have a series of higher lows. So a possible compression pattern forming here, Bradley. What's up?
Microsoft is pooping at the moment, man. The
Pooping?
whole market just dumping.
Everything's dumping,
Apple's
bro.
below 195 big time. Oh, baby. Apple big time below 195. 30 cents paying you now below 195. Let's see 194 comes into play. I remember 194 used to be a level, right? 194 should be a level if I remember correctly. Let's go. Fed bottom, okay, yeah. If I remember correctly, okay, it also matches with the trend line over here. So I'm interested in this 194 area for a dip buy. I'm actually going to throw in some stink bids on the lower end over here. Let's see what the market does, though. As Sharif said, the 4600 area could be a little bit of a rinse fest. It rinses everyone on the long side and the short side, burns people on either direction, and then picks a bounce to come into play. So if that is something, then I might not be able to catch that 194 dip buy on that one. And looks like Google is playing with my emotions. Is actually not playing with my emotions at all. We're dropping to the downside on a pretty good swing down over here on Google. So I might just have to wait all the way back down at 130.70 like I was earlier on the day today. The fact that that price is going to be offered back to me on this whole move down is insane. Here goes the market though, right back through. So Apple 195, maybe we got an opportunity to get long over here through 195. Let's see if this break to the top side on the market is for real, or if it's just a fugazi move over here that we gotta that I don't want to embrace. Don't want to embrace the fugazi moves.
The fugazi moves. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, Big Frank Caberna on today, 2:45 with Brendo at the big desk. Brendo, what are you guys talking about today? Fed. Hey man, come on! I gotta ask. Can't just make assumptions. Yeah, they're talking tennis,
talking about
guys.
Formula One.
They're talking Formula One as well. Tongue and cheek, of course. They will be talking plenty about the Fed after yesterday's discussion with Papa Powell and the reporters there. Lots said. I think somebody in the chat about half an hour ago said, "Why do you guys keep going long? I've been short all day." As a result, yeah, it was Al Mendricky? Oh, I hope I didn't butcher your name. Mendricky. I think it's Mendricky. Fact check me on that. He was like, why are you guys long, man? I've been short all day. I heard Papa Powell talk yesterday, and I started hitting the short button. So, yeah, shout out to him or her. Al, no, probably him. Anyway, watching the ES here, trying to hold up a 4,600. Let's see if we do get some buyers stepping up at this key support level. If so, we may participate in this one. We have a, good possible move to the high side maybe in the afternoon, but it's been a short day. So, gotta really look at any longs here with a very skeptical eye, Bradley. Bradley?
Oh, sorry. Didn't know that you threw it over.
Sorry, I was quiet a little bit there.
Yeah, I couldn't hear over the main guys over there getting ready for the closing show, I guess. Watching my Apple position, watching the market move back up, also getting into Google, trying to see if Google can give me, some of that money that I just donated back to Google, back to me again, right? Reverse Uno reverse card back into my wallet. see if I can pull out that Uno reverse card over here.
Love it.
Come on, Google, pump back up, get back to VWAP. Maybe we can even add. Okay, market looks like it wants to go up. That's good. The chat just really say Tupperware. So okay, let's go take a look at Tupperware. What's going on with TUP? Oh, come on, Brad. TUP, Tupperware back above $3, trying to push back towards the high day. Let's see if that is a move for us to be in part of. I'm not looking for a long. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to BS you. I'm not even looking forward to trade Tupperware anymore for the rest of the day. The game for me is done. Right, I've been looking for a short for it on all day. I got the short. I'm done. I'm not interested in Tupperware anymore. But for anyone interested in that long, please put risk management at the front of your plan before even thinking how much profits you can make. So good luck for anyone. I know I saw that post. Yeah, I saw that post.
Anybody who doesn't follow Trader TV
I'm gonna
on
fight
the
Ramin
gram,
and
you are missing stuff like this. The production team, I'm telling you, these guys are solid because they're doing stuff that we haven't done here before.
I'm gonna have to fight Ramin and
I
Fabian.
love this, and I'm posting this on my Instagram because this is too good, bro. Oh my goodness, look at this.
Aren't you in charge of the Trader TV Live Instagram account? Yeah, I'm gonna have to fight you now.
Ramin is excellent, bro. I'm telling you, this is hilarious. Oh my goodness, probably.
The Maluma post.
Make sure to follow Trader TV on Instagram because, yeah, they're putting out, it's not just stock stuff and market stuff. We put out funny stuff too. Good content, good stuff. So shout out to the guys.
All my content is just funny stuff, though. I don't have any stock content. It's almost like I don't talk about the market at all, or I don't have good trades at all. Makes sense. I don't. Let's talk about something else now. Let's talk about the UFC. Now, I'm joking. Looking for the market bounce here still. NASDAQ and S&P 500 both marching back. S&P 500 above 4,600. But Apple looks like it wants to kind of stop me out over here. Right below 194. I'm going to pull my order for the stop just to be safe so I don't get stopped out on just a BS move to the downside over here. Gonna give it a little bit more wiggle room. I made enough money on the day to risk some of it, so I'll put that risk on the line. No risk, no Rari. See if this 4,600 area holds on the market. If not, then we jump out of the stock for a loser. It looks like Google wants to sell off too. Are you kidding me? Yeah, market really does not want to hold that 4,600. Why, market? Why can't you not just go up? I thought stocks only go up. But not at the moment. It looks like the market only wants to go down for now. So be very careful. We still have about 15-ish minutes or so before the closing show starts. So in that moment, if you guys want to talk, if you want us to take a look at any stocks or any of the positions that you're in, maybe give our 2 cents about it, feel free to throw it in the chat. People saying Meta is breaking trend. Let's go check out what the trend Meta is breaking. Yeah, Meta is moving back up to the north side, not even moving to the 310 area that we wanted. But looks like a nice little bounce coming in on Meta. Well, we did see a buyer come in around this area, didn't we? I think it was like 100 lots showing up. So the 100 lots actually managed to help Meta up so far and push it back to the north side. So shout out to anyone who front ran that long or jumped in on that size. Market trying to hold this 4,600 at the moment. Let's see what happens. Disney apparently popping up on the radar. Disney about to test 86 area. This area is pretty important. If you guys remember on the 4 o'clock show, we talked about it. Disney 85. It's not even 86 actually. I'm looking more at that 85 area, but 86 can be on watch. Let's jump out of these trades over here on Google and on Apple because they are getting hurdy, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sir. I'm keeping my eye on Femi as we're right back into VWAP again. Break of, I believe I have my stop right through the 78 area. We'll be out there. Took some profits on the pop, but definitely not continuing to the north side. Continuing to watch here what we do at 4,600 on the ES. Popped up, popped down. Looks like it's going to be a short into the afternoon, maybe this flat bottom break through that 45.95 that we closed at yesterday. So we'll see
if that ends up materializing, but it definitely looks like the sellers are overwhelming the buyers today at least. Maybe not so much of the last little while, but kind of maybe like a sell the news event. You know, we get good news from Meta. We get the expected rate hike yesterday, nothing surprising. And yeah, selling off a little bit today, even though the NQ still 3/4 of a point to the good on the north side. So we'll keep an eye on that. Game Day Football says, looks like no free fall Friday since markets are falling today. You never quite know.
Nah, Free Fall Friday's retired.
Is it?
Yeah.
Aw. All right.
We haven't had a Free Fall Friday in a long time. It's retired.
Okay.
Free Falls now only happen on Thursday.
On Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fine. As long as it happens every Thursday so that we can get ready for it, right?
This is the Free Fall right here.
XBEV, let's talk a little bit about this one. Still at near day's high. Go to the XBEV here on the chart. 2104, we're at 2090. We got right up to 21 there and yeah, found resistance. So XBEV trying to go higher, but yeah, the overall market's having trouble with that. So 2104 technically the high, not quite making it up there. XDeath wants me to look at TUP. That was kind of Pradley's trade today, but we'll have a quick look.
I hate losing.
It is bouncing off 3 a whole bunch of times, but it is definitely off the highs, above VWAP. I mean, what do you want to do here, right? It's been, you haven't made a higher high. You're in a consolidative state. I would say wait until one breakout or another. Otherwise, maybe you want to take something off the 3, maybe give it 10 pennies to below 290 at VWAP. It's been defending 3 quite well. You have to be fair about that. It gets down to 295, but it's immediately bought back up, but still very much consolidative at the moment. See what else we're doing here. Some curling coming in on Meta, but still, you know, definitely a weaker name. No higher high as of yet on Meta, so nothing really to report too much there. But TUP, yeah, holding 3, guys. Oh, there goes TUP. Just as I talk about it,
What
there
a
it
short.
goes. Move down right to VWAP, breaking VWAP. Let's see if it holds VWAP here. It's at 289. VWAP's at 291 or 290 or so. TUP breaking down now almost 50% high.
That is insane. We literally had the high a day on Tupperware today. Oh, I wish I was still in there. Oh, whatever. That's okay, Pratty. We win and lose part of the game. What are you guys talking about? Oh, about I hate losing on the trades. Yeah, I hate losing, but it's part of the game indeed. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I'm still up on the day. I did give back some of my money on the day. I gave back about how do I tell you in percentages? How much did I give back over here? Maybe I can do the quick math over here. Quick math. Hold up. Pop. Put this calculator over here.
Do they say maths in India? Or math? Because in England, they say maths.
I think they say maths. Yeah, quick maths. Sometimes they say mathematics too, yeah. Sometimes
Ramin says they say the whole thing.
Yeah, sometimes they say mathematics too. That's true. How do I do this? Who cares? I can't even do the math right now. My math's not good. I'm not too weak. But hey, the point is I'm back long in the Google trade over here. I want to add more size. Let's see if that opportunity comes back in. Triple M holding that 125 area. Let's see where Apple is. Is Apple still teetering near the lows? It is exactly near the lows still. And I want to get more size on Google. Google long, I really do believe this market was going to hold up in front of this 4,600, and Google long will give you a monster move trade to the north side. So I want to be focused on Google right now and nothing else but Google. But you are getting a nice little move across the board on all shorts, all trades that I gave you. Rivian still below that 27. Tupperware below $3 now. 3M breaking 112. So shout out to everybody who took my trades.
All right, Prad, Google will work. Just got to get stopped, says Kia.
Yeah, exactly.
ES below 4,600, says Dan. Yep, 45.97.5 here on the ES. Just only 0.05 now percent to the high side, 45.95. yesterday's close. We're below 46. Been weak on the day, baby. We were up, I think, almost 1%, maybe 0.75% on the ES. Now we're just barely holding on to that break-even level. The Katina man is watching Apple as it sinks down into yesterday's close, about to go red or break even. 0.03 now to the green side on Apple, but very much a negative or downward looking trend here as 194.50 was yesterday's close. We're right there, and we just went negative quickly. Let's see if we do find support at this level. Something tells me that the longs are just not in today. It has been a short day, and quite frankly, I wasn't ready for it. That's the truth of the matter. Let's see what else is happening
This
here.
market, bro.
This market, what's wrong, Bradley?
Where's the bounce at, man?
Yeah, well, it's
Give me
not
that
coming in
bounce,
today right
market.
now.
Yeah, it's not happening, ladies and gentlemen. There's no damn bounces incoming, mate. Market just making a new low at the moment. QQQ and NASDAQ both on the intraday making a new low. So watch out. The bottoms are open and they are dropping like it's hot. So be careful on your longs, especially like this Google long. If you're following me, be very, very careful on this Google long. Looks like this wants to go down to that original price that I had today at that 130.70s. Oof, what a monster move. This just means that if I actually took that long at 130.70s today, max size, held it all day for a big move at the end of the day or whatever, the Lambo trade, and at this point it was basically coming back to that same price, I would flip out. And this is why you take profits all throughout the day and yeah, maybe we make money. What's up?
Money, no issue.
Huh?
Money, no issue. What car do you buy?
All of them.
No, you can only choose one.
That's a Porsche, bro.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What kind?
GT3 RS 4.0.
Oh my goodness. Let's pull that up. I have to see what that is because I'm not familiar with these Porsches. So it's Porsche.
GT3 RS 4.0.
This one right here, 4.0. Okay, let's get a view. This is a newer car or an older car?
Pretty old car.
It's pretty old. Okay, so it's this one here. Oh, that is nice. Yeah, that's the old body right there.
That's a driver's car.
Yeah, this is beautiful. This is very
Like,
nice.
I'm
What's the
telling
horsepower
you-
on this monster?
Actually, you're getting too much into all that. I don't know all that number now, okay?
Excuse me.
I don't
It's
know
like one of the
all that,
only
all right?
questions you ask about a car.
Now, listen.
493 horsepower, proudly. Naturally aspirated, meaning no turbo or supercharger at 8,500 RPM. Interesting. Okay.
Ian, he's a car dealer, right?
Yeah.
So
Audi.
car dealer, but they do have Porsche second hands and so on. And
they're the same company.
His boss, exactly.
Yeah.
His boss also is about to buy one of the nicer Porsche.
Oh.
So he got to test drive a Porsche around.
Oh, no way.
And he is in absolute love with it. He comes up to me and he goes, "This is a car that was made to be driven. All other cars are just made to be sold.
Get you around.
Just get from A to B. But a Porsche is actually made to be driven by a proper driver who knows how to drive. Go take it out in Europe in those fancy scenery, scenic driving routes, Autobahn, whatever, right? Scenic driving routes in the Netherlands or wherever the beautiful mountain driving routes are, and have a blast driving them around because these cars are just."
The chat is very disappointed that you're pronouncing it Porsche. You know what it is.
I don't care.
Fabian just said Porsche. The chat was saying Porsche. Which one is it?
The car still sounds the same when you're driving it, which is okay. That's all that matters.
There you go. All right. Well, what's number two?
Number two would be a Ferrari, just like a driving into the ocean.
He hates Ferrari, in case you don't know. What's your favorite for F1? Is it McLaren?
Mercedes. McLaren, yeah.
Okay, there we go. All right, let's see what else is moving here. Guys, people yelling TUP in the chat. I had a look, but I mean, nothing is really happening with TUP at this point. It's at VWAP. It's consolidating sideways. Let's pull it up real quick here. Yeah, I mean, the dip came in. We talked about that, and that's why Bradley was saying, oh, short, I had the top, but still holding that VWAP. at the moment, but looks like it may be stair-stepping down. So has to put in its move. I mean, we see this often with these small cap cappers where especially when you look at them on the daily chart, sometimes they look like this, right? Where they have that big day and then they retrace. It's a smaller body candle and bigger wick, right? And that's the look here. Let's see if that ends up closing that way. We still have another couple hours left in the trading day. Who knows how this one goes? So it's been a few very good days starting from the 21st. And now on the 27th, we've seen several green days in a row for TUP. What else here? Akash wants us to look at Netflix. We'll have a look at Netflix real quick. A few minutes left on the show. What's Netflix up to here? It's been, well, it's down 1/3%. So hasn't really done much on the day. It's here, Netflix. Let's go to the day. Let's go to the intraday chart. Yeah, it's been stair-stepping down like much of tech at the moment. Just broke 420 actually in the 419.90s. The area of support is this interesting area here that we developed yesterday in the afternoon. This 418.5, and then obviously you're looking at 416 for the low of day yesterday. Still very much within yesterday's range. Currently, we closed out at 422.68. Let's look at the wider range on this. How's the half an hour look? So this is when I was gone. Wow, it got up to 495, eh? Wow, interesting. On July 19th. Was there a reason for that? Did it report on July 19th? Did Netflix report already? Yeah. They did report. The Katina man says they reported. Same day as Tesla. Yeah, I wasn't here. So here it is, 495 it gets up to, then it sinks on that. What was the reason it fell, Sean? Was it subs, or what was the problem with them? Why did Netflix fall?
Subs actually beat.
The subs beat, eh? Okay, why? I didn't have a look.
They warned about content.
They warned about content moving forward. And we know that there's strikes with actors and the writers, and there's a lot of activism right now with respect to that. So, interesting look. But we are overtime now, proudly.
Oh,
so
wow, I
we'll be
didn't even
sending
know.
it over to the big kahunas. And we shall see you all tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Rhino's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock, couple hours left on an afternoon that's quickly becoming a negative one here for the market. What a about face and turn to the southbound side for